You go out there. If you
Just a
have
reminder,
I'm fine with not doing it, but
we have a sign-up sheet in the front for public comment. If you would like to make public comment, if you'll just add your name to this piece of paper.
for a non.
For, for non-agenda items, if it's a general public comment, we have a sign-up sheet up here in the front. I will provide opportunity. This just helps us stay organized. And I'm going to give you guys 5 more minutes to make sure that anybody who's trying to get around the traffic or the construction can get here. Sorry for interrupting. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm going to call our Tuesday, August 12th Town Council meeting to order. If you'll please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We will start with our town manager's comments. Reagan Parsons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This evening on your consent agenda, you've got 5 items, the first being an articles lease with the Weymouth Center for the Arts. You'll recall a month or two ago, we did a specific lease for some artwork that is currently on display there. This has to do with, for the most part, a lot of books and then some collectibles. In total, it's 552 print books that have been inventoried so far, in addition to 28 collectibles that include furniture, maps, various memorabilia. So this will be a similar type of lease to be on display there at the Weymouth Center. You've got an electronic records retention schedule that your town clerk has requested adoption of. This will allow us to scan a lot of our old records and things that are currently in boxes and stored throughout the town in multiple places. So we have to put this policy in place per the general statutes of North Carolina. You got minutes from August 22nd for approval, and that, of course, was your meeting just a few weeks back. Setting a public hearing for an annexation application, and that hearing will take place at your next regular business meeting. And then finally, Deputy Chief Charles Campbell will be leaving service with the town of Southern Pines on October 1st. And this is the standard request for badge and service weapon that the town council sees at the time of retirement of officers. We certainly wish Deputy Chief Campbell all the best in his forthcoming retirement, and he's served the town for the entirety of his law enforcement career. So beyond that, prior to adoption of the agenda this evening, I would request removal of item 8D. That's 8D, the resolution authorizing design build for proposed fleet maintenance facility. Staff has gone back to the drawing board a little bit. We still intend to come back for adoption of this resolution, but we're further refining the RFP for that project, and there's some fine-tuning we'd like to do before looking to put that out. So I would ask for removal of that item prior to the adoption of the agenda this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Parsons. Do you all have any questions on the agenda? Would you like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda with the removal of 8D as mentioned by the town manager.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving on to our public comments. I have one person right now signed up, Kathy Dalton. If there's anyone who would like to speak after Kathy, then we'll just come up to the podium. Oh, would you like to speak on one of the items on the agenda? That's fine. Oh, got it. All right. Is there anyone here who would like to? That's okay. I will just add you. Come to the podium.
If you're here for a specific issue, you wait until that issue comes up and then you speak. This is just general public, 3-minute announce or speaks, if you will.
Okay, so for our public hearings tonight, we have the proposed amendments to the UDO, Punic Village, rezoning of Hardin Street, abandoning the right-of-way in South Bennett, the Murray Hill Townhomes, and the buffer and setback requirement for Tyler's Ridge. If you're speaking on any of those things, please wait. Is there anyone else to speak on something besides those items? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Ms. Dalton, when that item comes up, I'm not going to call your name, I'll just let you come and speak. Okay, thanks. Okay, moving on to our consent agenda. Do you all have any comments, or is there a motion?
With no comment, I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, our first public hearing this evening is OA-02-25, the proposed amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance. Looks like we have our Town Planning Director, Mr. Grieve, to present.
Good evening, members of council. B.J. Grieve with the Town of Southern Pines Planning Department. This evening, you have before you consideration of a package of text amendments that has been necessary since 2015. So we're going on 10 years now that this package of amendments to the sign code of our zoning document, what's called the Unified Development Ordinance. What occurred in 2015 was that there was a U.S. Supreme Court case law that has come to be known as Reed v. Gilbert. It was in Arizona, and what it decided was that for sign regulations in communities across the country, if you had to read it, this was a summary of the case, the outcome of the case, if you had to read it to determine whether or not the sign met your standards or did not, it was probably not constitutional, because if you had to read it, it meant your regulation was based on the content of the sign. And content neutrality was the rule. Now, a few years later, there was another Supreme Court case that went all the way up, and it was called Austin v. Reagan National. And that one decided that actually it's okay to distinguish between on-premise and off-premise signage. So that distinction was okay. That then led to shorthand for sign regulations is that you may regulate time, manner, and place. And so we have been working on, as you may recall, under the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, we have an implementation project to go in and revisit the town's sign code to make sure that we are both constitutional as well as updated with a variety of other things that are contained within the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. Now, this is a fairly significant package of amendments. It was in the packet that was available to the public online. The document is published in that manner right there. I know from this viewpoint, you really can't make it out, but I have that pulled up as a visual aid to see how we posted it and made it available both to the town council, previously to the planning board, and also available to the public. The way we do it is we take a copy of the Unified Development Ordinance, we do track changes where we redline it, you might say, where the proposed things to strike are shown stricken with a line through them. Things proposed to be added are underlined. It's all shown in red. And then equally importantly, we take each little amendment and we write a little margin comment that attempts to explain staff's thinking at the moment it was changed. Because as we work through these things, and it takes months and months, a lot of times by the time I get to the podium, I have a hard time remembering the exact good, really, really good reason why I thought that change was necessary. So I document that with those margin notes. And therefore, those margin notes are available to the public and for everybody to look at. So with that in mind, rather than go through all of the amendments and stand up here and say 4.6.15 A, B, C. I did not think you would want me to do that, although I'm prepared to do that if you would like me to do that. What I prefer to do is give you sort of 11 highlights of the main themes of things that people will know about, care about, interact with, et cetera. And then we can go into detail as you see fit. I'm certainly also prepared to simply defer to your judgment. If you've already looked at the package of text amendments, you've already read the staff report, and you don't wish me to go over even the highlights, that's okay too. I'm putting it in your hands. I'm willing to do whatever you'd like in terms of the details on this, given the scope of the agenda and everything else that comes after this.
I think that the number of things that have changed with the sign ordinance update, I think it makes sense to go through it.
Okay?
The greatest hits, or do you want the whole thing?
No, I think the greatest hits would be great.
Okay?
Yep.
Greatest hits, it is.
I'm particularly interested in 4.6.9, so if that's not on your greatest hits, can we pop it on there? Can we put that in our
Now, in an
playlist?
effort to not bore you with citing different sections of the code, I did not reference my greatest hits by the section of the code. So what is 4.6.9?
It is the number of signs allowed, and it has to do with a corner lot.
Oh, okay, that is some detail, but I'm prepared. I can get into that.
Super.
4.6.9.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't look like anything changed.
I'm interested in a read on Ash, the corner of Ash in Pennsylvania is specifically what I'm interested in. And that may just be us making a note and talking about that later, but
It may be worth noting, Director Grieve, the intent of this is to get into compliance constitutionally with that lawsuit, and that intentionally there were not significant changes made relative to size of signs and some of those
Absolutely.
details.
Yeah,
think
if I
that's
wasn't- yep.
worth a note.
If I wasn't adequately clear about that, great point. Thank you for bringing that up. This was one of those package of code amendments that is strictly related to what needs to be done to bring it into compliance with United States Supreme Court law as well as North Carolina Supreme Court law. The process started with taking our sign code and sending it to Dr. David Owens, who was the prior chair of the UNC School of Government. And he gave it a review, you saw in the staff report. Then he sent to us the things that he thought needed to be modified based on constitutionality. Then Town Attorney Mac McCarley and I worked through a number of different provisions, making revisions. We then sent our revisions back to Dr. David Owens for him to go through and review whether or not these provisions would improve the situation under the concerns regarding constitutionality, and he signed off on them as they would improve the situation. There are provisions in sign codes that you might say there is no perfect answer, there's only better answers, and so that we certainly encountered that from time to time as well and did our best with that. But in terms of 4.6.9, which is number of signs allowed under freestanding, wall signs, et cetera, if you have a question regarding signage at a particular intersection for a particular development, I can certainly talk with you about that as a separate issue if that would be.
I think that is a perfect solution.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so going into the highlight reel, the greatest hit, so to speak, if I can mix my metaphors. The first thing is that the new changes fall all over themselves to make clear that it is a major objective of the Town of Southern Pines sign code to be content neutral. It is so that if there is ever any question about whether or not how something is supposed to be, whether or not something should be interpreted in favor of content neutrality, there are multiple provisions throughout now that say the objective of this code is to be content neutral. That's number one. There's a number of text amendments related to clarifying that. There are a number of text amendments where the current sign code says that a regulation is established based on a certain use, such as signs for residential dwellings. Well, that's not great because it gives the impression that it's just for a particular use. It's better to regulate by the zoning district. So simple changes for those sections where we said signs in residential zoning districts rather than signs for residential land uses. It makes it much clearer. If it's in a residential district, it applies. If it's not, it doesn't. That's number two. We have, there are two sections in there where holiday displays are exempted under regulations pertaining to location, height, and lighting. And when you exempt something based on it being a holiday display, that is questionable in terms of constitutionality. So those were changed so that now displays are allowed, once again, time, manner, and place. Displays are allowed October, November, and December. You can display whatever you'd like in terms of a display for October, November, and December. That's a major point you're going to hear me keep coming back to is many times you'll hear me say, now you can have this. We don't care what it says, but you can have this. You can put it here. We don't care what it says. And so once again, time, manner, and place. We used to have a number of provisions that exempted entrance signs at subdivisions, entrance signs at shopping centers. When you read that, it makes you think, does that mean a sign that says enter or what it says on the sign? So we converted that to say signs located at entrances. So what's on as long you can have those signs and what it says on them presumably will only make sense given the location, but you can regulate place. Next, we have quite a few, under 4.6.15, we have quite a few signs that are exempt. We have modified the vast majority of those so that they are only the use of non-commercial, and we also added a definition of non-commercial. So instead of saying these different types of signs are exempt, we kept referring to non-commercial signage, and then defined non-commercial added a definition of non-commercial in the definitions section. Now, probably the biggest set of changes, and in that section, there was an exemption for church bulletin boards. An exemption for church bulletin board is definitely content-based and was a major concern of the review conducted by Dr. Owens. We eliminated the exemption for church bulletin boards because churches, just like other land uses and other zoning districts, can have monument signs, and that can be a bulletin board. We're not going to regulate that content. So we just didn't want to have that specific carve-out for that purpose. Signs not requiring permits. We have quite a few in there that are exclusively content-based. So let me hit some highlights just from that section of how we're going to change that. So for example, instead of saying you can have a real estate sign, we're going to say if the premises are for sale, during the time that the premises are for sale, you may have one additional sign. Now that sign can say whatever you want it to say, but we assume if the premises are for sale, there won't be much interest in putting a sign out there that doesn't say anything other than for sale. So that's how we're going to get away from regulating, making an exemption for a sign that simply says for sale, because actually they can put whatever they want. We can't regulate content. Number two, properties under construction. It's very common for properties to have a sign that says what's coming next or what's coming soon. If you say a sign that says coming soon is exempt, you're regulating content. So instead we say that properties that are under construction, while they're under construction, they may have one additional sign. Opening soon or closing soon, once again, we're not going to regulate the content. So you may, if the premises are opening or closing soon, you may have one additional sign. We will have a provision that 30 days, right now we have an exemption for political signage. Political signage is by definition regulating the content. We will change it so that what we will say now is 30 days before the beginning of early voting for primary or general elections, you may have unlimited signs on private property. Those signs may be no closer than 10 feet from the edge of a road so as to make sure we mitigate the safety concern of those signs getting closer and closer to the roadway and blocking clear vision triangles.
But
Right.
that's your private property. That's not somebody else's private property that you go put your sign on.
Correct.
Is that clear in the way this is written?
Yes.
Cool.
So.
Thank you.
Yep. If you put your sign on my private property, now it's trespassing and littering if I don't want it
Thank
there.
you. Yeah.
By the way, this does not allow for putting all those signs in rights of way. This is on private property, not within town rights of way. Now, the state allows as an exemption for you may have political signs in state rights of way. That's not us. That doesn't have anything to do with us. But in town right of way, you would not be allowed to have those signs, only on private property.
So in Indiana.
And that's the way it is right now.
On Indiana, you could have a sign, you could have a political sign in the right of way.
Yes, because Indiana is a state road.
Right. But on Orchard Road, you could not.
Correct.
Got it. And are rights of way a consistent width?
No, ma'am.
Right.
Nor
How would
is
someone,
the, yeah,
how
nor
would
is
someone
the,
figure that out?
the only way to know that for sure is to know where the property lines are adjacent to that, because we also have rights of way where the strip of asphalt that happens to be located within that right of way is not located in the center of that right of way. So whether it's a 40-foot, 50-foot, 60-foot, 80-foot right of way, the strip of asphalt could be at various locations within there. So measuring off the center line or measuring off the edge of asphalt, the 10-foot from edge of asphalt is merely so that in case the asphalt strip does happen to be closer to the edge of the right-of-way, and you put your sign 2 feet from the edge of the asphalt in a clear vision triangle, you still need to back it up even if it is on private property, and it's okay to regulate place.
Right. Okay.
So to go back on what your comment about the widths, I mean, for example, the right-of-way in front of my house is like 50 feet off the side of the road. And so the sign has to be 60 feet off the side of the road.
Yeah, it has to be on private property.
51.
No, it would need to be, no.
10? Is it 10 off right of way?
If your private property starts 50 feet back from the edge of the asphalt, you may go right up to your property line. It's only if your property line happens to go up to the edge of the asphalt, because that asphalt moves around within that, doesn't move around, but when you look at any right-of-way right now in the town, it is very possible that the roadway located within that right-of-way is not in the center. People just kind of assume that it's always going to be right in the center.
I get all that. I'm just
Okay.
saying that the downtown, for example, the rights of way are huge.
Yep.
And then a sign means nothing.
If it's a
Because it's so
town,
far off
if
the
it's a
road.
town right-of-way, it can't be placed in town right-of-way. It can be placed
I
in
know,
state
I'm-
right-of-way.
I'm just expressing my concern
Yeah.
about that being different in parts of town.
Yep, and then the 10-foot is to make sure that if the property line does happen to be very close to the edge of the roadway, then it becomes a safety concern when it messes with clear vision triangles at intersections, and intersections are the most popular place to put those signs.
Right.
So if you are, as long as your property line is 10 feet back from the edge of the right-of-way, edge of the roadway, you may have your sign there.
So none of the cross streets on Broad,
All state roads.
Yeah.
Broad's a straight road.
all of those are state roads or just
Many.
Indiana? Broad Street is, so
I'd have to pull up a map, but we could look at them. Yeah.
this is,
Confusing,
it
right?
does, it feels.
Indiana, Pennsylvania.
Tell you what, if you think it's
Connecticut,
confusing, if you think this is
state.
confusing, the present way of
Pennsylvania,
doing it is-
Connecticut, and
is
Indiana,
harder.
that's what I thought.
My concern is that the enforcement of it is also going to be confusing to the point, or to the extent that it becomes
The sign
null and void.
police. Right, the sign police are going to have a hard time.
Or eats a lot of time, staff time.
Wouldn't be any different than it is now. We spend a
Right.
tremendous amount of time on being weaponized by political parties against each other in terms of chasing signs all over the town.
Right. But the.
It's just, quite frankly.
But the town manager says, and I agree, that the three state rights-of-way crosses on Broad are Connecticut, Indiana, and Pennsylvania.
Those are what come to mind anyhow. I don't have the map here in front of me, but those are
That's what I
absolutely
thought,
state,
yeah.
yes.
Right.
Political signage is not allowed in town rights-of-way. It is allowed in state rights-of-way.
State
but it's not allowed
rights-of-way.
in
So
town
if you
rights-of-way.
wanted to place political signs, they need to be on Pennsylvania, Indiana, or Connecticut, unless and until you correct us. And
But Broad Street is a state road.
Yeah.
So why does it matter which crossroads? Because it's going to be in the right-of-way of
Well,
Broad
if Broad
Street.
Street is a right-of-way, and if you want to put it at the intersection of Broad and any other crossroad within the intersection of within the Broad Street right-of-way, that'd be fine.
Okay,
Yeah. And believe it or not, it is confusing.
yeah.
But we have an entire dedicated staff person that deals with this for 120 days, and she's very familiar with what these are. And we are complaint-based enforcement. So when we get complaints, we go out and we investigate. We determine whether or not it's compliant. We know where the property lines are or very close because we have records that everybody's familiar with, property line records, deed research, et cetera. We do that and we do enforcement and so this will actually be slightly easier.
okay, great. And that's the amazing Cindy Williams, right?
No, ma'am, that is Lisa Webb.
That's Lisa Webb. Okay, great.
And you've seen the pictures of her surrounded by
Yes.
signs. She does
Yes,
an
it's
outstanding
lovely.
job with code enforcement on signage, yeah.
Okay.
While we're on the political part of it, I just encircled when there's a primary and then a general election within 4 weeks. You don't have to pick the signs up until 10 days after. So that changed from 2 to 10 in this document. And then you can put them out 30 days before. So really that's 40 days. As long as the elections are within 40 days, you wouldn't have to pick them up.
That's correct. Between the primary and the general, you mean? Yes, ma'am. Then that's how it is in many cases presently, soon afterwards. If the general is soon afterwards, if there's a gap of 3 days or 7 days, we don't go out and make everybody pick them up and then pull them back down. Those candidates that are going on to the general, yes.
Okay, it's just 4 weeks is 28 days, and so it's the difference between 28 and 40 is, I don't know, it's fine.
Yes, there was, when it came to political signage, based on the, you might say, consideration of the totality of the circumstances, we did err on the side of being more generous with political signage because the indication to us is that from the state level on down that there's an interest in being generous with free speech, free political speech, and the placement of signage. Yeah.
So my actual concern was that it says 4 weeks between, which doesn't make sense. It doesn't line up with the 40 days that you actually have. But my personal opinion is
Okay.
that from a political standpoint and as a resident, I think that a lot of people appreciated them being up in 2 days.
Yeah.
Them up in 2 days?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
so.
ma'am. That can, if
Or not
we're,
putting them up
we
at
can
all.
change that. This is a text amendment that is, every bit of this text amendment is before you this evening, subject to being changed. So if the majority of the council think that that is a better time frame, again, time, manner, and place is fine, so we can change the timing on that, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, I know not all of them got picked up in 2 days, and that was an ongoing effort between candidates and staff to find signs that got left behind, but
Most
does
in
look nice
Southern
when they-
Pines generally do a decent job of it, though. I mean, there's some, but not.
Yes, sir, that is correct. The vast, every year when we see the number of signs that are up a couple of days before and the day of the election, we think, oh boy, here, there's going to be a garbage detail. But in fact, it turns out that yes, within a few days, most campaigns are very good about going and picking them up. Nobody wants their name out there as the one who didn't have their folks go out and pick it up, yeah. It's
also-
literally
it looks
advertising, it's
nice.
literally advertising who left it there.
yeah, that's true. It does look nice when the town is cleaned up right after an election.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that would be my opinion. I'm sorry, we've interrupted your
No,
greatest
no,
hits.
that's a great interruption, and we can certainly come back to that if
Okay.
that timing is of interest to the council after the public hearing.
I agree that it should be shorter than 10 days. When election's over, we're kind of all done. I would love to have them removed, and 48 hours is fine.
Under that same premise I'm moving on here, we can come back to this.
That's great, okay.
Okay, yeah. Under the concept of signs not requiring permits that we had been listing, property on which a special event is to take place, you may have one additional banner sign leading up to that special event, rather than saying, we had listed before a bunch of different special events, specific special events that could have banners, and that's very content-based. Finally, there was a lot of interest in the issue of signage on residential properties. You see a lot of people who are wishing to express themselves in the form of some type of sign in their front yard, and we wanted to accommodate that. Right now, the town of Southern Pines does not have an accommodation for any type of thing somebody could want to say with a small sign in their front yard. So there is a new provision to make sure that everybody has that ability to have that freedom of speech, and all residential properties, all properties zoned residential may have one sign of 4 square feet. So again, we're regulating the zoning district, the size of it, but what it says doesn't matter. You can imagine all the times you've driven around and seen the number of things people want to say in their front yard. Okay. Next one is we have added more robust definitions of digital signage, including definitions of dynamic digital signage as well as digital signage, because there is a distinction, and North Carolina Supreme Court case law indicates that if you are not abundantly clear about exactly what type of signage you are specifically intending to prohibit, that it can be challenging later to interpret that one type of sign is in fact the other type. So for example, digital signs, we already prohibit digital signs in Southern Pines, but we do not specifically prohibit dynamic digital signs. We have that phrase is in there, but it doesn't define it. A dynamic digital sign is a new trend wherein a camera in the sign can tell certain things about the person or vehicle or whatever it is going by, such as if they're on a bicycle and try to sell them a bicycle, such as if they're on a skateboard and try to sell them a skateboard, such as they're a man or a woman, try to sell them cosmetics as opposed to some other product. So those types of dynamic digital signs that can tell things about the people going by and then immediately respond to it by showing different types of advertising are becoming increasingly common in downtown. We just don't want that type of sign. So again, time, manner, and place, that's not going to be allowed in Southern Pines. Finally, a definition of, we added a provision that relocating non-conforming signs on the property is okay. There was some legislation that made clear that if you have a non-conforming sign on your property and you wish to move it within certain parameters, you may do that. It can't be it cannot be sunset because it's a non-conforming sign. You have to be able to move it. So we worked that legislation that passed about 3 years ago, if I recall, into our ordinance. And finally, we have those definitions, including digital sign, dynamic digital sign, and non-commercial sign. This package of text amendments went to the town planning board on July 24th, and the town planning board did recommend approval. And therefore, that's all I got.
So logistically, if we try to change the time, the 2-day limit for political signs to be taken down after an election, we have to do a U-turn and go back to the planning board and come back through, or
No,
can?
ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, we can just amend that.
You can make that amendment here tonight. I can correct that in here, and you can still pass the ordinance. You can make that as part of your motion. Substantial changes that are going to need more retooling, I would recommend may warrant a continuance, but it is known and accepted that as long as you are tinkering with the things that were advertised to be tinkered with, it's okay to do some tinkering. If you were to say right now, for example, in addition to this text amendment, I would also like to work on the lighting code, we wouldn't want to do that.
Okay.
Because that, yeah.
Understood. Thanks.
Are there any further questions for Director Grieve?
I don't have any questions, and I thought I had read through this. I would ask if we could act on this.
No?
Not now.
Oh,
Next,
delay.
yeah, mhm.
I'm okay with that.
What is your,
like to read through it
your
more.
concern is you just want to read it more?
Yeah.
Is there any pending legislation that's going to keep us from being able to move forward, that's going to mandate that we can't limit signs, that, as happened with us on character districts and tree ordinances? Are you aware of anything in Raleigh that will make it impossible for us to deal?
I'm not aware of anything pending right now. However, Senate Bill 382,
Yeah.
that does in fact prohibit new regulations that have the effect of downzoning.
Right.
There's 2 or 3 things in here that, depending on the circumstance, I can sit and think when I'm sitting at my computer working with text amendments, I can think, well, that may be argued that it would be a downzoning if you take away the ability to do a banner of some sort for certain situations. You want me to stop?
Almost all of the changes in this are to comply with constitutional law, and
Right.
constitutional law outranks the
So that would
legislature's,
override any legislation that comes out of Raleigh that might tie our hands. Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Oh, good. No, I was just, I had to think twice about what you said, Mayor, in regard to the 2 days. I said, God, that makes us move quick. But I agree in terms of the town, we need to get all of that political stuff out of the way and get back to the, so.
The streets cleaned up again.
The other issue with that is that it says "to" now, so if you simply refuse the change, you're leaving it as it was.
Right, right. Is there, with respect for Mr. Goodman, is there what would be his remedy if we went ahead and approved this tonight? Help me out here, Attorney McCarley. Would there be a remedy for him if he was suddenly really concerned about something and we needed to revisit that? Or would that have to go all the way back through the process?
It would go back through the process. I do want to hold the public hearing tonight, though.
Tim Pate, do you have anything?
So you feel pretty strongly you want to be able to?
I don't have any questions at this time. I'll let the public hearing happen first.
Director Grieve, I did have a question about I'm sorry, I let you sit down. You mentioned church bulletin boards. Some of our schools around town also have bulletin board type things. Are schools included in that?
Right now, the way the provision reads is church bulletin boards and church identification signs that do not exceed 1 per abutting street and 16 square feet in area. A maximum of 2 off-premise church identification signs may be permitted, provided that each sign does not exceed 2 square feet in area. That's under signs exempt from these regulations. That's the part that just you're basically giving special treatment to a church. And so it's content-based. In order for us to enforce it, we have to go up and look at it and say, oh, it's a church sign, therefore it's exempt. Whereas the neighbor across the street, if it's an attorney's office across the street, we would say that's not allowed.
Yeah.
The answer to your question is, any other land use gets certain monument signs, wall signs, et cetera. And if you want to use your monument sign to have it be a reader board of a certain type, as long as it's not digital, that's fine. And so this is,
So churches are covered under that, which means schools would also be covered under
no,
that? No.
no, this is specific to churches.
Okay.
In practice, this isn't a problem, because most of the time what it is you get one monument sign. You make it the size that is required, whether it's a church, whether it's a school, whether it's a business. And when you have that monument sign, the content of it, again, we don't regulate. We just regulate the size, the placement, et cetera. So usually the schools will put their sign out there.
Okay. Okay, that answers my
Yeah.
question. All right, thank you.
Anything
Okay.
else?
2 square feet.
Yeah, no, I didn't, what'd you say, 2 square feet?
Square feet, is that what you said as far as
No,
the
ma'am.
size?
2 off-premise church identification signs may be permitted under the current carve-out for church identification
okay.
signs and church bulletin boards. And
What is the size limitation on that, please?
right now, 1 per abutting street and 16 square feet in area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I thought we'd all be running off the road trying to read a 2 square foot
no.
sign.
And I actually did a quick look of how many church bulletin boards this will affect, and it's not many. There aren't many out there that fall into this category anymore. But
Okay,
once again, it's a constitutionality issue, so
got it, thank you.
thank you.
All right. As a public hearing, I will now open the floor. Anyone who would like to speak on updates to our UDO regarding sign ordinance, if you'll come to the podium. Okay, seeing no one. I think, are you all okay just waiting for next month to pass this? Is there a reason that we need to do it now? Or just wait
Can we
until
do it at
everyone's
work
comfortable?
Should we be ready in 2 weeks? Let's do it then.
All right.
If we're going to move it, I don't want to move it a whole month.
Okay, so I will ask for a motion to continue this hearing until, can someone find that date for me?
Work session.
6th, wouldn't it be?
20
2 weeks from tonight?
Yeah.
October 26th, November, August, I don't know what month it is.
August 27th.
Okay, if there is a motion to continue this hearing until August 26th. Is there a second? All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions between now and then, if you want to talk about anything. And
Thanks.
Okay. Any opposed? Are you voting against it?
No, it's okay. We'll do it.
You're voting for it?
I'll vote for it.
Okay, all right, motion carries. All right, moving down to our second public hearing, PD-02-25, Phoenix Village Plan Development, the conceptual development plan. I think we're going to start with staff. Good evening.
Absolutely. Evening, council. I'm in shock. I was completely convinced that most gathered were here for the sign code updates, so very good. I'll take you through Phoenix Village. Mason Maddox, Planner 2 with the town. I'm the planner assigned to this project. And if you'll put it in presentation mode for me. All right, we have an application for a CDP, that is a conceptual development plan for Phoenix Village. The existing zoning of the existing portion of the campus is FRR, with the area to the north in orange being the Shibui parcels. The existing portion of Phoenix Village was given watershed allocation not too long ago by this very council. That has not been given to the Shibui acquisition. Most of the site is within the high-quality water or protected water. These same criteria apply to both. I want to take just a quick second to explain why Phoenix is going through this process today. We have a very specific provision in our ordinance that you see before you that states that existing continuing care retirement communities are allowed to continue to exist and function so long as they remain within their boundaries at the time of this provision's adoption. Phoenix wishes to expand, which triggers the requirement for them to go through the PD zoning process. So this is a rezoning of all of these areas, to create a unified zoning for Phoenix Village, which does not exist at the moment. You'll see in the orange the Shibui parcels, also referred to as Shibui Gardens, Shibui Avenue. You'll know what I'm talking about.
Mr. Maddox, why is it that there's the one lot that's shaded orange but not included in the dotted line?
I'm trying to see if the zoning is the same. I believe that's because of the zoning. But that parcel that's lighter is not a part of the CDP application.
Okay. No, I mean the one that's shaded orange on Shibui. I'm sorry, if the audience can just let staff speak. Yes, that one.
That's not a part of this CDP application.
Okay, but it's orange because of the zoning?
I'll defer to our applicants to answer
Okay.
why it's still orange.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have the conceptual design plan of Phoenix. Once everything is built out, you will see the Shibui area being mostly duplexes with multifamily to the north. Access to Phoenix Village, there's currently 3 spots along Ridge Street. There would be 1 along East Delaware Avenue, as you can see by the green circles, for a total of 4 access points. The following land uses were provided as a part of this CDP application. They're highlighted. Well, staff provided a highlight to what they would correspond to within our land-based classification standards, and staff identified no inconsistencies with the proposed uses as being accessory to this type of facility. You will also note on the left side the proposed expansion amount and how many units Phoenix would be adding. There are 2 criteria that must be considered. One is for a map amendment to rezone. The second is for a conceptual development plan. I made a little image at the bottom to show where this is in the grand scheme of things. The conceptual development plan is the first phase in this re-entitlement, if you will. The next phase would be preliminary development plan, which also goes before council in an evidentiary matter. And then finally, anything after that is reviewed at the site plan level by planning staff and other town staff. I'm going to quickly go through the greatest hits of both criteria, if you will. Zoning map amendment criteria. Right off the bat, staff identified an inconsistency, something you may have picked up in your staff report. It's that in the character district map, Phoenix Village is listed as being horse country. Why that is, I can't say. It seems very inconsistent, though. Horse country is for wide open spaces, horse trails, but that is what Phoenix Village currently is. And so staff recommends with this application, the council consider a joint amendment to the character districts map of the 2040 comprehensive plan to change that to suburban settlement, which matches the character district of the Shibui Gardens area. Any questions about that little inconsistency? All right. Adverse impacts on neighboring lands. These are the following 4 items that were noted at the June 12th neighborhood meeting. I'm going to refer to some additional comments that were made by neighbors at the end of this presentation. But this is what came out of the neighborhood meeting, and this is what was brought before the planning board, this list of concerns, which I will elaborate on more as they were expanded upon after the planning board meeting. Suitability is presently zoned, of course. PNIC is allowed to continue to exist within its current footprint, but the acquisition of Shibui means that it would not be suitable without going through this process, as mentioned. Health, safety, and welfare. It would increase access to a retirement community, leveraging services through infill development. The application is supported by several policies within the 2040 comprehensive plan, being an active community, which also promotes walkability and being in close proximity to the downtown area of Southern Pines. Housing diversity, that is having duplexes, apartments, having options, if you will. And then ensuring that the nearby development is consistent with the quality of existing neighborhoods. So again, the incorporation of Shibui. The size of the tracts, staff has not identified this as being inconsistent. It's about a little under 7 acres that would be added and incorporated into this plan development if approved. The existing portion of PNIC Village is a little bit more than 30 acres. I'll ask you to disregard the GIS image on the left. I received an update after the publication of your packet, which I will go over. I will note that the Regional Land Use Advisory Committee has responded that there are no cavity trees on site. And the applicants did conduct a survey, or did have Jay Carter and Associates conduct a survey to confirm that there are indeed no cavity trees for red-cockaded woodpeckers, which are protected at the federal level. The applicant has proposed this as a phasing plan. I want to note that the phasing would not be tied to what would be built and at what time. It's actually tied more to infrastructure. So you may see buildings in, say, Phase D in purple, for example, that are already existing. I'll let the applicant speak more to the phasing plan and how that would impact the development. All right, just 4 criteria for CDPs. The first we've discussed, zoning map amendments. The second is consistency with the comprehensive plan. The third is what would involve deviations from the UDO. There's a specific list that was identified by planning staff as being different than the current UDO standard, as the applicants are entitled to request at this phase. The first is to reduce open space from 40-foot widths down to 10. Staff found that to be consistent with a college campus type environment or a retirement home campus where you have many buildings in close proximity to each other with high density. And believe that.
So I'm sorry, so that's to reduce the 40-foot distance between buildings? Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am, forgive me. Open space is required as a part of a CDP application.
Right.
The entire campus must maintain at least 20% open space.
Right,
We don't count it currently if it is less than 40 feet in width.
okay. And so they're not asking for an exception right now regarding the required open space?
Correct. Still 20%, but what could count toward that 20% would be smaller
Only
spaces.
things that are 40 feet wide, is that what you're saying?
As the current standard, they're requesting 10 feet wide be allowed to be counted toward the open space.
And your stance in regard to that? That's a pretty significant change, 40 down to 10.
It is a significant change, but staff believes that it aligns closely with the existing campus and creating walkways between buildings.
Can you give me an example of buildings on campus where that's true?
Exact dimension?
Yeah. Or not the exact dimension, but just, I know that some buildings are connected as if they were duplex or row houses almost. But that's not space between. I'm pretty familiar with the campus. I'm not thinking of things where the distance between two buildings is 10 feet or,
While measurements are not provided with the conceptual design plan, this
Right.
image may show how some buildings can be situated in closer proximity to each other, and the space between them could be counted.
so if measurements are not provided, I'm not sure how we're supposed to make an educated decision as to whether or not to allow that exemption. But
I think you might want to wait for the applicant on that question.
Might be wise.
To make sure I have the right filter. So I'll see these things. What are the requirements in the filter? The CDP, they're not necessarily saying that's what it's going to look like. We're just looking at the general, here's what we're thinking about, and we set the rules for it. And it's later where they would, through site plan, say, here's what it's actually going to look like. And they don't know yet, I guess, I'm saying. They don't have to tell us the distance between buildings because they're not even to that phase yet.
Generally correct, yes.
Right, but they're asking for an exception at this point, and if we're going to talk about exceptions for them, then it seems like we need to address, if that is an issue that's been put before us, it seems like that makes sense to address it. I mean, they're the ones who brought the issue, who made the issue live.
I'm not sure, okay, you said 20% open space, the 40 feet meets that, right?
20% of the campus must be open space.
Right.
They have not requested deviation from that amount. They've requested what can count toward that amount.
Right. So does the 10 feet also? No, it doesn't.
It's a great question, and because we don't know the measurements, it's a great question, right. So they're asking us to create an exemption without giving us the information upon which to base whether or not we agree with an exemption.
There is a visual on page 136 if you all want to look at the
Without
green
measurements,
space.
I think.
No, I know.
Yeah.
It's conceptual.
Conceptual open space was included in the report.
Right,
Thank
so
you,
I have a
Mayor.
problem with, we're here and we want this to be conceptual, but hey, we want these exceptions. It's almost like, which game are we playing? So if we're going to be
We set the
conceptual, let's
rules.
be conceptual, but let's be consistent and not create a pathway for a lot of exemptions at this point. Anyway, you're doing a great job. I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you very much. I just want to understand clearly.
Thank you. I'll go to building height next. As a part of this application, the applicants are proposing that buildings may be up to 55 feet in height. That excludes roofs and also excludes special architectural features. I did request from the applicants to define what special architectural features were, and they did provide that for me as being the list in the parentheses.
If there were not an exception, what would the heights be pursuant to the current rules of the UDO, please?
Staff has identified that at present, well, the zoning of existing PNIC is FRR, and there are no height restrictions for that zone. It's a bit of an odd zone for PNIC to be. Staff has traditionally interpreted that the height limitation for PNIC is up to 50 feet for buildings, and that comes from UDO 421H,
And that includes the roof.
and that includes the roof, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Maddox, will you give me that section number again?
421.
4.2.1, and that's H6 to be more precise.
Okay.
The provision generally allows for hospitals and other facilities that are over 10,000 square feet to be built up to 50 feet in height.
Okay.
And staff has put PNIC into that grouping in the past.
Even though FR doesn't have a height restriction?
Precisely because FR does not have height.
Okay.
Staff had to make a determination in years past, and that's what was provided to PNIC
Okay, thank
for
you.
their existing buildings.
Okay.
So again, PNIC is asking for an exemption at this point when it's supposed to be conceptual, and they want a condition that would allow them to go to 70 feet and to, unlike the rest of the properties in town, would measure just to the interior top of the ceiling. Am I understanding that correct? Correct.
For an exemption at all, because there is no zoning restriction on height, right? It's-
So correct, this is what sets the zoning
Right.
once and for all.
So they're establishing a height with their CDP.
And what height are they asking for?
55 feet for buildings excluding the roofs.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Further, it says 70 feet for spires, cupolas, steeples, dormers.
Okay. Thank you, you can continue.
I'll move on to my next point. The, also part of this application is the requirement that new buildings may be constructed with minimum of 25% brick. current architectural code in Southern Pines is 80% for each facade. The applicant has listed that no vinyl siding would be included and has made a provision for that.
Have they listed alternative materials that would be used on siding?
No.
25%, they want a reduction in 25% brick. And the only assertion is they would not use siding, aluminum siding, but there's not been any material presented as a possibility for an alternative material. Is that correct?
And the provision is against vinyl siding.
It's actually a 55% reduction, right? Didn't you say 80%?
80% for
They're
commercial
asking for
structures.
25%.
25%.
Yes, it's a 55% reduction.
Can I double back to height? Cool, you're right, you did the math right. Well done. Can I double back to height and ask you what, if you know, what is the medium height of buildings on the campus?
I was not provided the median or average height of buildings that are existing on campus, so I'll defer to the
So
applicant.
again, we're asking for something that may be inconsistent with the rest of the campus. We have no idea, no way of knowing, but they want to be able to have the green light to go ahead to 70 feet. Am I understanding that correct?
I think that's another question you might want to pause for the applicant.
But I do want to know if he has any input, if the town has any input. I'm very interested in that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I think that it's questions that they would address.
Okay, thank you.
The town was not provided the average of the existing campus's
Okay,
structures.
great, thank you.
Thank you. The final two requests, garages would not be allowed to face Ridge Street or Delaware Avenue. They must face an internal street. And then the last one has to do with architectural compliance permits. My colleague Jean Ruiz usually oversees those for us, though the rest of our staff is learning. The request is that architecture exceeding 10,000 square feet may be administratively approved if compliant with all sections of 410.4 within our ordinance.
I'm sorry, say it again. My brain didn't go there.
Sure. Currently, any building that is to be constructed in Southern Pines commercially over 10,000 square feet must be reviewed by the town council.
Right.
PNIC is requesting that instead of going before you, if fully compliant with our ordinance, buildings in excess of that amount may instead be reviewed for architectural compliance by town staff
That would be,
to expedite the process for their phases.
Mr. Maddox?
I just have to ask you guys, I know you're passionate about it, but please don't speak from the audience.
Mr. Maddox, just for clarification purposes, is the request that if it meets the current architectural code but exceeds 10,000 square feet, that it could be dealt with administratively? Or if it were to meet, hypothetically, if, for instance, the reduction to 25% brick on the exterior were approved as part of the CDP,
Right.
are they asking that a building that is above 10,000 square feet but meets the standards of the CDP could still be done administratively? Because it is a key difference.
thank you. That's a great question.
I will,
Now, I know the answer, the applicant should answer that question,
Yes.
but it is a key difference.
thank you.
So if they're asking for an exemption on the brick, and they want a reduction of 55%, as Mr. Goodman was good enough to point out, which is great because I'm not math, he is obviously, then they want to get that provision passed tonight, but then they want to take the power from the council to review architecturally if it complies after having already put into place exemptions during what is supposed to be a conceptual hearing. Do I have that right?
You may have to rephrase the last part for me, but generally,
I think I got what you said, but
But I think as Manager Parsons pointed out, it's a question for the applicant.
And I think they have to come back before council before
If
anything
they
further.
ask for the exemption and not have to come back before council, is what he's saying. So they,
P.
yeah.
correct, each PDP phase will be required to go before
Right.
council. This is just for the architecture of buildings.
so by the time we saw it again, the architecture would be a done deal if we give them what they're asking for.
Architecture would be reviewed after, sorry.
It might be water over the dam, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for that.
The PDP would come first.
As one of my favorite people in the world used to say, there is no just kidding. So let's not be funny. All right.
Defer to our applicants then. I highlighted three other things, lighting, signage, and landscaping, that are listed in this application as being consistent with the UDO or the existing campus. appropriateness for location. Punic has been on those grounds since 1964. That's well over 6 decades. Is that math right? So staff has not identified that as being inappropriate by any means, or that the use would be incompatible due to its long-standing history in our community. All right, public infrastructure efficiency, water and sewer connections exist throughout the site. I will note that town staff mentioned that any upgrades that are, should the proposed use of these utilities exceed that which the utilities are capable of handling, that the developer will be responsible for the cost of the upgrades. All right. Before I get to staff recommendation, I want to note a couple things that happened after planning board. The first being that an outside agency comment was received. It was sent to planning staff on Friday and actually received by staff yesterday. That comment comes from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It states that the area of Punic Village is within the Moore County Red Zone. The Moore County Red Zone covers where red-cockaded woodpeckers are protected. It's very similar to this image, where there's large bubbles of influence, if you will, but this image is not the most correct. They've corrected me and stated that most of the campus is within the red zone.
So I'm sorry, is Dr. Carter here this evening?
No, not to my
Do we have a
knowledge.
written statement notarized by him?
We have is, well, yes, actually, the applicants did supply a letter from J. Carter and Associates.
It's a letter from him, is that notarized?
I'll let the applicants answer if it's
Okay,
notarized.
thank you.
It was included in your packet as an
Right, I
attachment.
have that, I know, and it is in fact not notarized, so I could have written that letter.
Did you request that it be notarized? Is that a,
There be.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Councilwoman Peterson, I'm asking staff a question. Is it our standard to ask for it to be notarized?
I'm going to say no, is that correct?
Yeah, it is not a standard.
Okay.
It's not presently a standard that a woodpecker habitat assessment letter be notarized.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm just making sure we're holding everyone to the same standard.
Do we need to rely on the primary evidence from the person who is asserting the point, though?
This is a legislative hearing, so we would not require the expert witness to be present per se, or require some higher level of that evidence being submitted in advance. So a woodpecker assessment prepared by and signed by Dr. J. Carter, submitted, staff would look at that as a reasonable piece of information that we would include in the packet and base a staff report on. But if you have further scrutiny of that, that would be something you could certainly ask the applicant.
Right.
All right. The letter stated that the applicant should be cautious when proceeding with construction, essentially, but I'll let them speak a little bit more to it. But it was provided, and I wanted to point that out. All right, finally, a timeline of events post-planning board that has occurred. I think this is important to go over. Some neighbors contacted me on August 1st, that was Friday before last, to request a meeting with planning staff to discuss some concerns with the project that were not identified during the planning board meeting. Staff met the next business day with this group of neighbors to create a list of concerns that would be conveyed to the applicant's technical representative. And so staff helped to put this, to make the request known in a way that is more efficient, perhaps, by placing it in planning language, if you will. And so I assisted in the facilitating of this list from the concerned neighbors to the applicants. I sent the list the very same day to representatives of the applicant's technical representatives, rather. A few revisions were made to the list, which were also sent 2 days later to the applicant's technical representative. I requested from the applicant that anything that needed to be modified from the planning board be modified by last Wednesday, and it was submitted to me last Tuesday ahead of that. The largest thing that came from the planning board, as you will read in your report, is an increase in the buffer adjacent to East Delaware Avenue. Good picture. To 20 feet with a 30-foot setback. And that was per the request of some neighbors.
So to be clear, the list from the neighbors did not exist prior to the planning board hearing this. Is that correct?
Correct.
They came to you on August 1st, which is a Friday.
Correct.
Did you pass that list on that Friday, or did you pass that list on the 4th, which is Monday?
I did not meet with the neighbors that Friday. They requested to meet on that Monday. And so we met on that Monday, created the list, and then on the same day, I passed the list of concerns to the applicant's technical representative.
And so that list was sent to whom on what date?
That list was sent to Kuntz Jones at V3 Design on Monday, August 4th. That was the first list.
Okay.
I note that a list was revised. I noted the revisions as minimal. It's not a second, totally different list. There were some clarifications in there, but generally the same substance.
So did you send another list on the 5th?
The next list, the neighbors said we wanted to correct a couple things. That was on the 5th, and I sent that back to the applicant's technical representatives on August 7th, so 2 days later.
On the 7th. And then did you hear back from the applicants?
I had a phone call with the applicants.
At what point?
At what point? That was, I wrote it down so I wouldn't have to pull it out of my head. August 5th, with the first list.
5th, the first list, you heard back from the applicants, and they said,
And they stated that this would be addressed by the time of the public hearing this evening.
and has it been? Have you heard back from them? This is now the 12th.
The applicant mentioned wanting to speak to the developers and other staff associated with Peanut Village to see what they would like to do and how they would like to proceed with the list. I did not require them to fix the list of concerns that was provided for the neighbor. I simply conveyed it to them as a means of, this is now your choice.
So you have a series of, which I'd like to get into what that series of what was on that list that were a concern of neighbors, but you have forwarded that list on the 5th, revised that list on the 6th or 7th, and you have never heard back regarding any of the elements on that list. Is that correct?
To a degree, I heard back that it would be addressed this
You
evening.
just heard it, but you have not heard any,
Nothing definitive from the list
just,
or
we're going to
what
be
would
there and we'll address it? And, okay.
I think the expectation would be that they would provide the report on which day was it? Last week on the,
In time for your report,
Yes.
Wednesday, August 5th.
okay, perfect. So they wouldn't have had time to address the concerns anyway before getting a packet to you. So they chose to bring it to us this evening, which we are awaiting the applicant to come and speak to those issues, correct?
Is there a copy of the list
There is.
in here?
I have printed copies I can provide.
We're not going to open it up for public comment until after the applicant. Thank you.
I'm interrupted before you can answer the mayor's question. It was they would not have had time, by the time you're required
I think at this point, we are questioning
for the
their.
stuff you didn't have. I mean, they couldn't have gotten to you. They got it the same day that it was due.
Yeah, this is
Your
just,
days.
it's out of line with what we're trying to decide this evening, so I think we can drop that and actually address the concerns when the applicant comes up here. Okay.
I do have the list ready to be projected. I also have physical copies if council would like to discuss.
Yeah, that would be great if you would pass those out.
Timeliness and communication was right on point.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Briefly add some context about what staff does, why we do it. Following the planning board meeting, if a individual or group of individuals reaches out and says, we'd like to talk with you, one option would be to say, we will not speak with you. Bring your concerns to the next meeting. We don't do that. Just basic customer service. We work for everyone in the town, neighbors, developers. We facilitate this process. And so our team will meet with folks, and when they begin to share concerns, thoughts, we may begin to jot those down and as Mason said, put them into context or frame them within the language of the process that we are facilitating, that we're the experts in, that we don't expect everyone to be experts in. So the nature of this list is merely, let's take everything down and then let's pass it on to the applicant and let the applicant address it. Because this list is not taken down as, please understand, this list is not something where Staff passed it on and said, you should fix all these things, or you don't need to fix any of these things, or anything. We just say, hey, here's what the neighbors have communicated to us. Now you're aware. Do with it as you see fit.
And we appreciate that you opened up the line of communication. Mr. Maddox, did you have more for us?
No, not at this time.
I do have one quick question. If you could, like, Cliff Note version, give us the review at planning board, how that went, what concerns or objections, or how did that go? I know there's some text in here, but the planning board hearing for this.
This is the list of issues that was identified at the June 12th neighborhood meeting. This is also what was largely discussed at the planning board.
Okay.
You will find
Was
many
there
of these-
objection to any of this at the planning board? Objection to this, this project?
Objection to the project.
I mean, how do they vote?
Planning board
Yeah.
voted unanimously to approve with modified
Okay.
recommendation that the buffer on East Delaware Avenue, adjacent to the Shibui parcels,
Okay.
be expanded from what it was proposed.
Okay.
Did the applicant address the traffic issue of construction traffic coming from Delaware?
Construction traffic?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Just want to make sure we talk about it. All right, do you have any other questions for staff at this moment?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maddox.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite the applicants to speak.
Thank you, Mason. Mayor,
Good evening.
Council, good to be here tonight. I'm Bob Kuntz with Kuntz Jones Design. I'm here this evening representing the applicant, Jay Greer and Phoenix Village. And also here tonight as well with me are Tony Bornhorst from Phoenix Village and Chip Cromartie, both with Phoenix Village. What I'd like to do is walk through the presentation and go through the items in the report. I think Mason did a good job of talking through the zoning implications and where things stand today. So what I'd like to do first is just a little background. As Mason said, you know, the zoning today, this is an opportunity to expand Phoenix Village. There's a great demand there. I've actually got some numbers that I'll show in just a second. But talking through, I think this fits the comprehensive plan. And I think Mason added some of the comprehensive plan, how it's congruent with the comprehensive plan. And there was one other section of the comprehensive plan in Chapter 4 that talked about the townwide concepts and talked about classifies it as boomers and what do boomers need in the town of Southern Pines. And it says there that as people age, they're going to be looking for different housing choices. They're going to be looking for multifamily units, apartments, opportunities to downsize. And specifically, there's also a need for senior housing to allow and encourage seniors in the Southern Pines to age in place. Walkable areas, places that they can walk downtown, all those types of things. Having everything here at Phoenix already is very efficient in that expansion of facilities. They already have the village hall and the chapels and all those things and the facilities, dining facilities already on campus. So expanding that facility makes a lot of sense. In looking at the demand of Phoenix Village, you look at the demand there and right now, all the existing independent living units are 100% occupied or reserved at this point, whether they're in some kind of upfit or upgrades and things like that. The independent living units that are coming online now are all 100% sold. And there's a waiting list of over 250 people, and it grows each month. So there's a real demand in town for this type of development, and the comprehensive plan recognized that. It recognized the demand for this. And again, the efficiency of keeping it here, there's already a facility, and being able to expand the facility makes a lot of sense. Mason did a good job of explaining the access points and the existing conditions. As you see here, the Shibui area is highlighted in yellow. You can see the other areas of the site. The access points, the main gate is indicated in yellow and on Ridge Street. And then there are two other access points. And then Shibui Gardens has a current street on it as well, where all 42 of the existing apartments go out onto Delaware Avenue. So all the development goes directly out onto Delaware Avenue. There's no opportunity to disperse that traffic out of the area. Looking at the zoning map, the current zoning map, the FRR area, Mason did a good job of explaining what that is and the very limited standards that are part of that. There's no density requirement, there are no standards, really very little standards for height, all those types of things. So in this case, PNIC is asking through this PDP or PD process and the CDP, and they are actually putting restrictions on themselves for this adjacent parcel, the RM1. That parcel, the RM1, is roughly 7.71 acres, and RM1 zoning allows for a density of 10 to 12 units per acre. So looking at that, that site that you see there in orange that's highlighted, that site would actually be permitted for about 92 units now. So you could, right now it's 42, but that could go to 92 units as of today. Just under a standalone development, all of that traffic could be a single lane, single use, just like the Shibui Gardens now. It would just be 92 apartments coming out of a single access onto Delaware Avenue, as opposed to 42 apartments. The one parcel, and this came up during the discussion, the one parcel that is there indicated in orange is a parcel that PNIC does not own at this point in time. They do also own, if you're at Weymouth Woods and the parcel, the yellow parcel from Weymouth Woods up, they own the next parcel up from there right now as well. So that parcel is also owned. So looking at the master plan and the concept plan, looking at the overall, you can see the access points. You can see in this plan how the access point going out onto Delaware Avenue will connect to the entire framework of the overall community. It starts to help with fire access, emergency access, utilities, all those things. It also helps disperse traffic throughout the entire development. So it adds another point of egress out for residents of the community.
Bob, let me interrupt you just
Yep,
one second.
sure.
I wanted to clarify the property that you said that they own is it those 3 lots on Delaware?
No, they own this lot right now, that one right there.
I got you. Okay. All right, thank you.
So looking at the phasing plan, and as Mason mentioned, largely the Shibui area is part of Phase E on this plan. And as he mentioned, a lot of the phasing that we've done on this is really related to utilities. The town staff really wanted to make sure that there were loops of the water lines, sewer lines were correct, and that no interruption in service happened during the planning or during the construction of the rest of the project. So if something gets built, it has to have an alternative route and make sure that water, sewer, fire protection, all those services remain during the process of construction. Also, as Mason mentioned, we did modify and we added this diagram from after the planning board to show the landscape buffer and the building setback and the iron fence. In the planning board meeting, there was some discussion about the setback along the units. I'll point. In particular, on the unit along Delaware Avenue in this section. And in that section, we agreed to move the setback from 20 feet to 30 feet, 30 feet being the standard right now for the RM1 district. So it's a 30-foot setback for RM1. So we agreed to go back to the setback. So if 90 units were built here of apartments today, which could be constructed under the RM1 zoning, it would maintain and follow that 30%. The next slide, and this actually will address, I think, some of the issues related to stormwater that have come up in the letter that was, and the email that was, and the questions that were part of this. One of the big issues was stormwater management. If you look at this plan, and we did some takeoffs on impervious surface of the current Shibui Gardens property, and the proposed property and what you see there. Right now, the Shibui Gardens property is about, it's a little more than 1.25 times the amount of impervious surface than what's proposed on the new plan. So there's significantly more impervious surface today on the Shibui Gardens project than will exist for this project. So the actual impervious surface is going to go down on this, or going to go down on the site. So that should help with any stormwater management issues that are happening with Shibui right now and in those locations. So that will really help address. As a matter of fact, the town may or may not require, we will have some stormwater management that we'll have to do on that, but from a state standpoint, we technically would not have to have any stormwater management on the site because of the existing impervious surface.
Does Shibui have stormwater management?
It does
currently?
not. There's no stormwater management there today.
So get back real fast. You said, understand what you said they could do now under the RM1, but should this move forward, absolutely. If before anything is put there, it would have to go through our standard stormwater management process, reviewed at technical review committee, and all, it would have to meet all those standards.
It will have to meet all of those standards, correct?
Okay.
And the town engineer will make sure that we've gone through the standards and meet the state regs and the town regulations.
Okay.
Obviously, with some of the recent storms, it's hard to design to a 500-year storm, and I don't think anybody would want to do that. So, so that's quite the change.
Recent storms.
Chantel,
Right. About it.
that wiped out a lot of the area.
It sure did.
It wiped out a lot of places.
There was
And
no stormwater treatment in place before that storm, was there?
For what? For the town?
For the Phoenix property.
There was, yes, there was.
Where was that?
It was under construction, and actually, Tony can answer the specifics, but the stormwater management was actually under construction at the time, and they were waiting to install a pipe. They had started the installation of the project, and there was a conflict between the utility lines. And as they came in, the utility line had to be, the outfall pipe had to be relocated. And at that point in time, for that basin, the outfall pipe was not in place.
Do you think it's good practice to start that building in that area of Phoenix without having a stormwater basin in place?
It was permitted by the town. It was part of, and that stormwater, the way it works, there's sediment basins. There are actually sediment
Dan,
basins during the
I understand.
process. Then those sediment basins are converted to stormwater basins. So technically, that storm hit on the exact right day in the weather. That was just a day that got,
And washed out that
One of those
entire
days.
area, right? And there were no pipes then, there were no drain pipes at that time when that storm hit, correct?
there was no pipe in that pond,
Correct.
no outfall pipe in that pond.
So
at
there
that
was
time.
no way for that water to get to the street except to come over the edge and take a lot of sedimentation with it. And we had a red clay river down Ridge Street, right?
Cleaned up.
Mr. Coons, I just
like
want to
the
ask,
next day.
the line of questioning that's happening right now, there's currently no construction happening on Shibui, right? What
Not
you're
on Shibui, no.
But there is,
presenting right now is just the Shibui.
Correct.
So the questions are about a different project. Correct. Okay, then we're just going to let those pass.
The
That's something that
stormwater,
we can address at a
we'll
different
go
time.
through the process of stormwater management during the process.
my question is about stormwater management and
Or the
that-
project before.
Phoenix in general, if we're making this all one property. If that was in, your assertion is that that was under construction, there were no pipes in when a, quote, 500-year,
And if you notice, the Longleaf Dam failed.
No, I
There were
wanted-
things
I
that
wanted
failed
about-
all over town.
I
That were
understand.
stormwater management devices during that.
but
storm.
there was not a system or a drain in place. And we ended up with a river of red clay mess coming down Ridge Street.
Well,
I think the manager Parsons would like to say something.
I don't want to change topics. If you're going to continue this conversation, I would ask permission to ask a question based upon this map that's on the screen, and it goes back to our planner's presentation when we opened. Mr. Coots, if I'm reading the bottom corner of that correctly, it looks like you're setting aside on this conceptual plan a little over 15 acres of open space. You've got a total acreage calculation there of about 44, or about a 33% open space. The discussion earlier was that there was a 20% requirement, so you're well in excess of that. but there was also a request to reduce the 40-foot width requirement to 10 feet in order to be able to count something toward open space.
Correct.
Is there an area of this map that you have in mind that you're wanting to count with that reduction? Because it seems like you're going to meet the 20% threshold with or without it. That's if you see the line of questioning and where it's headed, while this map is on the screen.
Yes, I understand that line of questioning, and yes, we should be well above 20% impervious surface. There's areas like this area where there'll be a walkway.
Open space, not impervious surface.
Correct, open space, yeah, the green area here, where you'll have open space and a sidewalk and benches and trees and things like that, where it's more like I picture this more as a college campus or some type of a campus rather than a housing development. It is in that vein, and if you're on a college campus and you're walking through buildings, in between buildings, they can be wonderful spaces, but they're only 20 feet wide. It's something we did when we were working through the Village Walk plan as well. And actually the language that we use is out of the Village Walk. It's the same language that we took from Village Walk. So, but again, we see areas like these areas. We're not even counting this area, but there could be sidewalks in that area with tree line, canopies of trees, and things like that over time. So,
And would those be trees that were left there? Or would those be trees that you would have graded the entire, it would depend. I would like a stronger answer than that.
well, it would depend because based on the way that, in particular, the way that this is constructed, in order to remove the existing units, the trees are a lot of the trees are going to have to come down in there because they're going to have to because they're overhanging buildings now. They're in the middle of parking lots and there's literally, some of those trees have a tree and asphalt around them. So it's not exactly a great condition.
And the topography of the entire Shibui property is well above the topography of Delaware. Am I correct?
It falls this way.
Mm-hmm.
The topography falls this way.
Right.
It's about, this property boundary is about 6 to 7 feet above Delaware Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the map.
So everything on that property is above Delaware Avenue.
And any stormwater will be directed this way.
How are we going to direct that? Are we going to put pipes in this time? I'm sorry to be curt, but seriously?
I think that we need to at least maintain a level of decorum in the meeting, please.
Right now, it depends on what the plan ends up. And we'll come back through the PDP process to show you the exact plan, once we get through the CDP process.
Mr. Coons, thank you so much for your patience. Please continue. We haven't even heard the rest of what you got to say.
I do actually have a question. You mentioned impervious surface, and I'm trying to figure out how the conceptual design would have more pervious surface than what's existing right now. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, how is that possible? Is it because the road is so wide?
Yeah, and if you look at the Shibui Gardens plan, if you had an aerial photograph, actually, I don't know if we've got an aerial, I think we have one back here. If you actually look at this plan, you can see where the buildings are, but what you don't see in this is all the parking. This parking area comes all the way down here. This road is constructed, there are parking areas in front of all these buildings, so there are large parking areas. And if you look at, there's a little tree line drive here that has just lots of asphalt everywhere, and the trees are very tight here.
Okay.
So based on that impervious surface, we calculated that there's probably about 20,000 square feet less of impervious surface on the proposed plan than there is on this current plan. So
Based on,
so a lot of these, the roads here, the parking areas, all those things will be converted to landscaping and permeable areas.
Okay.
okay, so you've mentioned it depends as your answer in regard to whether or not trees would be taken down. Based on your understanding of the land and the topography and what is currently there, what percentage of the trees that are currently there do you think would remain?
This is a zoning application. It's not a
I'm
PDP
interested.
application. I couldn't begin to tell you.
Thank you. If you want to proceed.
So looking at the total number of units here, the development tabulation, Currently on the property, there are 268 units, and it's a mixture of independent living, single-family, duplex, assisted living, memory care, so it's a little bit of everything. And what we're asking for is to actually have a density of the overall property, which doesn't exist on the FRR property today. So imposing that on Phoenix, and asking to go to 474 units, an additional 206 units combined, and that could be any of those types of units based on demand and based on the current demand of what's happening.
Will you repeat those units? I'm sorry, I meant to write it down.
Sure.
and Had to get to my page, okay. What was it? Additional units?
It's 206 additional units.
Is, for clarification, we're talking a lot about, say it wrong, Shabui,
Yes. Shabui.
but is it anticipated that those extra 206 are all going on that spot or balanced across the totality of the 40 acres?
Yeah, that would be balanced across the entirety of the Phoenix property. So the FRR and the other areas. Some of it will be redevelopment of some of the older buildings. They're planning to do some redevelopment of some of those buildings. Some will be new construction, and some will be actually on the Shabui parcels. Most of what's planned right now for the Shabui parcels are independent living, like single-story duplex units or single units. So that's mostly what's proposed at this point in time and thought to be the actual application. You can see that on the plan there. There are a couple of apartment buildings to the north on the Shabui parcel, but it's really envisioned to be mostly.
Can you point out where the apartment building would be and tell me what your proposal would be in regard to that?
Right now, the plan just shows 2 apartment buildings that will match redevelopment of other buildings on the property.
And so the proposed height on those would be 70 feet?
Could be up, well, that would be the spires, but 55 feet.
55 feet on an internal wall?
No, at the height, at the eve.
5 feet
At
on
the
the-
eve of the building,
I'm sorry?
at the eve of the building.
The eave of the building, 55 feet. So not the ceiling on the top floor?
Well, the eve would probably be pretty close to where the ceiling is, but depending on the architecture.
Over again, we've got a microphone, just to make sure that as you walk over, you can talk.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't need to use them
Thank
both
you.
right now, but if you need to. I think, so you may have answered, because some of the increased units are being spread apart or spread across the acreage, but I had on page 106 of our packet this evening that it was an additional 164 people. And then you said 260, or 206 additional units, which wouldn't line up.
164?
On page 106, if somebody else, I'm sorry, I'm like bouncing around between pages. So adding 7 acres and increasing by 164 people. I just want to make sure that I have my numbers correct.
Is it specifically?
Although the project will increase total units from 310 to 474. Maybe my math was wrong.
There are
Yep, my math was wrong.
268 today.
That's 164, not people, units.
Correct.
Again, just because I'm really trying to grasp, that's for the totality, not just the 7 acres.
That's correct. That's across the entirety of the property.
But is it 164 units or 206 units? Because there's,
200, I'm not sure where that number's coming from. It's 206 units. This is the table that was included in the document. This was the table.
That one says 264.
yeah, the numbers are off. Okay.
This appears to have possibly come from staff's analysis of the traffic design analysis. Based on the traffic design analysis prepared by Kimley Horn and included as an attachment to the staff report, the proposed redevelopment of Phoenix Village is not expected to significantly impact surrounding traffic volumes. Although the project will increase total units from 310 to 474, it results in only 122 additional daily trips. So in reading that, I assume that the 310 must come from a number that's in the TDA. Does that sound fair? We'll see where that 310 number comes from and compare and contrast to the guidelines.
Okay, just to make sure that traffic analysis is correct as well then. Thank you.
The 310, I'm looking at the traffic analysis now, 310 units is the 42 units of Shabui Gardens apartments today, plus the 268 that are new.
Okay,
So that's that number. That's what the number is.
okay.
And the proposal is to take what is currently 42 units, which you're not counting in your totals, you're just saying, oh, that's a wash. 42 units, and turn that into 92 units, and then there's a vague understanding of the.
No, we're not asking for
multifamily.
anything specific on the Shibui parcels at all. There's no set number of units that would be on those right now. This is a zoning
What
application.
determines the specificity that you ask for? When you ask for a specificity on height, what makes that determine, what do you ask for? What determines what you ask for at this point? Because it seems like to me,
A lot of the architecturals, and I'll get to that eventually. I will get to that, but that number, those heights are based on things that the council has already granted. And we're asking, the architectural changes that we're asking for are things that Phoenix Village has asked for multiple times in
so
the
that
process
is based on
of
things that the
design.
council has already granted based on previous buildings on the campus? Is that
Correct.
correct?
That's correct.
And what is the height? What is the medium height of the buildings on campus?
The tallest building is about 50 feet right now.
Right. And it is
and-
it's a pitch roof with a flat top, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
3 stories, correct?
That's
With
correct.
parking underneath. And that's as high as we've gone, is a total off the roof of 55, including the spires and the cupolas and all the things. Is that correct?
I'm not 100% certain. I can't give you an exact answer on that.
You can't give me an example of a building that has spires and cupolas that's 70 feet on campus, can you?
I can't.
You cannot.
I cannot. But we're requesting
But now
that.
you're asking for that, and you're also asking for that on, it's unclear where you're asking to be able to do that, but if you're doing that on Delaware, which we haven't even touched at all on what Delaware is like right now, but if you're asking for that to front Delaware, maybe,
Again, we could do currently, there's an ability to do 92 units at 3 stories with pitched roofs on that tract of land right now. In the RM1 district, it allows to go to over 40 feet in height. And it also, the zoning ordinance also allows for spires and other architectural features
But this
in
cons-
multifamily development. So that could be the development that's permitted right now on the RM1
right,
property.
but it concerns me that you're also saying that what you intend to put on Shibui is, my understanding, and maybe I'm just hearing what I want to hear, is 1-story duplexes. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
So you want to put 92 1-story duplexes to replace 42?
No. This is across the entirety of the property. This doesn't just impact. This is what we're talking
Oh, grab that microphone. I'm sorry.
What we're talking about this evening is units across the entirety of the property, an extra 206 units.
Right, that's 206. But you have said, we're going to take down the 42 on Shibui, and we're going to put up 92. Okay, so what is your understanding of what you're asking for on Shibui?
At this point, I'm asking to have the entire property zoned to add 206 units across the entirety of the property, or
And are there other
268.
places other than this parcel,
Yes, there are
you're
other.
talking about putting more property, putting more buildings?
We're talking about redevelopment of this area, we're talking about development of this area. There's a lot of other area that's undeveloped on campus that will be developed as part of it.
So some of that includes Bishop's Ridge.
No,
That is not
Bishop's
even-
Ridge is not part of this application.
Okay. So, am I not looking at Bishop's Ridge right there?
No, you're not. Bishop's Ridge is right here.
Right, okay, okay.
Mr. Coons, how many existing units are on Phoenix campus right now?
Either on campus or under construction right now,
268,
there are
is that what I saw?
268,
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
That does not count 42 Shibui duplexes that you're about to tear down.
That does not.
Right.
The 310.
That would be 310.
Right.
Thank you.
So we've addressed most of the architectural standards already. And looking at those, again, those are standards that have been requested of previous councils and by Phoenix Village and been granted. So rather than having to go back through that architectural review process again, over and over, just to be granted those items. And since those items have been granted in the past, there is a specific character to the campus today. And in order to maintain that character throughout the campus, we wanted to just go ahead and try and codify those and help expedite process going through the next time. Essentially, what we've asked for is the building height.
I'm sorry. But previous councils have agreed to those restrictions with a maximum height, including those pieces of property, the couple of those.
In order to
At
meet
50.
demand of the property and to get there,
Do not
there's a provision.
hang on us what previous councils have done and then ask for a 70-foot height. That's not a fair assessment. If previous councils have said, yes, you can put cupolas and whatever else you want to put up there, but your height is going to be 50 feet, and suddenly previous councils have said we can do this, so now we want 70 feet. Does that make any sense?
It makes sense for the future development and build out of the property. It does, because topographically and where it sits and the fact that these heights will be back in the unit and around the property and dispersed throughout, it does make sense. And to meet the needs of Southern Pines as anticipated in the comprehensive plan, it makes a lot of sense to go to a higher unit. As we're trying to preserve open space, we're trying to have more trees, going up allows that to happen. The more we go up, the less we have to grade, the more trees we can have, and all those kinds of things. So in order to meet the needs of the community, it is important to go to a taller building.
Okay, well, let's talk about the needs of the community. Let's talk about what the neighbors have indicated to your
let's-
concerns. Are you going to address that at some point? Or do you want me to run you through those 8 things?
I appreciate, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was like, let's get through your
Mayor.
presentation first.
Yeah, thank you.
One other thing that we've asked for in this is, rather than having to go through the Architectural Review Board and go through an architectural compliance permit, since the staff and since these have been granted in other instances and often, rather than going back through that process, since the staff already has the ability to view a 10,000 square foot building for compliance with these additional standards and having the architectural standards for everything else, we thought that it might be possible to go ahead and not take up everybody's time if it's going to be approved anyhow, and go ahead and have that approved by staff if it meets those standards. Now, if there's a deviation, if they're asking for a modification to that, they would have to go back through the architectural compliance permit process directly.
The staff, what's your feeling on that in the sense of if that were what were to happen? We've never given that, that's never been an ask before. So currently, if it's 10,000 or over, y'all don't see it, we do our process for it. How do y'all respond to that as far as what it would put on you? And also the issue of the standards that would be in their narrative here, or the standards under our current architectural compliance?
If the town council approves a planned development that establishes an architectural code, and the town council approves it, and the council is okay with whatever standard, 80, 25, et cetera, et cetera, we're comfortable administratively approving architecture, because if it doesn't meet that standard, then it'll have to go to town council. So we've had really good experiences so far with incentivizing commercial development to comply with the architectural code in order to get architectural compliance permits approved faster, have them done administratively. So whereas it used to be, if they had to go to town council anyways, they might as well request 6 deviations, 4 deviations. I'm talking about outside of planned developments. But now we're seeing more come in and say, yes, we'll meet all 10 standards. We check the boxes for the 10 standards and we approve it, or we review it, we see it doesn't. So in the context of a new planned development being created, if the standards are there, to us, it doesn't matter if it's a 5,000 square foot building or a 15,000 square foot building. If it meets the code on the outside, we can administratively approve it.
But this ask has never happened before, is that correct?
To my knowledge, we do not have any planned developments that establish a unique architectural code that then include in that plan development the ability for town staff to administratively approve in a manner different than that which is default in the UDO. That is correct.
And do you have any reservations based on the fact that they're asking for a 70-foot height, and then they don't want to come before the council in that regard? So they want a lot of exceptions at this point, but then they want to take the power from the council to be able to review what they come up with. Does that concern you on any level?
The purpose of a plan development is to establish the standards within that plan development. And the process of creating those standards is this process right here. So if the town council is not comfortable with a certain standard proposed in a draft CDP that comes before you, you don't have to approve it if you're not comfortable with that standard. The applicant can amend that standard, but you're working with the applicant to write the zoning code for this property. Whatever standards are in there, if you don't like those standards, we're writing the standards right now. We're not assessing compliance with those standards for a particular phase. We're writing the standards. So whether or not we have, the comp plan does call for continuing care retirement communities. This is an existing one that is intensifying and doubling down on the existing location. So our analysis, we stand by our analysis at this point, given the information we have and the information we know, with the caveat that any of these standards, such as the 25, reducing from 80% brick to 25% brick, increasing building heights, those are all subject to town council's approval still. And this is exactly the way to do it.
So, and if I might add to that, part of the reason we asked for this is because very recently the staff was given permission to review 10,000 square foot buildings. That happened very recently, BJ, if I'm correct.
That is correct. It depends on your definition of very recently. It's been like a year.
It's been about a year, but it's still something, and I think so far the process, we've gone through the process with you. It's been a positive process and works well. So that's part of the reason we asked for this, rather than going through the time and working with staff through the process, and rather than the month or few months that it takes to get through this process.
Does the 10-year plan take into consideration a consistency with the existing neighborhood in which planning would be, or building would happen?
Yeah, the 2040 comprehensive plan contains policies regarding, consistency with community character when you redevelop or when you intensify the character of an area, yes.
And can either you or Mr. Maddox, please, probably Mr. Maddox, because I know this is near and dear to his heart, can he describe the current environment of Delaware for me, please, that this would abut?
Can you be more specific? I'll be happy.
Can you tell me what that is, what is the character of Delaware currently like? Describe it for me.
Of Delaware Avenue as it abuts
As it
Shibuya
abuts
or Shibuya
this
itself?
property, yeah. Are there high-rises there?
Duplexes largely there,
Is there some duplexes?
lower stories, yes.
Okay. Is it essentially one-story buildings?
Yes,
Are there some single-family residents?
also yes.
Okay. And what about the tree cover or lack thereof?
From staff's analysis of the site, there is what appears to be a robust existing buffer between the outer perimeter of what would become the Shibuya expansion and East Delaware Avenue, as seen from this aerial. Yes.
And I appreciate every question that you're asking, because I know they're all pertinent. But let's try to let Mr. Kuntz finish this presentation. And write your questions down. Maybe we can get to them, we can expedite this, in some way. I'm hoping.
So during the neighborhood meetings, we heard a lot of discussion about the traffic of the additional development and how it might impact Delaware Avenue and how it might impact other places. So we went ahead, even though we didn't think it was going to be a requirement, we went ahead and did a trip distribution analysis just to understand that the current situation and then the future proposed situation. So in looking at that, with the 42 units that are there, existing multifamily, Again, they all come out at one access point. They're all 42 units are going directly onto Delaware Avenue. Also, multifamily housing is a much more intense traffic generator than continuing care retirement communities. It's significantly different. In particular, if you think about it, in a multifamily development, you may have 3 cars, you may have children, you may have all those types of things there, versus a continuing care facility where the average car, I think it's like 0.7 cars per unit there. So it's a significantly lower traffic generator. In addition, there are lots of opportunities on site for dining and a lot less activity where people have to leave the site. So it makes sense that the generation of traffic is significantly less than multifamily. So Travis Fluitt with Kimley Horn ran the analysis and looked at the future with the 474 units at full build out. And what he found was it was only an increase of 122 new daily trips, which again doesn't trigger a traffic impact analysis in the town of Southern Pines. There was actually a net reduction in the peak hour traffics, which makes sense because peak hour, the retired folks are not going to jobs in the morning and they're not going to school, they're not, those kinds of things. So it actually was a pretty good decrease in the amount of traffic on the peak hours. He did, as his analysis, he did look at the streets and he did recommend a stop sign, not because of any of the additional traffic that will be added, the 122 trips, but because he saw it as a safety hazard. And as an engineer, if he saw a safety hazard, he has to identify it in the plan. And he recommended a traffic stop sign at the intersection of Delaware Avenue and Youngs Road. It's a very weird intersection. It's a very strange intersection. And there's one of those pieces coming into it that isn't stopped right now. There's no stop sign. He recommended a stop sign to go there.
Did you also address the concern of construction traffic?
We did not, because part of it is if you're looking at, so.
Microphone, sorry. Sorry.
So from a construction perspective, this is a gate with a small entrance coming in. This is gated, this is gated. There's only one way in and one way out into this parcel right now. So obviously, construction traffic, there's no way to get there from here right now. So obviously, construction traffic and demolition and all of those things are going to have to occur, and it's going to have to go out on Delaware Avenue. There's no other way to get there. So
There is a plan to do a cut-through. Am I not correct?
really make that connection?
Right.
At some point, yes.
That could, in fact, be done before construction began. And
Issues, these are not necessarily street widths that are the same as what you see in a public street. These are-
Right, nor is
these are more
Delaware
narrow
relative to
driveways.
Ridge.
Actually, it is. It's a public street.
No, nor is Delaware as wide as Ridge is my point.
It's not, but it's still a public street and of the width of a
I
public street.
understand it's a public street, but it's also, there's not a lot of width on Delaware.
So the construction will have to occur sequenced to take this out and to remove this, and that will all be going out of Delaware Avenue.
So
Because
are you telling me it's impossible to do the cut-through now as far as construction goes?
we're going to take this out right now. There's no way to take this out and construct and build an entrance from here to here. It's just not able to occur
Why is that?
because there's not a connection here right now. There's no connection.
Connection. That is the ultimate plan, correct? It's on your map.
Eventually, but this could be 3 phases from now, this construction, the way this looks right now.
why-
There's a large building here right now, that's one of the older buildings. This plan shows it long-term being connected and back through.
So you're saying that right now it's impossible to do a
Construction
connector?
will need to happen on Delaware Avenue.
The phasing of this project yet, or is that something you're still working on?
No, that's something that's still being worked on in the process.
It is a really big project. Like, there's a
It
lot
is.
changing on this property. Okay.
A lot happening on the western side of the property, and there's a lot of vacant space there and a lot of remodeling and things that are going to happen, redevelopment that are going to happen as well.
To answer a question you had earlier, this existing development tabulation that was on slide 9 shows at the bottom of the top table shows 268 for existing. And the reason that number 310 appeared in the staff report is because in the TDA, you can see here on the top table under table 1 that the low-rise multifamily housing that is presently on Shibui is 42. You already knew this?
Thanks, BJ.
I was going to let you do it. You sounded great.
Answer was going to be the same. Thank you. I was like,
Wish I had looked up about 30 seconds
right.
All right. So with that, I would like to go through a couple of these from the neighbors' concerns. Now, we had a couple of neighborhood meetings. I've talked to several of the neighbors and sent multiple emails to different folks. Based on the timing, it's correct. We did not have time, in my discussion with Mason, we didn't have time to get anything into the staff report, so we just waited until tonight in order to address some of these items. So, so looking at most of the first comment is all related to stormwater management and related to those items of stormwater management. Again, I think most of the concern goes back to Chantal, and I've seen the videos. I know it was a mess, but it was a 500-year storm. I mean, the town of Southern Pines is, anybody that came here tonight from Southern Pines had to drive around a road that failed and pipes that failed. So it was a significant issue. And, you know, it happened everywhere. Dams burst, et cetera. So given that the stormwater plans were approved by the town and everyone else and based on state regulations, that fully in place and not a 500-year storm, stormwater
so-
management should be taken care of.
So the plans that were approved by the town supposedly were approved by the engineer, the town engineer?
Yes.
And did the town engineer approve a basin without drainage?
At some point, you have to construct something. You can't, the
Understand.
day one, it
My
cannot
question
be in
is,
place.
did they approve that? And was that to have been done prior to the building in the same area as where that,
They were following the sequence that was supposed to be followed in the development of the project.
how long
based
had
on
the
town.
basin been there without the pipes?
One of the first things we did, basin went in, this started it. We started to put the outlet pipe when.
Sir, if you
the base-
could be so kind and just come to the microphone.
I'd like to make another comment too. It has been extremely difficult for me to follow this presentation. I want you to get from A to Z, and then we can ask all of these questions that are unrelated to what you're talking about right now.
That's fair.
And if
Yeah, let's get through the
someone could
neighbors'
just give me that
concerns.
grace to let's finish this presentation, because my head is all over the place how everything's gone through this hearing. So please finish.
Okay, so Tony will address, actually, do you want to, should he go ahead and address it now, since he's here, and go ahead and, it's part of, well, I guess it's
I mean,
part
the
of
question
this.
is, how long was the holdup?
Yeah. Yeah.
When we got I'm Tony Bornhorst, Director of Construction at Phoenix. When we got our permits from the town, they have a sequencing plan of how we have to put in stormwater management before we can do any work. We
Right.
put in that pond, it was called a retention basin to start with. It didn't have an outlet to start with, for the beginning to start construction. So we started construction.
So when were the permits granted by us?
When did we start construction?
I don't know if it's specifically relevant. I want to make sure that
Relevant
we.
in regard to just care as far as stormwater goes. I think a negligent practice is something that we should take.
I agree.
Heart.
So.
Thank you.
I'll get through the steps and then maybe it'll help explain it.
Okay.
So we started it, they got ready to start putting in an outlet structures, everything else. When we got down to starting to check where utilities were, we were gonna go through a water line and a sewer line. So we had to redesign our outlet structure. When we did a redesign, it had to go back to planning to be reviewed. They had it, they reviewed it, and it, whatever, 3 weeks, whatever it was, we got it back. The material was ordered to come in because it changed pipe sizes, changed structures. You can't just go get them off a shelf. They came back, said, this is what you need to do. We had it ordered, the material was coming to the site, and Chantel hit. We
When
hit.
did you put the pipes in?
When did we put them in? They're in now. They were
When did you
in
put 'em in?
after Chantel.
Immediately after Chantel?
About 2 weeks after we started working on it, yes.
So you had the pipes?
We didn't have the pipes when Chantel hit.
You did not have the pipes?
We
when
did
Chantel-
not have the structures. When
But
they
you had-
came, we started immediately that next time.
But you had started construction. I mean, the construction's flying up down there.
Construction has started, and that was part of the sequence. Once we had that in, the town has come out, they've done inspections, said you're good to keep moving forward, and that's what we've done.
Can you finish, Mr. Coons?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Sure. So the next was, the second item was a discussion about height, which I think we've talked about a lot. The third item was the number of units, which we've discussed a lot tonight. The question was, residents of Phase E and their guests be permitted to use the Delaware entrance. Only residents of Phase E. I think that gate, there will be a gate placed there. That gate will only have access by residents. Only residents will only be able to use that, but not just from E. It will be residents of the entire property. So it would be a resident-only gate,
But for residents from the entire property to use that gate, you've got to have the cut-through
yeah.
that you
you're
said
right.
you can't do.
No,
He's gonna-
I didn't
he's
say
going
that.
to do it, it's
It's
just
part of
not-
the plan. It's during construction, we can't do that cut-through.
So you can't do a
Because of
cut-through for
phasing and the
construction.
way things are built, we cannot do it that way. It will not work from a construction sequencing standpoint.
There were how many issues? 9?
I'm sorry?
Were there 9 issues?
There were.
Okay, just making sure we get through all of them.
Okay. So the fifth one was construction traffic.
Okay, perfect.
6 was remove the provision of 4.2.4 that permits landscaping substitutions for fencing. That is something I actually addressed in the text. It's actually a section of the UDO that permits that. So if you put a screen fence, you can reduce the amount of landscaping. And we were just codifying that that would be permitted within the development. It's already a UDO provision. It's something that's there. That we were asking to codify that and make it permanent as part of this application. The requirement that Phoenix staff within the campus and will park on the campus and not along Ridge Street. I'm not sure how to control that. It's a public street. I'm not certain what we would do in that perspective.
And that was Ridge Street?
That's Ridge Street, correct. That's number 7.
Yeah, I would offer on that one, if that is council's desire, then we need to consider a separate ordinance that actually prohibits parking along one or both of those streets. It would be difficult to determine whether something is a staff car versus just a resident living along those streets.
Yeah, what if it's
So-
someone's house and they have a guest over? That's,
Yeah.
okay, that's hard. All right, we'll address that.
To preserve the entire planted buffer adjacent to Delaware Avenue as fit. So we really don't know. So a lot of, if you look at the area, some of the Shabui Gardens driveway actually goes almost to the property boundary. There's not really any vegetation there. So what we would like to do and what we've added to the language is that that we would be able to take credit and incentivize tree preservation along that buffer as best as possible during the process. Again, because those units have to come down, the Shabui Gardens apartments, we have no idea how many trees are going to have to come out as a result of just tearing up foundations, getting equipment in. It would be impossible to know that at this point in time.
Okay.
Again, next is a limit on, number 9 was a limit on building height. And then fully obscure from view by a combination of buffering and height limitation from Delaware Avenue. What we've done, we've gone back to the 30-foot setback and provided a 20-foot buffer, which the buffer isn't necessarily required, but we have provided a 20-foot landscape buffer and a 30-foot building setback. The 30-foot building setback is consistent with the RM1 zoning, and the landscape buffer is an additional requirement that Phoenix has agreed to count down that side. And the landscape buffer would be consistent with the town of Southern Pines standards for landscape buffers.
Is that 20-foot buffer within the 30-foot setback?
It is. So it's 20 feet from the property boundary, and then the building setback is 30 feet from the property.
What would your version be to not include that number 9? Because I understand, I feel like we are talking about 7 acres when the whole thing is 40, because that's the newest change. And it's also the only one that's going to abut the residential street per se, like it does. The rest of the 40 acres are internal. You don't really see that. You don't see much of it.
Right.
Would there be an aversion to setting section E as current, the 50-foot, not having the risk of 70, it would, for that section E? I know it's conceptual, so, but while we're setting these rules, if that's a concern, just wanted to ask.
I think there would be, what about an additional setback for buildings of a certain height from that property to limit?
Yeah, and I jumped ahead because I've heard no comments from the public, so I may be misinterpreting the concerns of this number 9. So maybe we'll wait and see after comment.
Okay. Okay. That sounds good. We can talk about that.
Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
Okay. We have been here for 2 hours. What I would like to do is call a quick recess, 10 minutes. 8:15, we will return, and we will open up public hearing for this subject. Thank you. We're going to come bring back to session. All right, if everyone will come back to their seats, we'll get restarted. All right. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing, the public comment portion of our public hearing. I understand it looks like several of you are here to speak. We don't have a sign up, so if you'll just take turns coming up, please introduce yourself with a name and an address before you speak. That would be appreciated. Well, we got to race to the podium.
I have, oh, no wonder I wasn't sounding very loud. I was a teacher for 38 years. I can use my teacher voice, but, the red mud that you all had after Chantel, we had already experienced on East Main Avenue prior to that, and they are really trying to help with that. Up and down the road several times, and when dry weather, they're laying down water to keep the dust down. But the street is stained orange. And at the corner, this is probably a city thing that needs to be taken care of, at East Main and North May, the corner there, whoever owns that apartment complex has an area that just stays wet all the time, and another area where it's just red mud all the time to get onto the sidewalk. I understand that that's a problem, and it will go away once everything is completed, and all the pipes are where they're supposed to be, and everything's hunky-dory with, when you get everything in place with gutters and sewers and all. Another concern of mine was the height of the buildings. Ridge Street is called Ridge Street because it's got a higher elevation, and it drops down till you get to the railroad tracks. So if you're adding, all the other homes in my street are two-story homes, and so it's the idea that these are going to be so much taller and on top of the ridge concerns me. And if you take into context, I know when you go into Shibumi and it goes up, my husband and I actually walked down there to see what was going on. It sounds like it's going to look a lot better once it's completed. Shibumi is an aging community, and the idea of getting rid of all those parking lots is a positive thing from what I could see. I would also have difficulty if I was right there at the entrance. That until you get it done, it's difficult to be near a construction entrance. And you can't build it earlier. I have the same thing going on in Lynchburg with another construction site where there used to be an old folks' home at the end of my street. And if there had been any way for them to keep some of the tall trees, then it wouldn't have been so obvious that they were so tall. But I know it's hard to get equipment around that. The last thing I wanted to say, and this just right here at the end, I'm almost done. The garages that are facing East Main on those 3 tall condo things at the end of East Main, One of them, I think, is not facing East Main like it's supposed to. It looks more like I could see it from my porch. And so I was surprised that I didn't know that that was something that was supposed to be happening, that it is supposed to be not facing North Ridge. And the other thing was, I'm assuming that these were grandfathered in because they do not look like they have the setback of 50 feet, or whatever it was supposed to be, the setback. And so that was the last thing that I was concerned about, is that it looks a lot closer to North Ridge than what everybody was talking about, the buffered zones. And so I don't have a question, these are just comments that I'm concerned about.
When you mentioned the setback, is that concerning the 3 units that are under construction right now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if you look at it, there doesn't look like there's much room for landscaping or anything
Yeah.
I'll be looking in their windows.
Clarify, do you live on East Main or do you live in Virginia?
I live in Virginia, but was my aunt's home I inherited,
Okay,
and I am there every month.
okay, okay. All right, thank you.
It's Maureen O'Hara. I live at 560 East Delaware Avenue. I have these handouts that I'm about to pass to you.
What was your address again? I'm sorry.
560 East Delaware, so I'm the last house on the right on East Delaware. And the packet that I just sent out to you, it addresses the 9 items of concern that we discussed with the Mason, who was very nice and helpful, and the PNIC guys. But I feel like they were ignored or discarded without much attention or response or results. I also included a list of people who endorse all of our items of concern. I think many of them are here. How many people are here for the PNIC? Right? Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm going to read some of this, and you can read along with me. Contrary to what is stated in the agenda packet, pages 7, 8, and 13 of the PD 225 agenda, the adjacent property owners listed below, that's us and the ones that could make it here tonight, raised far more and more specific change requests to the PNIC application that are not included in the agenda item or packet. We raised these to PNIC Village CEO, their reps at Kuntz Jones, and the Town of Southern Pines Planning Office with no response or resolution. We would like these items addressed before any zoning change is approved, so they don't become problems that PNIC isn't obliged to address after the fact. I talked about doing a continuance. We really would much more like to get these changes decided tonight if we could.
That's
the 9 things, right?
What's that?
That's the 9 things? The 9,
Yes,
the 9
yes,
things?
yeah.
Time restraints on when these were delivered to staff and when they were delivered to the applicant.
Yes,
It's like not being able to get it
absolutely.
done
And I
right now
feel, I
or
just
before tonight.
feel like this whole process is being rushed a little bit. And if they're
We're not
not going to
rushing it.
make any changes for several years, then we can take the time
Yeah.
to discuss these and come to some agreement because we feel they're very important.
Okay.
And we want to have these officially documented and legally enforceable. The proposed conceptual plan by PNIC, and we were told that if the conceptual plan was passed, Mason told us this, that they can basically do what's on the conceptual plan. And there are several things that we don't agree with that are on the conceptual plan, and we'll go through those. The conceptual plan from PNIC Village incorporates Shabui Gardens. It will bring large-scale, high-rise style buildings that are incompatible with the rural historic setting of East Delaware, North Ridge, Youngs Road, and the Weymouth Woods area. It brings unwelcome stormwater runoff, incompatible architectural styles, disruptive traffic congestion, construction, traffic, noise, mess, and environmental and road damage, which could all negatively affect the quality of life and even our property values for the property owners that are adjacent to this proposed plan. The stormwater management, I sent you the videos. I don't know if you saw them. I emailed you 9 videos, I think, and some photos, and I would like those entered into the record if I can do that.
This
I
is-
have them on a thumb drive if I need to pass them along to,
Yeah, this is not a quasi judicial hearing, so I don't know that it has to be entered into the record, but we
Okay.
can add it to the packet. Okay, perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
do you need the videos?
Was it emailed?
Yeah.
Then,
It was emailed to you guys.
oh, but it had you to download an app to get it.
Okay.
Why don't you, is this what you're pulling up right now? Oh, okay. Not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust the general public handing a zip drive to our staff and
Okay.
asking it to go onto a computer.
Okay.
IT Director Nedra Norton,
I think
thanks
these
you.
guys.
I have seen things that happen in other council meetings, not ours, thank goodness.
Well, I don't know how to get them. I think they've all seen them at the planning board meeting.
Yeah,
And
the letter
then
that
you
came
guys
in-
I emailed, so,
The letter that came in had them in a link, and my computer will pull them up if you want to watch them, if you want to, how you want to do that.
You have them.
They're linked in the letter that we received from Maureen earlier. You want me to pull them up?
You want to see them?
To the speaker.
sent those because they illustrate what we don't want happening on our street.
Yes, please.
What's happening on Ridge Street.
Can we pull them up and see those?
Stormwater, right?
Yes, there were several from Chantel. There were a few from yesterday, from
Okay.
the storm yesterday. There's one of our street just as it is, just so you know what we do have and versus what we don't want.
So it looks like there are a total of 9 videos linked on here. Let me start at the top.
Sure, yep. Same water runoff is just. This is Sunday, July 6th. This is water runoff from Peanut Village construction. That is 560 Ridge. Video. This is 690 Bridge. That was yesterday.
It's okay. You can see it.
So that last one is from yesterday, correct? And that is after the storm water drain was put in?
That's the drainage basin on.
Stay on the microphone if you want to, but what she said is that's the drainage water system.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
That was also yesterday. That was after the rain stopped. You can see how close that drainage basin is to the houses on Ridge Street.
That's not a drainage basin there. That is the manhole for the outflow pipe that's hooked into the storm system on Ridge. That is not going to collect water at all. That is just a manhole.
Well, there was standing water when we were there last week, and there had not been any rain. So there's standing water every time I've been to that basin.
So if you're not speaking into a microphone, it is not on the record
Sorry,
and
you
nobody
guys.
on YouTube can hear you.
Yeah, so this illustrates, this shows a couple things. At the very beginning, it showed the gate that is at the top of East New Jersey and Ridge Street. I'm assuming that's the type of gate they're proposing for Shabui Avenue at East Delaware, that we think should be used only for residents of the Shabui tract, whatever units go in there, as opposed to the entire development being able to use that entrance. I don't know if that's the case with that gate, but it's not just, everybody uses that gate. There's a resident that, Laura Kaufman at 385 East New Jersey, she said that the Phoenix residents speed up and down that road in front of that gate, going in and out of that gate, and emergency vehicles try to enter at the New Jersey gate. They often are late at night with the sirens blaring, waiting for somebody to open that gate and let them in instead of using the main gate. And then Samantha Fishow, who lives at 690 North Ridge, she basically had the same concerns. She's that black house at the corner of East New Jersey and Ridge Street that had her front yard washed out before she had to make some pay for changes to it. And then the rest of this video, so the last video it showed a few things. It also showed what used to be sort of a densely planted buffer between Ridge Street and Phoenix Village. That's mainly gone, and now it's replaced with an iron fence, and it doesn't provide any privacy, as I think the lady that spoke with me previously indicated. She missed that green buffer, and she doesn't like looking at the towers. This, I think, is the last video.
This is video number 8. Yeah, one more.
Okay. This is just the green buffer that we've got currently between our house and Shabui. Those units there are actually Bishop's Ridge, which is a different development that Phoenix Village is in the process of trying to purchase along with our street, the houses along our street.
When you say our street,
Where?
Cars that were parked on,
Ridge.
I think it was referred to as Pinnock employees. Are those construction workers, or is that every day?
So before construction ever started, I know just from walking up and down Ridge that had to be employees or visitors, maybe, parking on Ridge Street. But right now, I think those are construction. And it goes for 3 blocks. It goes from New Jersey, from Rhode Island to East Main to Vermont, East Vermont. And it basically, if one of the residents have a car parked on the street, it's a single lane road with that parking on Ridge Street. And that's what I'm trying to show. We don't want that on our street. This is not a high-density, high-traffic, commercial street, and we'd like to not have it that way.
You would advocate for no parking on the street, on Delaware?
Well, yeah, I
On
think
Ridge.
residents should be, although most residents park in their driveways. I don't know if we have any residents that park on the street. You can see right there that I don't think there are any.
Okay.
But Phoenix is a big campus. They got 44 acres. They certainly can accommodate their staff and visitors and employees and volunteers and contractors and construction workers. I believe.
That was the last one, BJ?
And then those photos are, again, they showed stagnant water. Those are, August 10th, had not been any rain. You can see there from yesterday, there's a much larger pool of standing water. And the reason I bring that up is because if you look at the conceptual plan, they have 3 proposed drainage stormwater management areas, one behind our house, one behind the Kings, which they're here tonight, and then one down on the corner of, on this corner. So one here, and one here. And that was one of the items that we addressed with the town representative, with no decision whatsoever. And we would feel much more comfortable if we had decisions on these items now, as opposed to,
When you say now, do you mean now,
well,
even if
before zoning is granted, and they are basically can do whatever they want.
Okay.
Question is, the decision would be, what you would want to lock down is the decision on these specific stormwater? Is that what you were asking? I'm just trying to figure out what.
Yeah.
I want to be
I would,
clear.
actually.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
ideally, we don't want, and, you know, I think they said in their application that they have the infrastructure to manage the additional units. Well, then, obviously, I don't know that they're capable at this point of managing stormwater, and I certainly don't want you guys to approve a conceptual plan that includes 3 stormwater basins, stormwater management areas behind my house and 2 other houses on our road. They can figure out a way to do it internally, I think.
Ms. O'Hara, your points are very valid, and I don't remember the name of the gentleman who spoke before a little while ago on stormwater, but I would like, if council's all right with that, and I know someone else wants to give a comment, if maybe you can maybe address and just help us understand from the technical point of view why Ms. O'Hara saw the standing water, or,
The gentleman from Phoenix.
yes. Thank you. Sir, tell me your name again. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, I'm Tony Bornhorst. The pond that Ms. O'Hara is talking about that's holding water now on Ridge is actually designed to hold water. And then when it gets to a certain level, it'll drain into the tile. It'll go through that structure and it'll go out into the street and tie into the storm system in Ridge. That's how it's designed. So is it going to hold water after today until it gets to the height where it's supposed to let out? Yes, it'll have water in it. If we don't get any rain for, I don't know, a week, whatever it is, that pond will naturally drain out and it'll be dry. So that's why coming out there after raining all day yesterday and today, it's going to hold water. If you go by there tomorrow, it's going to have water in it.
Do you have any idea, just off the top of your head, how quickly it infiltrates? Like,
I do not know.
Yeah.
I'm not an engineer, sorry.
I was asking, what is your position?
I'm the director of construction.
Okay, thank you.
Is that your question? Is there anything else you want me to?
well, I think there's also maybe, what are you doing to mitigate what we just saw also?
Well, right now, we have our silt fences up. We have actually gone above and beyond. The city's come out. Mr. DiNardo's been there. In fact, he'll probably be by tomorrow. Usually comes after rains. They go through with our contractor. They walk the site. They say, you need to fix A, B, C. We do that. We send them photos. They come back out, re-inspect, say it's okay, or can you do additional? And that's how it goes throughout this whole process.
I feel like the water that we saw recently from the storm yesterday was probably not coming from that pond. It was coming from somewhere else.
It was
and
coming
runoff.
on, water runoff was not coming out of that pond. It was actually coming down the hill where they had worked to put the pipe in.
Yeah,
That just hasn't been completed. It's not
So-
final graded.
right.
It's all in progress. It's not an overnight thing that can be done.
What's your process for determining where the stormwater management ponds go, and is there flexibility? I know it's conceptual, but potentially when you get there, are you able to move them potentially more favorably than as they are marked here?
I guess my answer would be, yeah, when the final design is done, they can see if it can go somewhere else. As Bob stated, with our impervious, we may not even have ponds out there. The storm system that's there now, there are no ponds on Shibui Garden property now. There's no storm ponds. All the water runs,
We don't want any behind our houses.
the pervious area will be less of what we're proposing. So if there's no ponds now, and we even have less impervious surface, chances are there won't be any. So I can't answer that.
Just for clarity for everybody here and for me as well, when you get to that point, if this were to move past tonight, before you do anything, you meet with the TRC folks, and when you have a little more detail, and then it's determined, I didn't hear any exceptions or anything where your plan was wanting to be exempted from anything stormwater related. So you would jump through all the hoops, you would do everything with them. And then at that point would be where if, again, hypothetically, if it were to move to that phase, you would say, we need a pond, we don't need a pond, here's where it would go, here's where we could fit it, and all that stuff.
Correct.
Let me just ask Ms. O'Hara one question real quick. Do you have any, or do you see any runoff from storms, typical afternoon summer thunderstorm from Shibui Gardens today?
We do. It actually comes down through our neighbor's
So here,
house,
can you go to
which
the,
Peanut
can you go to the
Village
microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Please, yeah.
We do. It comes down through our neighbors. We all sit downhill from
The
Shibui.
point I'm
but
trying to
we
make
do,
is
yes.
you may want some retention.
But I don't want to, I would like it drained away. I would like it engineered so it drains away and doesn't pool. That's what I don't want a retention pond. None of us want retention ponds
Well,
behind
no,
our
yeah,
house.
and-
It's a
and-
breeding ground for disease-carrying mosquitoes and rodents, and we don't want it.
Yeah, well, it's a,
And I don't think, I understand the whole demand concept, but you're anticipating demand from people that don't live here yet, and we do. And our quality of life matters, and our property values matter.
Express that they do not.
I know
Just to be
that. I'm
clear.
just reiterating that to make sure everybody understands.
We do.
you mitigate stormwater issues is to retain it some way. as
We
I'm
also
just saying.
propose putting a solid wall along the properties, they putting a solid wall in, some sort of engineering to make sure that we don't have the runoff problem that Ridge Street has.
Right.
We'd want this now. We don't want to do it after the fact. That's not a fair ask to us. Yeah. We
Well, I wasn't
we
getting
want to
into
be
that.
good neighbors. We like these guys.
I wasn't getting into that. I was just simply asking.
Good neighbors, too.
Do you have current stormwater issues from Shibui Gardens? And the answer is yes.
Somewhat,
Yeah.
yes.
In the interest of keeping the meeting relatively short, which is not going to happen, I'll be clear on that one. So we have public comment for these public hearings. If Ms. O'Hara has said something that you were going to say, you are welcome to come to the podium and just say, I agree. But if you would like to add additional comments that you have not covered or that our first speaker, Ms. Dalton, has not covered, at that point, please provide extra. But we do have to start getting through public comment so that we leave here before 6 a.m.
Right,
Okay.
okay. So, I'm going to just go down this list then. The
I'm
building
sorry,
height for the
I'm going to pause
single-fam-
you.
Sorry?
The list that you provided was also the one that you're reading through right now?
Yes.
I think that's adequate.
Yeah.
I think we will go through it, and I'll make sure that it's addressed before any decision is made.
Adequate if you want people who are in the audience to say whether or not they agree. So everybody in the
Right, yeah,
audience
we
does
do
not
have
a
some
copy of it.
members of our
Signed off on it.
group that are not emailers. They didn't get this in email.
Okay.
Right. So the building height for the duplexes, the single-family dwellings and duplexes be limited height to 1 story. I think that's the plan for some of the ones down on our end of Delaware, but not the other end. And that's where we're getting into building height, which is item 9. Limit the number of units that are allowed in the Shibui phase. I counted 41 units today. I think we were originally told 68. I don't know by whom or where I got that number, but we were originally asking that a like for like, if there are 48, 42 units, that they would to put 48 units in there. They obviously have plans for far more, but we don't know exactly how many. And we also know they want to put 7-story towers at the end.
It's not 7-story.
70
think there's-
feet is 7 stories.
They have never expressed 7
think
stories.
so.
I'm just trying to clarify. It
70
is
feet isn't
for
7 stories,
spires.
though.
Yeah, so we do not allow 7-story. No, I agree. We don't allow 7
We
stories.
oppose that, the
anywhere in Southern
deviance
Pines.
request.
A confusion is, the way it sounded was that they were wanting a 7-story building, and I think what you were trying to convey was they wanted some architectural feature that was 7 stories, like a
They
spire.
want 70-foot,
It's like a spire, but not the building.
and we would like to keep it what it currently is, which is 50 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we would also not, we would like to not have those in view of our homes on East Delaware.
Have what?
We didn't,
The buildings?
yeah, the towers. That's not, that doesn't conform to our vibe at all on East Delaware.
Okay.
We're a low-density, low-traffic, single-family street. And we don't think it's unreasonable to ask that if we're thinking about selling our house, anybody thinking about buying it that's not going to want to look at a tower. Jennifer Garner said that at the planning meeting the other day. I wouldn't want to look at that. The limit of users to the Shibui Gate, to Shibui Phase E independent living residents and guests only. Again, I don't know how many total units are in Phoenix Village. I don't know the likelihood or not of all their residents wanting to use the East Delaware Shibui Gate. Assume that they all want to. We don't want that. We want just the residents that are going to be in the Shibui development using that gate.
So you would prefer that there's not a pass-through road?
Exactly.
Okay, so but construction would have to use a pass-through road. So you do want a pass-through road for construction, but not for residents?
Right. We just want the gate on East Delaware and Shibui to be for the residents that are going to be living in the Shibui phase, however many units that's going to be. And
Can I pause you one second? Because I want to clarify something that the applicant said specifically about traffic on that. Mr. Koontz, the 121 trips per day, based on the traffic analysis, was the entire site using, everyone in there that would realistically use Delaware based on the assumptions made by the traffic engineer. Is that correct? Okay. So 121 trips per day is what the engineers calculated on Delaware.
I know, but I'm just letting you know that we don't want a bunch of new traffic coming into
Yeah, I get it.
our street. And I don't think it's unreasonable. And I also think it's very reasonable. They certainly seem to have the funds to accommodate putting that pass-through in so construction traffic doesn't have to go through Shibui and East Delaware. I think they are capable, I think that's possible, and I think they're definitely capable of having that done.
Even if the road is not wide enough for construction traffic? I mean, I think that's the concern of the applicant, is that it's not wide enough. Okay.
I do. I think they can
Applicant.
sort out their internal campus infrastructure so they don't have to, so they don't have to do it at our expense.
And how do you think that the residents on the other entrances are going to feel about all the construction traffic going that direction?
Well, it's their campus. It's their,
No, I don't mean them, I mean Northridge.
but that's where they go anyway. That's their main entrance now. That is the main entrance for the whole facility is on North Ridge. And that is part of the Phoenix campus. If the Phoenix,
mean the
so you're saying,
single-family
I guess, are you
homes.
saying the Phoenix residents shouldn't have to suffer so we
No.
can or
I'm actually
do?
talking about the single-family homes, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm trying to get through the list that we've actually already read into the record, and we have a printed copy of.
Right.
And the single-family homes out on North Ridge that probably feel like all the construction shouldn't come their way either. I'm just trying to be reasonable for all of the surrounding neighbors.
Right, but it's Phoenix construction.
But those
It's
families aren't
Peanut
Phoenix families. Those
Right.
are families, individual houses on North Ridge or
Then
on
maybe
East
Phoenix can
Main.
come up with another construction-only entrance. It sounds like they're going to have a lot of construction going on for a while. Perhaps they can do that.
I believe it's East Main is where the construction entrance is now.
Okay. I'm just trying to consider, you made a comment that you don't like it either. And so between two people saying I don't want it here or there, yeah.
Well,
I agree.
again, maybe somebody can hold Panic Village to account and make them figure these things out so their neighbors don't have to suffer.
Okay.
No construction, traffic, or parking on East Delaware or Shibui. Again, they've got the means to make accommodation for whatever plans that they've got for construction and the traffic, and they've got a campus that can support the parking and the traffic they need to complete whatever they're working on. The landscaping, not replacing fencing, I think we talked about that.
Your note
We saw
said-
evidence of that on on video number 8, I think it was, where the previous dense landscaping was removed and they replaced it with a fence and a few sparse pine trees.
Your notes, I think, mentioned your preference of fence and trees, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? Oh, yeah, maintain green buffer in addition to fencing. I thought that one of them said,
Yeah. No Phoenix Village parking on East Delaware Ridge, we already covered that. Keeping and maintaining a green buffer between East Delaware and Shibui. That combined with some sort of graduated, either setback and graduated building heights, I think we would appreciate, particularly the people with frontage, on East Delaware with frontage, that's going to become their new view. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see apartment towers. Okay. And I think there are several people here that are right there at not only the road into Shibui, but along that Shibui development where it's much closer to the road than I am. And then the building limit height, I think we covered that too. No 7-story buildings. We're not a 7-story building neighborhood, and we don't want to become one, and we don't want to be asked to become one.
We're not a 7-story building town.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I might.
And
your
then
rules- Your rules for legislative hearings say that each side gets 20 minutes, and you can allocate more if you want to, but at this point, you're way past it.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't realize there was a time limit.
it's total 20 minutes though, right?
So this is this is
Individually or
included in your
total?
packet. This is my drawing and my notes there. You can read those. And then this is a letter from 530 East Delaware. The property owner's daughter lives in that house, and they're here tonight, but I wanted to read this very quickly. We're writing to express our deep concern regarding stormwater runoff from the newly purchased Shibui property, which directly adjoins the back boundary of our home at 530 East Delaware. The elevation of Shibui asphalt parking lot is approximately 40 feet higher than East Delaware at our property. As it stands, runoff from this parking lot is already significant and has caused ongoing erosion to our yard. In an effort to address the damage, we have invested nearly $20,000 to level and stabilize our backyard. We're greatly concerned that the planned demolition of the existing Shibui townhouses without adequate stormwater management measures will further exacerbate erosion, causing lasting harm to our property. Any development of this parcel should include a detailed enforceable stormwater mitigation plan to ensure that water runoff is managed responsibly and that neighboring properties are protected. We urge the town council to make stormwater management a condition of any zoning change or development approval for the Shibui parcel. This is essential to safeguarding the stability, safety, and value of our property, as well as the well-being of the neighborhood as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hara. Can I ask a question? And just hang up one second because, well, it doesn't matter. I want to ask the planning director a question about CD and PD, right? One of the things Ms. O'Hara mentioned was graduated building heights, as you were going up the slope. So in this phase, we're just basically large picture, right? In PD.
The CDP.
Zoning, in this
yeah,
zoning.
the CDP is the zoning for this property, so
That's right.
the CDP becomes the zoning for this property. So right now, you have before you in the packet a copy of the zoning. If someone comes in from PNIC and says, what can we do? We pull out the CDP document, we say, here's what you do.
Procedurally, from that document, what is their next step to pulling a building permit?
So the next step, if they come in with an area of the CDP they wish to develop, is to apply for a PDP. You've seen
Right.
many of those. They come, the car wash last month was a PDP. And the PDP is an evidentiary hearing to make a quasi-judicial decision where they come in and they say, remember those standards we adopted?
Right.
Here's how we meet those standards, double checking it through that process. Because those standards may require the application of discretion, which is why it has to be quasi-judicial.
And so during that process is where this body can get into specifics regarding elevations and even to some degree, architecture.
You would not want to, at PDP, you would not want to set a building height. You would want to make sure that at PDP, you're verifying that they meet the building height that's in the CDP.
So they wouldn't actually have architectural renderings at that point.
Not necessarily, they would have to, they would come in and they would say, our buildings will meet this height, and the PDP application materials may contain commitments the buildings will meet that height, but then ultimately, if it's adopted as it is, we would verify the building height prior to issuing a building permit.
So there actually would not be currently another bite at the apple after this.
Yeah,
You
about
would-
building heights.
If you,
Now,
Well, more than just the standards, though.
if you were to pass a CDP, for instance, that allowed for the 55 feet, 70 feet with spire, and then the PDP came in and you saw some architecture or something, or it was in a portion of the property that you didn't set aside in the CDP with a different standard, all they are meeting is, they are proving that they have met that 55/70 standard. You can't go back and say, well, this is in a different part of the property. We
Okay.
don't want to approve it here because we'd like to see 35 feet there. That's what the CDP is
Right,
for.
okay.
Yeah, so anything that would be a zoning standard in the UDO that you're okay with possibly being unique in a PD, whether it's PNIC or any of the others, the CDP is the time to set those standards, because at the end of this CDP process, they hand us the final document, and we accept it, and per ordinance, that becomes the zoning for PNIC plan development.
Right, so then the only technical review, technically the review would be architectural review if we did not abdicate that.
Well, there, again, the PDP for each phase will come before you. That's
Right.
not the time to retool the standards, though. That's the time to make
For the
sure.
standards.
Right. They would be the time to make sure they meet the standards. Now, if there was a reason why a particular phase needed to be a lower height, and it was a defensible reason under the criteria for a PDP, you could say, I think in this case it needs to be a little bit lower, or because of, and that would be a finding of fact, et cetera. There'd be
Right.
And so that's how, in the PDP stage, there can be some tweaking, but it's not as open-ended as saying,
It's not
we just
wholesale.
think that they should be 70 here, or we think they should be 40 here, or they should, we think they should be something else. After that, it goes to site plan and architectural review, where we verify architecture, et cetera, et cetera. Then they pull the building permit. To get back to your original question, was what's between
Yeah.
here and the building permit?
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. O'Hara.
How many additional people would like to speak on this issue? And all of you have information that is different from what we've already heard. Okay. I'm just going to ask that if there's anyone in favor of this from the public hearing, that we hear from them. I assume there's not. There is not. Is there someone in favor of it? All right. If I feel come up, I want to make sure that we at least give you time, since we've gone far over our 20 minutes per side.
Thank you. My name is Jim Lewis. I'm a resident at Phoenix Village, and I also happen to be on the board of directors at Phoenix Village. My wife and I sold our house in Pinehurst and moved to Phoenix Village 4.5 years ago, almost to the day. And we've never, ever, ever thought about regretting that decision. We love it there. Now, the reason we came there is mainly because of the people. It's just a wonderful group of people. We are good neighbors to each other, and we intend to be good neighbors to everybody around. All right. Now, Bob covered a lot of the stuff I was going to talk about, so I'll be fairly brief. But the bit is about traffic. I frankly think the traffic survey is bogus. I don't think there's going to be that much traffic. I tell you, the majority of the people at Phoenix only have one car, and most of them don't drive that very much. And a lot of folks at Phoenix don't drive at all. So if you were to compare that with the Shibuya traffic, if it were occupied right now, which of course it's not, I think if anything, we're probably going to reduce the amount of traffic. We have everything we need there, and there's no reason really to go out much. So I think the number on the traffic survey is probably going to be more generous, less traffic than that survey might suggest. Now, regarding that gate, I can tell you, I can't imagine anybody in his right mind deciding if he lives on the main campus of Phoenix Village. I can't imagine anybody deciding, I think I'm going to go around to East Delaware and come in that gate. I don't think that's going to be a problem or an issue. Now, I understand that during construction, I don't care where you are, there's going to be a little bit of disturbance. But that doesn't last forever. But when these buildings are finished, they're going to be attractive. All our buildings are attractive. And they're not going to be eyesores. In fact, I would suggest it's going to enhance the value, the property values, once everything is settled in. Now, I could go on, but I think somebody else is going to speak and talk about the quality of the people we have at Phoenix Village and how welcoming it is. And it's more like a family. It truly is. And like I said, they're good folks, and we plan to be good neighbors to everybody.
Mr. Lewis, I thank you so much for your clarity and your directness in terms of dealing with the issues. I just have one quick question, especially since you are a resident of Phoenix Village. Am I clear enough? Okay. It seems to be a concern about the height, the 70 feet height as opposed to the 55 feet height. Do you see that as being a problem? Do you see that as being something that's going to be an eyesore and just change the whole look of the community?
I must tell you, I'm not part of the architectural team. I have no idea the logic behind why we think we need taller buildings, so I can't really address that. I do know one thing, that the unfortunate thing is that we have a big waiting list, and we have a lot of folks who want to move to Southern Pines via Phoenix Village. And unfortunately, we can't add anybody else right now. We got this property we are developing who's sold out, as you heard. And so in order to accommodate the needs of a lot of elderly people, I guess I are one, we're going to need to grow. It's just that simple. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
No, please come forward and feel free to speak. If I do hear repetitive, I'm not trying to be a horrible person, but I will object to additional information if you're repeating something we've already heard. Awesome, thank you.
I'll be brief too. My name's Jacob Kaufman. I live at 385 East New Jersey, right across the street from the entrance of Phoenix Village. And yes, I sent Mr. Greaves a video of just yesterday's storm, the storm water directly coming out of Phoenix Village and straight into our backyard, coming across the road. And then in addition, I think she briefly mentioned it, the ambulances and fire trucks that come up and down East New Jersey will sit there at all hours of the day and just blare their siren until they open the gate. Even if they didn't have sirens coming in, they'll just blare their sirens to.
Who will blow their siren?
They'll blare their sirens.
Who will?
The ambulance or fire trucks to get them to open the gate. And we got small kids, and in the middle of the night, they just start
One of those boxes that
blaring their
opens
sirens.
automatically.
It's not okay.
Okay.
And then for the traffic on Ridge, when the construction workers park not on the resident side, but on the other side, it does make it a one-lane street in the morning, especially we got school starting. It's going to be a traffic jam right there on Ridge if you got construction workers parking on one side and residents on the other. If we could find a way to get the construction workers to park somewhere else and then shuttle in, that would be great, but we can't just have that one-lane highway on Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Because it's stormwater, we watched 7 other videos on stormwater. I'm going to say let's just keep
Yeah.
it in the record.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody, council members. My name is Bill Jackman. I live on 350 East Main, just opposite this lady right here. And yeah, hi. Anyway, they're using the road as a staging area for the trucks, which are actually starting at 7:15 in the morning. They're dropping oil all over the roads. It's a complete mess. You know, we both have nice properties. The whole area is a nice area. If you look at the pictures before pre-construction, the roads are empty. It's all construction people that are parking there. Why don't we just double yellow line it so they can't park there? You know, enough either side of the, the Phoenix Village area so they can't park there. bring that back. Why are we so keen to give them everything they want?
I don't think anybody is.
I think you are. I think they're asking for exemptions so they can build their 5-story buildings with but in effect, it does mean a 7-story with the two-story roof. That will be seen by everybody. I'm not sure what Mr. Lewis was on about with the bogus car report, but there'll be lots of cars, not to mention just not so much the people that live there. I understand that they're elderly and probably don't have cars, but the people that come to visit them, there'll be far more, almost twice as many as you've seen. And not to mention the staff as well, to help these people. So that will be an issue. The runoff from, as you can see from here, this area right here, right? I'm going to bring it down. It's so close. Just pause. It's so close here.
Until you get a microphone.
This area here is so close to the road. They cut down trees and all sorts of bushes and stuff. There's so much clay washing into Ridge Street, and you can see the buildings going up. You can see all this lot going up here. And like the other lady said there,
We saw the video.
we can now see them from, what we never used to be able to see. Developers are greedy. We moved here on purpose because it was beautiful. We used to live on an island in Florida, and they built a huge hotel there, and they ruined the whole thing. It's an 11-mile long island with about a few hundred yards wide. Same thing in New York. We lived on a 31st floor in an apartment in New York. They built another apartment 6 inches from it, 6 inches, cutting out all our view. We moved. They'll spoil this town. Do we really want to be an old people's town? Is that that's what it's coming to? And you're spoiling the whole reason for us being here. Why give them what they want? Why not just, I'm sorry if you don't agree with that, but.
No, sir, you're fine. You're fine. In old people's town, I don't think you meant it in that way. I'm sure you didn't mean that.
And then they're planning to take over Bishop's Ridge. I understand. And even if they did that, will you grant permission for them to do something with that too? And is that the end of it? I'm just saying, if you did, would that be the end of it, or do they want even more? Where does it end,
I feel like you're judging us on a decision we have
I'm
not
not
made
judging
yet.
you, I'm just asking.
You've asked, why are we so willing to give it everything they want? And we have not
Apparently,
made a
yeah.
decision yet. So I just want to make sure that you know we are still under deliberation up here.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I'm glad to hear that part, yeah.
I mean, some
Thank you.
people on our council like to think we've already made decisions, but we have not. This is the process.
Well, if you could stop them from putting in tall buildings more than 5 feet, because we can see it. You can all see it. It doesn't add to who's going to benefit from any of this? None of you, none of us, none of the community.
Until
The
we're all
community
old.
doesn't need this, despite what Mr. Kuntz says. The community, as he's talking about, is his community. The real community are us who live here, and we don't need it, and as you can see, don't want it. Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can, just give us your
My
name and
name
your
is Ann
address.
Hokett. I'm a resident at Penick, and I'm one of the old people.
So am I.
Thank you. And I would just like to say what you have in Penick is a gem in a town that is beautiful, and we all love it, and we do live here. I would like to there's a reason that right now we have 100% occupancy and a big waiting list. And that reason is the beauty and the wonder of Penick. So let me give you the other part of the story. My husband and I looked at 20 CCRCs, which Penick is one. We looked at 20. We lived in Florida at the time. We looked at CCRCs in Florida and in North Carolina because we're natives. You could not have paid us to go to one of those places until we got to Penick. And we went up, and the day we saw Penick, we signed up for it. We put ourselves on the waiting list. The reasons for that was that, first of all, Penick was in healthy and still is. It's a strong, healthy CCRC. Another reason was that it was not a member of a consortium of CCRCs where the organization or the administration is in some place like Kansas City. It was local, and it had a history in Southern Pines, and it was a good history. We love the beauty of Penick. People here are concerned about beauty, and rightly so. I'm glad of that. all of the residents, and I can speak for them on this topic for sure. We all love the beauty of Phoenix Village, and we want to keep it that way. We have professional landscape people come in. We have a garden gang of residents who do specialized gardens, like a pollinator garden. We do all of that to keep it beautiful. We do like each other. Like Jim said, we are an extended family, and we all live together and we play together. We actually play. We're quiet about it, but we play. We eat, we do everything there on campus, and we love being at Southern Pines. I have heard nothing about tall buildings at Phoenix. Nothing about 7 stories, nothing. And
A
I'm-
misconception going on there, but yeah.
Yeah, well, and I am on the board of directors. I'm also on the foundation board, and I'm on the planning committee. I've heard nothing like that. So I just want to say you have a gem. The old people here, thank you. We're part of your community, and we love you. Thank you.
Good.
Oh, tell me your name one more time. I wrote it down wrong.
It's Anne, A-N-N-E, Hocutt, H-O-C-U-T-T.
Okay.
C-U-T-T. I wrote it wrong.
Thank you so much.
Any Y in the middle?
Hocutt. I wrote Hogood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Emily Galbraith, and I live in Bishop's Ridge.
Live or lived?
I live in Bishop's
Okay, I'm sorry. It
Ridge.
sounded like past tense. Okay.
Your last name one more time.
I beg your pardon?
Your last name?
Galbraith.
Can you spell that for me?
Galbraith.
I spelled it right. All right, Ms. Galbraith. Good evening.
I'm not opposed to Phoenix Village. We've gotten along very well as neighbors. I am opposed to a building of 70 feet. I live about 12 feet from the Shabui property line. And my screen porch is back there. We have lunch out there, we play mahjong. I don't need 70 feet behind me. I think 50 feet is adequate. I'm sure that, I was told that when they purchased that area, they would be developing it in another 10 years. They were going to landscape it and make a park for now. But the last I heard is they expect the new expansion to be finished by 2027. It's not 10 years, that's 2 years. So I guess that I'm not going to use my back porch too much for the next 10 years. But I have no qualms about the developing, but I think that 70 feet is a little excessive.
Okay.
It's going to be right up against my fence.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Holly Cregan at 530 East Delaware. I have the almost triangle lot, third one up from Weymouth Woods. So my backyard is going to be directly, yes, that's my house. This spring, we spent almost $20,000 regrading and putting in a retention wall in my backyard, and I'm just worried that all of that is going to be almost for nothing once this process starts. Anybody who's ever had like housework done knows it's a train wreck, and we don't want to go through it again if we don't have to. The townhomes that already live on the top of the hill, my mother mentioned in the email you got read earlier, it's about 40 feet difference height in my backyard from my front yard driveway area. And the building back there is already a 2-story building. I know that because they have a patio, and the old man that used to live there would sit on his patio and just, he could see inside my entire backyard and inside my living room, and that's not great.
The guy before was not great? Or
Just the fact that he could see inside my whole house, my whole living room. He could see what I was doing at all hours of the day, even though I had like blinds. But I don't want to have to sit in my backyard and be worried about somebody spying on me all day long, every single day. So I'm worried about the height of the future buildings that work back there. If it's a single-story building, that's totally fine. I'm just worried about them being too tall and everybody being able to see inside my home. And then I would just like to echo that I agree with the whole retention pond issue. I don't want it back there. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Cregan?
That was my wife, but I have something to add. Her parents have owned.
What's your name?
Ian Cregan. Ian Cregan, yes, sir. Her parents have owned this house since the 90s. So the fact that they weren't willing to sell it to Pinnick Village, I think should hold a strong value for the town of Southern Pines, even though they're offering way above what it actually is appraised to. In regards to Mr. Goodman's comment on the retention ponds, we're totally fine with the retention ponds as long as we can't see it from our property. Right now, y'all have a 30-foot buffer, if I'm correct. I'm not sure on that.
That's right.
But maybe put trees up or something to hide that from our view. Or a solid wall, exactly.
Was it 30 feet or, Bob, Mr. Coons, was it 30 feet or 20 feet is the buffer? 20 feet. 20 feet, 30-foot setback.
Okay. Anyways, we don't want to see it. So I'm fine with you putting a retention pond back there, but please do your best to hide it from us, obviously. Yeah, I feel like mostly everything else Maureen said was valid, and this is Southern Pines, not Southern Asphalt. We got the town Southern Pines for a reason. I don't think tearing up 80-year-old pine trees, longleaf pines, is beneficial to this town. Thank you, Mayor and the Town Council.
Thank you, Ian.
Mr. Gregan.
So we have now been in public comment for an hour and 5 minutes. We have had the majority of that time in opposition of this project. I'm going to hold you, because you look like you have something very prepared. I'm going to hold you to the requirement that you do not repeat something that's already been said. Can you do that?
Sure, or we can just, if you want to go ahead and give a continuance right now, we can go ahead and,
Do you want to come back next month? You're already here.
we want to come back, we are asking for a continuance today. So,
My intention is a continuance for 2 hours.
Yeah.
We're just drawing this out because you guys are here and sitting here.
Okay.
So if you want to say what you would like to say, you've been sitting here. Go
Let's
for
do
it.
it, yeah.
Absolutely. Come on.
Here we go. Here, I do have some prepared, so thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Joel Carner, and I live at 465 East Delaware, and I have recently retired, and I am at home every day after 32 years working, and I am planning on doing a lot of traveling, including a planned trip to Germany. One thing I don't want to do in my retirement is what you're seeing this t-shirt. I don't want to come into these town councils and have to worry about any of this stuff going on. When we heard about Pinnick, we read it in the paper. I think it said 48 units. We thought, okay, it's going to be equivalent. They'll just put some people in there. Now it's turned into, I don't know how they calculate this differently. So we'll just say 70 feet. Now we've got 7-foot high buildings within 20 feet, as I understand it, of Northridge. That is what is allowed by this plan. And so that's a huge change, right?
Will you repeat that one more time, what you just said? 70-foot buildings within how many feet of Northridge?
20. The plan says that on Northridge, does it not say that? No? Okay.
If
Well-
you're confused, don't worry. I think a lot of us are.
No,
This
so-
has been a very difficult hearing
Right.
because we bounced all over the place, so.
And I've been taking my time. I got to tell you, I got words in my brain now like
Mr. Carter?
soil compaction. Oh yeah, sorry. Soil compaction. Persistent. I just learned a new one tonight, which is impervious, ground. Here was another one. I think this is important. I read this. I was reading about some engineering. Something about engineers, when they do this development, have to match up the geography with the geology as it pertains to the topology. And so when we're looking at stormwater management and stuff, I'm not sure that that part has been done. So I've seen Pinnick go from, I didn't even know what the heck it was because it was just trees, to now we're looking at it. And I'm pretty sure this plan, if I'm not mistaken, I think those are all, can I walk over there? May I have the mic?
Take your microphone.
Mr. Carter, what road do you live on? Delaware? Okay, thanks.
Everyone hear me? Yeah, see right here, this building right here, over here, if everyone can see that. It says proposed apartments. This is the first building that I saw get built over here as they tore all this down over here. So as they acquire this plan will allow them 30 feet from Delaware setback to go 70 feet high here, all the way around here, including right here, except on here they have a 20-foot setback. They have 2 setbacks, right? In the new plan? I'm sorry, the new plan was published very late, and I haven't gone through it. It's very hard. But that's what that will do. Whether that's in their conceptual plan or not, they can change this, as we're saying now, but that plan allows them to do that. And even though Bishop's Ridge isn't there now, that's what they're going to acquire, and this, at that point, everything's going to be grandfathered in, and they'll just say, all we're doing is just doing what we've been doing right here. So we're going to have a nice big. And so that's not what we want. I don't know. There's a comment from the town. I was from the planners. I was kind of perplexed by. They said that it's appropriate for its location. They recommend approval because it's appropriate for its location. And I've only lived here since 2009. Are there 70-foot residential buildings in the downtown area at a 20-foot setback?
No, but there are church spires.
There's church spires.
And I think that's what the 70 feet is referencing is architectural elements, not.
But the building's going to be 55 feet.
Yeah, I think that was what they were asking for.
So I need to get to that building height because there was a question asked earlier, and I was really hoping that the peanut guys would clear it up, actually. But Councilwoman Peterson asked a question when it came to the building heights, and she said, what would it be if you didn't allow this? What would the building height be? And the answer that she was given was, well, it's FRR and there is no building height.
Well, it's, but
But we are asking, they are asking for a zoning change. So are you going from FRR to what?
they have to, just to be clear, they have to rezone. In order to do anything, they would have to rezone.
I need to answer her question. You're going a different way.
That's all right. He answered it, 50 feet.
FRR is what you said, and FRR has no height restrictions. The new zoning is going to be what zoning? Okay, and so, so basically, in the plan developed now, what is the UDO standard for the height?
So this, I know, I understand it's confusing, but this is actually how we develop, is a conceptual development plan, which they write their own zoning. And so they do ask, they have to
I
ask
understand
for,
it.
so they have to ask for some height. They could ask for 20 feet.
Okay.
They could ask for 7-story buildings.
RM1 height.
Existing.
What's the
zoning.
RM1 height standard right now?
They were looking at it.
The multifamily section, what is the height for that one? Y'all looking that up? I think 35.
We still have a whole second page of our agenda. For everyone who's going to leave after this hearing, I want you to know we'll be here.
40 feet.
I think you've made your point. 40 feet, you don't like the height.
40 feet, no, well,
Mr.
hold on,
Carter.
not just the car, but we're
I know,
doing a
but
zoning change.
I have
If you're
height
telling me now we're
written-
going to go ahead and push it back 30 or 60 days, I will
have-
bring this up next time, because I am definitely going to do this.
I have height written down under almost every public comment. Is there something
I
besides
needed
the
to get
height?
her a correct answer to her
I
question.
think she got a correct answer. It was 50
Well,
feet.
it makes another point then, and
Okay.
I will do this, so. So let's just real quickly move on to stormwater. Right now, we have a process in place for approving our basins and stormwater management plans. And you've gone through that process, and the stormwater management basin, with that process,
You really got to stay by that mic.
with that, oh, I talk around. Can you hear when I talk with this?
We used, yeah.
All
It's
right,
big,
so, stormwater management, all that process led to what we saw. Whether, I don't know if I really believe I didn't have the pipes, they just magically came in at the time. But was there a process that should have said they should have had that finished before the increase of impermeable surface that created this, all the water coming down? What was broken there? And so I'm here today, and I'm gonna make this short because there's some things that I don't think we're really looking at. We're following the laws on stormwater management. It's based on probabilities. We've had, in 1996, we had a hurricane over 100-year storms, 2002, 2012, no, 2016, 2018. All of them hurricanes, all of them over 100-year events. Now we've had a 500-year event, supposedly, that was not a hurricane, just a tropical storm. So our probabilities are no longer probabilities, it's a possibility. When you're having a probable thing occur every 2 to 10 years, that's supposed to occur every 100 years, you're done with that. So something has to change here. We just had a new retaining wall fall down that went through this approval process. It's failing to us.
It was a privately owned one that had issues that were in dispute before the storm.
We
don't own it. Yeah.
Okay. So the current process is failure. And what we're up here is, we're demanding that our leadership protect us. That is what we are looking for. We are running too late tonight, and this is why I'm asking for the continuance. We're running too late because this is I just want to get my wording correct here. This is not just any PD application, this is a multi-tiered change. To be clear, if this application contained only one change, the rezoning, I wouldn't be wearing this t-shirt right now. They have applied to reclassify from horse country to suburban settlement, expand their campus to include Chibouy, a 7-acre expansion. They are rezoning. They are also being asked to allow past the current zoning allowances. It would be 40 feet, now they're going to 55 and 70 feet. And at the end of all this, they're also being requested to look at the stop sign issue out there. And now I just learned there's a change to the approval process, all in one, and it's taken too much time. I didn't even get this final, when was this final thing produced? Friday? It wasn't open to the public. When was it?
The presentation?
Yes.
Well,
not the changes that they made, because there was something that was presented at the planning board. What's being presented here today is different.
Yeah, they continue
made
to
some
change it based on planning board and community feedback. So
Right,
they have
and
made
how long
changes.
have we had that?
They provided it to staff last Wednesday. Last Tuesday, thank you. The public version that you and I had before the meeting was available Friday. And then the applicant is also allowed to bring their presentation to this evening's event.
That's fine. So we've had this final only a couple of days, 4, 3,
But the
maybe.
good thing is they do continue to change it based on community feedback. And so don't complain next month when they come back with changed plans based on your feedback.
Well, we want them to work with, we want them to
No.
actually, we
I'm just
want them
saying,
to
when they
be-
come back with a change, you should be happy. Don't complain. That's what we're working towards, right?
But we're doing some very permanent changes if we approve this tonight.
It's not going to get approved. I've already told you.
I'm gonna bring that, okay.
I am all about a continuance. I just am trying to get through
Well, I
it.
didn't hear that, so, sorry.
It's okay.
So we've got this now, and I'm just gonna keep going on there, making sure I've covered all these things here. So just, all right, I won't bring up this other thing, but I'm just gonna,
Bring it up. Bring it up. You're already there speaking. You should do it. Just say
you
it.
know, okay, so here we are with this Phoenix expansion, right? And I got it. I am not saying Phoenix not a nice place.
Oh,
It
okay,
is.
okay. Well, maybe don't bring it up.
It's great. No,
Is this a personal attack on Phoenix?
no,
Oh,
it's for
okay.
the town. I'm asking you guys, the town.
Are you a
You're
personal
making a
attacking us?
decision.
No, but we're not. I told you it's continuing.
No, hold on.
Okay.
We are going to move forward, right?
Okay.
On this. And so we've taken away like low-income housing that was up there. We've taken away now the property taxes that we're receiving. So with all of this newly generated revenue that they are making with this, I'm curious how much the town gets from that.
That's a good point. Thank you. It's something that I would not have expected a public comment to bring up, and I appreciate it.
Do we, well, all these things cost money. And now,
Every
are my
ambulance that waits
property
at that
taxes
gate.
going to have to go up because we've lowered the property taxes from somewhere else,
Yep.
right?
We all agree that workforce housing, middle housing is an issue here. And trust me, I would frown on a reduction of that.
All right. So, I'm almost done.
In conclusion,
When you go down all the way in the grid in downtown and you look at those new units, how many are there? 400? Something like that, 450? It's huge, it's huge. Well, if you go down there and you stand there in that parking lot that's at the end of us here, and you look at those buildings, those are 5-story buildings, or probably about the height of what they're doing, maybe even higher. But I see of those buildings exactly what I want to see of these new buildings. Nothing, because it's downhill. When I stand there, the roof is right there down here. I do not want to be on my porch, and what is now this high 2-story is now going to go up from whatever height that is, the 2-story building across the street, is now going to go up 7 stories, or 70 feet, which is really what they're building is 4 stories, but in their plan, they call it 3 stories because garages don't count as a story. I don't know. So, here we go.
oh no.
So,
Not here we go. In conclusion, we got to wrap this up.
in conclusion.
We got like 2 minutes.
Yes,
In
we have
conclusion.
asked these questions in good conscience, and we have shown up and spent a lot of time. These people are busy. Phoenix Village needs to provide, our well-thought-out, cognizant answers so that we citizens can sleep well at night and get on with our lives, knowing that our leadership is protecting us.
Okay.
Please issue a 90-day, 30 days might be too short. It really is. And some of us still have summer plans. October would be the minimum. Come on, why don't you just say, let's move this to October, and then work with
We're
us.
not gonna have the public speak
We don't want that.
from outside the, okay.
Yeah, we want to work with you. We want to be your neighbor. I don't want to put this shirt on ever again.
Can you tell me what your
I want
shirt
us to
says?
be, I didn't read my prepared thing, but that was in there. I don't want this shirt to become the neighbors opposing Phoenix Village. I don't want a shirt at all. I want to be the friends of Phoenix Village, and I don't want you to ever see me again. I just want it to be done up front right now so we have a successful process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carner.
Okay, so we have another public comment.
John McInerney, 460 Crest Road. I hadn't planned on talking, but I guess in the presentation, it's the height issue for me. There are a lot of other issues too, but I'll be relatively brief. Yeah, Phoenix is at 100% and they can build more, but at some point, we've got to figure out what do we want in the town? Do we want, they're not 7-story buildings, but I mean, they keep wanting more height. Maybe at some point we need to say, you can have this much height, but that's it. And if it's at 100%, then it's at 100%. Or what do? We say, oh no, people want to keep coming, so we're going to build a 12-story building. I mean, you've got to figure out what makes sense for this town. And also, there's a bunch of single-family residences right next door that you need to pay attention to them too. And it's just, I don't know. No, they're not 7 stories, but I mean, and I don't know, for example, how many stories will they be? 4, 5? I don't know. That wasn't really addressed. But I don't know. We just need to be careful about keeping the town as someplace we really want to keep living. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you.
Public who would like to speak? Nope. I was like, don't stand up. You've already been up here. All right. Don't turn around. I was pointing right at you. All right. My perspective is that there's a lot of question marks, besides the fact that this presentation was a little bit all over the place. I still have questions on clarity on height, the green space exemption, the buffering, the housing diversity, which I'm not positive is actually provided, construction traffic, and phasing, and how you can use phasing to better address the construction traffic and parking. The number of people is going up by 72% for the entire property, while the actual acreage is only going up by 25%, which is a concern to me. If there are other concerns from the council, I will add those to my list, and I will expect a motion to continue this and for those items to be addressed between now and then.
I'd like to hear more from our own engineer for the town, James, and maybe others who could speak a little bit more to the stormwater thing that everyone seems to have as a concern.
Okay.
I would really like to see a simulation of what 70 feet looks like. It seems like there's 70 feet and 7 stories got equated, and I know there's no equality between 70 feet and 7 stories. Not if it's already 55 feet right now, and you're going up, what, another 15? I'm not a mathematician. Another 15 feet. It can't be, you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, we need some clarity on
Yeah,
that.
I like to see what it looks like, especially in lieu of the, 20 feet of open space. We're talking 20 feet 20 feet open space, isn't right? And 30-foot buffer?
Open state buffer.
Okay, all right.
And 20%.
Okay, thank you, yeah.
I think the
thank you,
20% open space, I
Right.
think, is also.
And a 30-foot setback. So with that much space, I'm curious as to how close it would really be to the residents. And so, yeah, I have a lot of concerns, and I definitely think we do need a continuance to sift through all of this before making a final decision.
Okay, I've got those added.
One thing I'd add to that, I know there's some more recent buildings. I don't know how tall the more recent Phoenix multi-story units are. I'm not sure how tall they are, just as a comparison as to what's already on the campus. I'll say I appreciate all you coming out here. We do this all the time. Tonight is Delaware Ridge and Phoenix. In years past, it's been other plots of land and neighbors. The process, it's tedious and it's tough. It keeps us here late. But our end goal is to try to find ways to make things better, to make things work. So I appreciate everybody's just patience and being here tonight. We've heard everything that you've said, and we do hope the dialogue will continue as we move forward with it. But so it's tedious. I appreciate your patience.
I just want to dovetail on what Councilmember Pate just said. We do care about everybody, the young, the old, the in-between. Everybody makes up this town called Southern Pines, and you all matter to us. And so all of your concerns are what we're going to consider as we make our decisions. So please don't think that you're overlooked, or I know when you said old people, I said, hey, what are you doing? You know? But no, we care about all of you. So thank you. And again, thank you for coming out.
I would add to, and your list of concerns was great. I would add a sedimentation plan, sedimentation displacement plan, stormwater system drains. I think we could do an underground stormwater containing area, I think, but I'm not sure. And there are those of you who know that far more than I do. I'm concerned about density, as are you. To take down 42, I think we agreed on units, and put up 92 is a lot. I'm obviously always concerned about my trees and I think my trees are going to take a hit. One of the things, I agree with Phoenix being a lovely place. I agree with that. I absolutely do. My mother-in-law lived a long and happy end of her life there and described it as a cruise ship at dock. So there you go. But recognizing that, I think that I also think I hear Mr. McInerney, who spent a lot of time sitting in this chair before I did, and he's saying, be cautious, move carefully. And I always try to make decisions up here based on what I would be leaving for my children, or, you know, if they ever produce them, my children's children, which they may not. But anyway, some faux grandchildren that I have. So I'm worried about that. I'm also would like to address construction traffic. I think that there's a way for Phoenix to accommodate that more than they have. I know that they've put a grill in, and they are now hosing off tires. They're trying to park more cars as the complaints have come in. I know they're hosing the red mud off the tires, and they're giving it a go. I'm not exactly sure why most of the cars can't be there. And I think as a council, from a policy perspective, we need to look at how we feel about parking on the streets, both Ridge and Delaware, and whether or not that is something that we want to take a stand on, and if so, what is our stand? Do we maybe want to do, I mean, I understand the problem. If you say, hey, but Delaware folks are going to have somebody come over to dinner and they got to park out on the street, and I'm going, okay, so maybe 3-hour parking, I don't know. But then you create a problem when you have to have the parking police, which we all are not really excited about. So I think that there is a need to have the campus continue to be the lovely place that it is. I think in the past, there are enormous trees when I go to visit my friends at Phoenix. There are enormous trees that were salvaged and saved and worked around. They're not the little wimpy 3-inch around guys that we plant to try to assuage my little fits from up here regarding trees. There are big, beautiful trees on the property, and I would like to see us work around those and take a stand on tree preservation, despite the fact it's not a law, it's not a mandate. The legislature has kicked our knees out from under us in regard to that right now. So, but I'd like to see some responsibility, and I'd like to see everybody be a good neighbor. So that means, Phoenix, you got to give some too. This is a big, big bite that is probably a little bit bigger than it needs to be. And I'm glad you have a wait list, but I do not think that is a thing that should direct my course for the next 30 years. So, thanks for your list, though. That was good.
Yeah, I thought your list was comprehensive. I just wanted to add that of the 9 people that got up and spoke with concern, 8 mentioned height.
Yep.
And 5 mentioned stormwater.
Yep.
But some of those stormwater issues aren't just about future stormwater issues, it's about current stormwater issues. And I guess, unrelated to this zoning, I would just implore Penick to try to work and mitigate the issues that's currently happening on Ridge Street. And I just, out of curiosity, operationally, do the gates open when a siren, do all of them do it? Or do they all go to one gate?
They go to the gate that's the quickest to get to where they're going, and when they get there, they hit their siren, and that gate all opens automatically.
God, that would drive me bananas.
Yeah, let's see if we can work on a solution to get emergency vehicles in there without the siren.
And that's an operational thing, I feel like.
Fence skipper requirements.
Right, and you
What about a garage door opener?
Every gate they can walk, they can drive up, hit their Yelp, and it'll open that gate, they can drive in.
But that's the requirement that every gate,
That's a requirement for an unmanned gate, absolutely.
are all the gates unmanned?
The Rhode Island gate is manned.
All 24 hours.
Going to the restroom or something, but yes, basically 24 hours a day.
So,
They can't always come in Rhode Island if they're going to the back of campus, because it's quicker to go up New Jersey. The gentlemen say, well, they sit there in the middle of the night, well, they do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, that would drive anybody bananas.
Yeah, no, I get it. Let's try to solve that issue.
It's with the 3-year-old across the street.
We'll put that on the list.
We'll just see if there's something.
We'll figure it out. All right, Mr. Maddox, I am sending you my notes. You won't be able to read them, but I'll send them. Okay. I'm looking for a continuation. Unless there's other notes.
Yeah, you got to take it.
Yeah. I move to, pause 1 second.
Continuing this for, because I think it's important that people have discussion. I think it's important that everybody's needs be considered. I do not think this is a 30-day continuance, and I don't know. What is your thought?
Yeah. I'm fine with that. So this is August, so September, October business meeting?
Okay?
60
And
days.
what date is that?
September.
This is August, so the 30 days would be September, 30 more days would be.
Say that one more time, sir.
October 14th is the second Tuesday in October, just if that's the correct date, kind of looking.
I bet it is. I don't have that in my phone.
Not going to close the public hearing, I guess. I move to continue PD 02-25.
And hold on a sec. Did you?
Are you going 60 days?
90.
No, that's just 60.
Oh,
We'd like to request sticking at 30. We think we can get a lot done in 30 days. There's a lot of time between now and
so
the next
too.
hearing.
there was no return.
There's no,
Days. So anyhow, but yes.
no, if we do it for 30 days and we need to do it again, we can do it.
Let's do it for
I
60.
agree.
I'd
I
say we
agree.
do it for
What do
60.
what do you think is going to be the problem with 30 days, Amy?
I think that deadlines are going to be less than 30 days now. We're going to have the turn in your reports by 7 days before, and people are going to turn them in at the last minute. I mean, when they say, we're going to come to the meeting and we'll talk about it there, that's what sort of creates the logjam. And if people are going to talk, if they're going to communicate, let's give them a little bit of time to communicate.
I think it's up to us now to do the investigation, to find out the answers to some of the things that we're concerned about based on the opinions of the residents and what was brought forth. So I kind of agree with Mr. Coons. I don't think it's going to take 60 days, but I defer to the council. I mean, we sit together on this.
It's our responsibility to hear things in a timely manner. What I would expect is if we set it for 30 days and you don't have all of our bullet points addressed, that you come in and you ask for continuance
Agreed.
immediately. Okay.
I think that gives the developers at Phoenix all the power. That does
Absolutely
not give the
no one's
residents
intention.
any power.
Not as long as we're sitting here.
If they don't get it completed, they will continue it. If they
They
don't get
being
it,
Phoenix, do the residents have the power?
let me finish. If they don't get it completed and they bring it in 30 days and it's not completed, we'll continue it for 30 days. I mean, it's not like we're committing to making a decision in 30 days. We have the option. It actually encourages getting a solution.
It does. It's going to avoid the applicant delaying it for the next 50 days and then throwing something together. Get together in 30 days. The public will be here in 30 days as well. We will hash it out then if possible, and if not, we'll continue another 30.
That's exactly right.
Well, if we continue for 30 days, they should get you something soon. If it's 60 days, they could delay it for up until the next meeting. So if they do not get something to you,
It would be the Tuesday before the meeting, right? Would be the required time for you, right, Mason?
our goal is that they can work this out with staff. You've given us a lot of feedback, and now it's in our hands to work with the applicant and staff. And then it would all become public the Friday before the next meeting.
We were asking for 90, they're asking for 30. 60 days, I only had a couple of
So-
days building the plan.
Yeah, but if it's 90 days, you're also not going to get it until the Friday before that meeting. You understand that, right? I know, but you're not. I know, but
We're under no obligation to act in 30
give you
days.
multiple hearings rather than push it out 90 days and you all just get 2 days to look at it. Do you see that, right?
I'd rather go for 60. I would walk out of here happy Nancy.
But
The other
But we're-
question,
Yeah, we're trying to get it to come back so you can see it sooner. And then when you see it sooner, we have a chance to work on it. The more we push it out, okay.
Personal thing, I'm trying to see my son in Germany in September, and that's not gonna happen.
Yeah. So-
I will cancel that trip for sure.
So I think they've heard y'all. We have heard y'all, And they have heard us. And I think there's an incentive to get something worked out quicker than later. So, and if it's not right, we don't act.
Curious, planning staff, if you know, what's September looking like? And is it sort of like tonight, where if we move it 30 days, it's going to be a way too
good point.
full agenda?
Yes.
It's okay.
No, it's going to be a full agenda, and this will make it fuller. We've got plenty of stuff coming out of August Planning Board, and there's already been something,
Okay.
so there's work session. The other thing is, the September meeting, from staff's point of view, the September meeting is Tuesday, September 9th, which means that depending upon what you're expecting staff to do, and please understand, like, what's likely to happen next is that both sides will now say to staff, see, I've done, or they need to meet my needs, or I need to do this, and then we will be facilitating conversations that will chew up days. And before you know it, we won't have, and to your point, if we get to the end of 30 days and we don't have resolution, we'll just come back and say, listen, these guys couldn't get a hold of these guys. You've seen this happen play out before, is that these guys won't be able to get a hold of these guys instead of meeting, and then those guys won't return calls, and these guys will be busy and they won't return calls because they've got a trip planned to so-and-so. And before you know it, it's going to chew up, because where I'm going with all this is that September 9th puts it so that we need to start getting stuff back from them in about 2 weeks. Yeah, and that needs to have the stuff, resolved, that list, and have it modified in order to get it online and get it available so people can review it. And we can do that, to be clear.
How many hearings do we have on September 9th already?
I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
okay.
I know we have 4 items on the planning board agenda, and we have whatever else is coming out of this, so.
What I would ask is that, Mr. Coons, if you can, we can push it back 60 days. If the applicant, if you all can get something, I just emailed it to BJ and asked you to forward it to Mason. Everything that has a star on it, if you can at least get a statement addressing those things in the next 30 days, so we can provide that to the neighbors and give us time to look at it and get feedback. That way you are not the middleman trying to meet with everybody.
Right.
Just address these issues and then let us decide at that point, but we will continue the hearing for 60 days. At least we get information between now and then. Does that work for you? I know it's not ideal. Okay, thank you so much.
October 14th. I move to continue PD-02-25, Pinnock Village Plan Development, to the October 14th regular business meeting.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and take another 15-minute break. I'm going to look through the agenda and see if there's anything we can address.
Super fast. He's been waiting. Let's do him next. It will not take long. I would love
All right, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is 6C, which is Z-04-25, the rezoning of .23 acres on North Hardin Street from RS1 to RM1 CD. Are we starting with staff?
Try and get the presentation. Oh.
Have we seen it at all besides what's on the agenda?
Mr. Maddox.
Good evening, Mr. Maddox.
Mason Maddox, Planner 2 with the town. I'll go through this really quickly. This is an application to rezone on your screen this parcel in West Southern Pines off of North Hardin Street. It is currently zoned RS1. The proposal is to create a conditional zoning district, an RM1 conditional zoning district. I thought I would actually start at the end with this presentation, so I'm going to go through the list of conditions and why they apply. That's why we're starting with that, because a list of conditions accompanies a conditional zoning district.
Okay, will you go ahead and let us know if, as you're going through them, if any of them have not been agreed to by the applicant?
They have all been agreed to by the applicant.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, the second one is a provision that would allow either duplexes or townhomes. The applicants want flexibility. There's no difference in these as far as actual site design goes. It's a legal thing. Staff's comfortable with this. The differences are roughly shown on your screen with townhomes, aka single-family attached, shown on the left side, where the same owner would own the orange, the same owner would own the blue, so forth. Where the duplex model would be on the right, everything under one ownership. So that's what it comes down to, is the conveyance of land. And so they are separated as two land uses. Sorry, Councilman Goodman. Oh, letting you get a view. All right. As they are considered two land uses, townhomes are not permitted by right in RS1. However, duplexes are under conditional zoning. You may remember Mr. Fairley's previous application, very similar. Both uses are allowed by right in RM1. However, a conditional zoning district is still being requested to limit the land uses and volunteer some conditions. All right, next condition states that the parcel may be subdivided into 4 lots, again, to create townhomes. That's the flexibility that the applicants wanted, either to rent these as duplexes or to convey them as townhomes. There's also additional lot flexibility standards, site development standards, if you will, under condition 4. We have a preliminary site layout. This was a survey that was completed, included in your packet. That shows the full subdivided townhouse model. I noted what is currently being met according to site development standards in green, and in the red, what is currently not being met, with these being duplexes, which is the reason for conditional zoning. All right. And those are the specific standards in our ordinance. All right, the applicants have volunteered a 10-foot landscaped buffer along the perimeter edges. I'll show you where those perimeter edges are. It's everywhere except North Hardin Street, as shown in this approximate image. You can see with my green highlight.
Is it landscaped or undisturbed?
Undisturbed. Thank you. The reasoning for 10 feet being that the parcel would be RM1 abutting RS1, and that is the UDO's standard provision for this type of buffer. All right, as condition 6, the applicants have volunteered architecture. You'll see that right here with a conceptual image. These are in the Sugar Run, and they are by the Anthem series, which is produced by Cavco. And a second conceptual drawing right here. The proposal is, of course, to create 2 structures, each with 2 units, for a total of 4 dwelling units. The area would require watershed allocation. 24% is the maximum built-upon area in this part of Carlisle Street. Allocation can be given up to 70%. That was actually added as a condition of approval, something that staff has been doing lately. I'll skip through where we prefer watershed allocation to go. I would say on behalf of staff that this is where it would be called for according to us. We would recommend approving it in this area. Duplexes and townhouses are also explicitly listed as missing middle housing, consistent with the comprehensive plan, along with some other policies. More so, duplexes and townhomes are explicitly listed as being compatible within the West Southern Pines Character District. So everything lines up with the 2040 comprehensive plan beautifully, I will say. I received a comment from U.S. Fish and Wildlife on Friday that I opened on Monday, and it stated that the area is within one of Moore County's red zones, as you can see from their map shown, and the little plus sign in gold represents where the applicant's property is.
That's right on the edge.
Recommending a survey be done prior to clearing any trees on site to ensure that there are no red cockaded woodpeckers present. I did inform the applicants of this today.
I have a question. I'm sorry, you go ahead. I have a question specifically about the survey. So I don't know exactly what the process now is with U.S. Fish and Wildlife regarding this, but in the past, it was an email to U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And in a situation like this, they would make a site visit. You didn't have to hire someone to do a survey. Has that all changed?
Currently, we would still, when they request someone conduct a survey, maybe point the applicants towards someone, an environmental surveyist that would go and do that on their behalf, so.
So my next question specifically about that, and this may not be a question that you can answer, and I acknowledge that. Since the threat level has been reduced on the red cockaded woodpecker.
From endangered to protected.
To endangered to protected, has that at all changed any effort for a private property owner to have to do something? Do y'all know? I mean, is it like, I mean, I know that these surveys are kind of has the process changed as a result of going from threatened to protected?
The parties that are most aware of that change is more than likely U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and they're still sending a letter requesting a survey be done. I would assume not, as a short answer. So very similar process to what we're used to seeing. When we receive something like that, it is common for planning staff to recommend that be imposed as a condition.
I'm fine with that. It used to be unbureaucratic. And I don't mean from the town perspective. I mean from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife perspective. Unless it was a big project. Single-family home or 2 single-family homes didn't require the process didn't require you to go hire somebody to tell you there wasn't a red cockaded woodpecker tree. U.S. Fish and Wildlife did that themselves. And I just wonder why they don't do that anymore.
We have received comment back from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that they used to have more staff in the Sandhills to assist with those types of assessments.
Yeah.
They do not have as many staff in the Sandhills anymore to assist with those types of assessments. We attempt to strike a balance between acknowledgement that local government does not enforce the Endangered Species Act.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if we get agency referrals from a federal agency indicating something, we try to pass it along and take reasonable steps to implement it and tie it back to the criteria for review.
Do you know what the cost is roughly for a single-family residential lot survey? I'm just asking. Does anyone?
We have met with Jay Carter in the past to ask details like that, and it was not. I don't remember the exact number, but I think another person in the audience might know. Be very familiar with the exact number. So maybe we're up quite a bit.
I think for a single family lot, it's about $500. And
actually go online and do a self-certification, but I don't think I have to. So it's a little bit different process. But you can still have to have a report to do that, but it's a self-certification, but somebody like Jay Carter.
Does your daughter not have a certification?
She should. You would think she would, yeah.
She's done it a lot.
You would think she would. She's done a lot of work with it.
Right.
But she does not.
Weekend job. I feel a weekend job coming on.
So I'm not going to make necessarily a big issue over here, but I feel like that I do want to have a conversation sometime with them, because this is one of those mission creeps, I believe, that where this was an unbureaucratic, easy process that's now turned into a cost, an ever increasing cost and time. Yeah. It was a week. It was an email and 4 days. That was it. Now it's expensive and weeks, because it has to go, I think it has to go from the consultant to Fish and Wildlife, and Fish and Wildlife writes an official report, and it used to just be all email.
Especially considering that this is only a snippet of their
Right.
red zone.
That's my
which,
point, too.
is about to be updated, I was told by a representative of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service soon. They like to update them every 5 years. It's been longer than that for this one, so this may have changed. But they have to go by their existing record, which is this.
Is there any intent to disturb the trees with the building on the property?
The center area of the property will have to be cleared to accommodate the construction of the duplexes. But not the perimeter where a undisturbed buffer is being volunteered.
Are these properties subdivided yet?
No.
Get the report before you subdivide them, so you're not doing two lots. If you do it, if we require you to do it, but.
I will finally note on the woodpecker issue that the applicants have not consented verbally to the last condition that you see on your screen. I'll make it a little bit bigger right here. A standard one that planning staff uses in these situations. And you may request their consent on the record once they speak. Further questions for planning staff?
No, but a quick comment. You've done a whole lot tonight. You did a great job. Thank you.
Kindly.
Yeah.
I will carry that energy to thank our applicants who have been waiting so patiently.
Oh, my goodness, yes. They get the Patience Award.
Absolutely.
But Hyundai's over there still awake, too. Look at them. They are still awake.
Mason, what's the acreage that would be pulled out of the watershed?
Approximately half an acre.
Like 0.56?
0.56.
Okay, just making sure I had the right numbers.
Somewhere in the report.
Okay.
It's down to 3 decimal places.
All right, thank you. Would the applicant like to speak, or are there other questions?
They're prepared to answer questions, but have entrusted me to speak. I will say on record very quickly that they have been amongst the best and most professional to work with. I really appreciate their efforts. They've been very responsive to planning staff, especially in working out the needs of conditions, the list of conditions. And I have great respect for what they want to do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mason.
Mason, is there a reason that we need to add this last condition?
If the applicants verbally consent to the condition, we can add this and it can become
But is it necessary for us to add it? If it's
in
required?
the first place.
But for us to do that.
How do you know that?
So it's not the town's requirement to enforce the Endangered Species Act, and that's what this is about. But the risk is basically on the property owner.
And the precedent.
The precedent?
And the precedent.
President.
Precedent. Yeah. No, bite your tongue.
I was just going to look it up to see where it was. Did you have that map that you had that showed it? Did you have it where it crossed the lot? Does it include the whole lot? Or is it on the edge, the back edge? I mean, there used to be a
Includes-
website you could see it on.
Zooming into, yes.
Oh, is it on the Southern Pines GI? We don't have that anymore, do we?
We do. It is different than theirs.
It is?
It is.
Updated annually, and our layer is getting a little bit out of date.
This entire property did not appear on our GIS, which is why I did not catch this sooner until Fish and Wildlife said this is actually on our red zone list. Little discrepancy. That's an image of our GIS, actually,
I was way away from it.
not near it.
Can you, is that comment from the outside agency, because my eyes are terrible, is that in the packet?
No, this was submitted to me after the publication of your packet.
Okay. I can read that says sorry. Will you read the rest of it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes.
I also cannot see it.
So,
Sorry for the late response. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Raleigh Field Office has reviewed Z0425 Fairleigh 2 Conditional Zoning District application. This parcel falls within the Moore County red zone, indicating that a red cockaded woodpecker survey is required from an environmental consultant before removing any pine trees for development. The service has no other comments on this application.
So it is required.
According to this agency comment. Now, again, there's a lot of things that federal agencies and state agencies require that we don't make and just automatically grab and incorporate as part of our entitlement process and review process. This has been an issue that this issue has hopped to both sides of, you might say, a metaphorical fence in the years I've been here, where we've erred on the side of supporting by incorporating, and then we've erred on the side of that's a federal act, we're not going to get involved. And sometimes it comes up for bigger projects, sometimes it comes up only during plan developments or master planning efforts. Sometimes if it's a big, multi-hundred acre and everybody knows there's a good chance that there's environmental issues on that site, then they say, yeah, you got to get your woodpecker survey, and everybody kind of understands that has to be done. But then sometimes in a situation like this, it's like, geez, that seems, we actually have an agenda item later this evening where this is going to come up again.
Same issue. Same issue coming at us, right.
And staff has thought that one through as well, but I don't want to talk about it because that's a different type of hearing. So, yeah, it's staff's happy to follow town council's lead on how you feel about this.
Let me ask the applicants, how do you feel about this?
We're happy to follow the council's lead as well.
Oh, you're not going to let me wiggle out of it. She was good. That was beautiful.
Here.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
I guess my question is, they're required to have it. Who do they provide it to if it's required by the state?
the federal government.
It's required by the federal government. Okay, so they're going to get the letter, presumably. Who would they provide it to if we don't say it's required? Do they ever show it to us?
If the letter states that there are no woodpecker cavity trees on site, then to the best of my knowledge, it's a moot point. There's nothing that needs to be protected. If there are woodpeckers, we have a separate issue in which the site may need to be reconfigured to avoid the clearing of those trees.
Either way, we don't deal with it.
Right.
Either way, we don't go out there and verify and say like, hey, you're right, that tree does have a woodpecker.
Or construction starts at a different time, but to your point, Mayor, what happens is the surveyor that goes out there and does the actual survey provides their findings to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Okay.
And then that's it from the applicant's side. And I think that either the surveyor and maybe some correspondence from U.S. Fish and Wildlife sometimes comes to the town, but the town doesn't enforce any of it. It's just trying to be good stewards, really. And it's unfortunate because it was easy. Now it's not.
Okay.
And expensive, clearly.
I am happy to follow the council's lead, so how do you all feel?
You've been hanging out with her?
I'm taking notes.
Okay, I think we should be consistent. I think we should be consistent. I think we should do it. I think we should put the onus on you two to get the letter, and then we jump through whatever hoop we need to jump through from that. Although I have to say, I believe so much in what you are doing that I really hate to create anything that makes that more difficult for you to do what you're doing. And I admire you both tremendously. And I thank you. And I think we should also be consistent and have you do it.
You should get it certified. So and do them
Right.
surveys. But I would like to, and I can reach out to the person. Do you have a contact with U.S. Fish and Wildlife?
I do.
The person that wrote that.
Yes.
Cindy or whatever her name is. Where is she still downtown?
Hold on.
Or Or are they still downtown?
The person who sent the letter that I spoke to on the phone is out of the Raleigh office.
Caroline Causey
Yes.
with 3916 Sunset Ridge Road in Raleigh.
You're bragging.
We used to have, that's probably why there used to be someone right there that did it. Ladd was her last name, Ladd.
Stop it. You made that up.
No,
Oh,
Ladd was her last name. It was easy.
you're so young. You don't know about Cheryl Ladd. There we go.
Not Cheryl Ladd.
Okay, we're coming.
It's everyone's bedtime. All right.
It is indeed.
Does the council have additional questions for staff or the applicant?
The applicant has to agree to that last.
The applicant has to agree to number 6, is it? Is that right? Yes. Are we good? No, number 8? My bad.
Yes, we'll agree to
Okay.
do that.
I guess potentially, I may throw that in as a condition, but if you said you might reach out?
Yes.
If for some reason it becomes that we find out it's not necessary, I may add to that condition 8, if it's still necessary after.
If necessary,
Yeah.
just add if necessary at the end of it.
Just because if you make a call and they're like, oh gosh, for that one, no, don't worry about it. I don't want them to then have to do it because it's in this condition.
Does staff feel comfortable with that language?
Comfortable with that language, yes.
Okay. Unless there's other questions, I am looking for a motion.
I'll move that after reviewing the proposed conditional zoning district, considering UDO section 2.17.9 and the applicant's voluntary conditions, that the amendment is consistent with 2040 comprehensive plan for the reasons set forth in the planning board's resolution that was included as an attachment to the staff report for Z0425.
I second.
Second.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm so excited.
And therefore, I move to approve Z0425 with the applicant's conditions to include, because 8 wasn't in our packet, to include condition 8 as presented tonight, but only if necessary as to condition 8.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for your patience this evening. We apologize we didn't move it to the beginning of the agenda. We were not expecting it to take quite that long.
We want to feel the pain. Hang out with us till 10:30. Hey, BJ, maybe if I could get with you and we can get, or I'll call it myself, I don't mind that, but I just want to figure out another way for single-family residential to not have to spend $500 for.
It's been an evolving interaction over the years. It's taken a lot of different twists and turns over the years in terms of how we coordinate, cooperate, et cetera, with federal agencies, and that's, so it's.
Making it easier would be the easiest way to make it easy.
Okay. Thank you guys for working on that. Moving on to RA-01-25, the abandonment of 852 square feet of South Bennett Street right-of-way. I don't know that we need to discuss it. We
I
discussed it the
continue
last
to be
meeting.
opposed to this, but go ahead. We don't have to discuss it. You've heard me.
So are you opposed to the,
The idea of forfeiting right-of-way with absolutely nothing coming back to the town makes me crazy.
I almost feel like you could be in favor of this, and that's not inconsistent with your vote several years ago.
My vote several years ago, or probably months ago, was opposed to this.
It was years ago.
Okay, anyway, I'm going to be consistent. Thank you for suggesting how I might vote, but
Yeah, I'm not suggesting, I'm just saying it's not
I'm going
inconsistent.
to stick to my guns here.
I will go ahead and say that I'm in favor of the correction, that we fix what was accidentally omitted before, and I'm looking for a motion.
I move to approve RA.
Oh, it's a public hearing.
Hearing, yeah.
All right, I open the hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak?
Oh, that's why it's on here.
Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak? Would any staff like to speak? Do you feel like there's anything to say that has not already been said?
Ooh, that was a direction from the mayor that you got. You heard it.
Thank you.
A dash,
Close the public hearing. Okay. Now I can look for a motion.
I think I know how this got on the agenda again. For the third time. I move to approve RA-01-25, abandonment of 852 square feet of South Bennett Street right-of-way.
I second.
By saying aye? Aye. Any opposed?
Yes, nay.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, moving into our evidentiary hearings. We have MAPP-02-25, the Murray Hill Road Townhome Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat, which was continued from our July meeting. I believe first we need to. Sure.
The Hyundai folks have been here for a long time.
Would you like us to address that first?
We don't have to.
No, we can do that.
They're the only, yeah.
I was like, we're actually in a good mood now. Okay.
I'm just asking because
Yep.
Paul and I, we know we're going to be here, so.
Okay, if you all are okay with us moving it forward, what we'll do is we'll just take item C from the action item. I mean, yeah, we'll just move that up to above the, above item 7. Do you all want to do all of 8 before 7? No? Okay, we'll just pull that one. I was like, everything else is really fast, too. Okay. Okay. Let's just go ahead and do that. We'll move all of 8 above 7. Let's get through A and B, and then we'll do the Hyundai. Okay. All right, so we have PD-01-25, the written decision for Tommy's Car Wash PDP. Planning staff has prepared a written decision. Has everyone had a chance to read over it, and are there questions?
Only question I have was the applicant or the owner, whatever, provided this written decision prior to this hearing, or this meeting? Okay.
Okay, so if it's provided to the applicant and then they have issues with it, will it come back to us?
It wasn't the packet. You guys are part of Tommy's, right? The PDP for Tommy's? Okay, and you don't have any problems with the conditions, correct? They were the same conditions. Yeah, same conditions coming out of the meeting, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I think your point about the written decision is getting back to your point about providing them ahead of time, right?
Yes. Before it comes here, just let them have the opportunity to review it. If they don't respond, put it on the agenda anyway. But if they do, I just want them to have been able to read the written decision prior to us voting on it going forward, if we can do that.
It's a fair request.
All right. I just wanted to use this opportunity since we do have to have the applicant there, and the conditions were the same as they were in the packet. They didn't change, correct? All right, so they were the same as they were in the packet. They didn't change. So they read the packet going into it. I figured we can at least close this one out. We can continue to learn from this. We will continue to.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, okay. Like you're serious. I was like, okay.
No, I think it's a good point. I feel like after everything we heard from the residents around Phoenix about getting information early, it would also be good to have all parties involved see the information before the meeting. Given that you guys seem to be okay with it, and it's what we discussed in the last meeting, is there a motion to approve the written decision?
Move to approve PD-01-25 written decision for Tommy's Car Wash PDP.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. MAPP-01-24, the written decision for Hale Street Cottages Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat.
Same question on that one. No?
Making everybody else look bad. Good job, James. All right, and the applicant is good with the written decision, and everything was written as discussed, no changes?
There were no conditions on that one because that was the plat that merely followed the rezoning.
Okay.
No conditions were associated with the plat.
All right, unless there's anything else for staff to add, I'll look for a motion.
I move to approve MAPP-01-24 written decision for Hale Street Cottages Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat.
Second.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we are to AR-05-25, the architectural compliance permit for Pinehurst Hyundai at 1480 US Highway 1. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Town Council.
Good afternoon.
Gene Ruiz here, Planner 2 with the Town of Southern Pines. We'll be presenting Hyundai Southern Pines and not Pinehurst this time. We've previously stated, this has been in front of you, your review before, and it was continued back in June to come and see it again in July. The applicant requested in July to get an additional continuance of 30 days because they still needed to work out some of the elements that you had suggested. And here we are in August. They've made those adjustments. And I will briefly go over the changes, and I'll let the applicant speak into what inspired those or why they made those changes based on the guidance that was given to you. On this slide right here, real quickly, I just wanted to use the applicant's documents and the elevations that they submitted for the record. They've, all across the building here, they've done several brick detailing, which is not really covered by the UDO standard. It's our standard, it says it's got to be brick, and that's pretty much what they've done, but they've modified the building to have some elements, what they grabbed from our town architecture around town, and I'll let them speak to it, but I just want to point it out real quickly. They have done some brick cornices on the top of the building. You can see on the left-hand side, I'll just move from the left to the right, and I'll show you some of these elements stacked on top of each other once we get to the elevations. But before I get to that part, I just wanted to show you on this zoomed-in portion, because it'll be harder to see on the renderings once we kind of scale back out and zoom out. So on the top of that, on the left image right there, they, like I mentioned, they did brick cornices up there. They actually did some brick soldering, which is just basically the elements of how bricks are made to make, different design and elements. Soldier courses going up and down vertically, and then the other ones are, horizontal, and then the other ones will be vertical. And moving on to the next image there, they've actually added some brick seals. On the windows on the bottom, you can see that there is some brick elements that weren't before. It was just brick, and now they've actually done a different type of layering of that brick. Carries on to the other elevation there on the right-hand side, more brick and seal headers. And then we briefly spoke about the cornices detail on the right-hand side, just kind of, instead of just coming up all brick all the way to the top, they've actually added some design. And I just wanted to elaborate on and show you this in a closed-up, because that kind of gets lost in translation once I zoom out to show you what the building looks like. But these are some of those elements. And I'll let the applicant go into those details. I'm just kind of presenting to you what they've gone back based on the guidance that was given in June. So this is their attempt to making it more Southern Pinesy.
Did y'all know you used the mayor's house as one of your examples? Did y'all do that on purpose? Oh, okay.
That's really funny. All right, perfect. Just continuing on here. I just wanted to show again, I guess what the applicant proposed of where they got the inspiration to make their building a little bit more Southern Pinesy. And I'll let them talk to it, but I just want to kind of bring this up front for the record so it could be seen and not just in the packets. It's just we can show it on there.
She said there should be a warning on Google. It was just going to say warning, mayor's house.
You just make it like all fuzzy, just like people's faces.
Okay, here's the stepping away, zooming out a little bit. This is the southeast facade that faces Highway 1. This is the storefront of what you're going to look at when you're driving Highway 1. Circled in some of those areas is like the cornices there. They've actually added some brick pillars. As you can see on the bottom image, which was the initial submittal or last month's submittal, there was actually no pillars of bricks that, kind of broke all those windows up a little bit. They've actually, on the left side where it says service, on the service side, they've actually changed that ephes into actual brick where it says service on the top left corner. So now that's actually added, it's 15% more brick on that facade. But they've actually done that. They've actually changed the name there, as you can see, from Pinehurst to Southern Pines. Unless there's any other questions, I'd like to move to the next facade.
Well, I have one question. I'm not sure if
Yes,
this
sir.
can come up, but that highlighted it towards me. The little fancier picture that they provided, that like facade looks much more soft than like the darker color in like the cartoon kind of pictures, or the elevations, I guess. Which, yeah, which one is it closer to, if my question makes sense? Okay, because I like that one, I like better than the elevation, sort of made it look really dark brown. Okay, thank you.
That's, yes, sir, that is, the building is going to look like based on the changes they've gone back to redrawn.
So more white than tan, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't like
Yeah, lighter.
Like, that's yucky. He likes that better.
Yeah, but this is what it's going to be.
Right.
Yeah. Because this is like, looks like tan brick
But I'm gonna want to know that those trees are gonna be there.
until until they widen the road.
Yeah, right.
Any other questions? I'm just going to continue here to the next, the southwest elevation facade that's going to be facing Murray. I would like to remind the town council, right there in the middle. For the line of sight from Murray Hill that will be visible from public area, it's going to be just this section back here. There's an actual development, a shopping center, that is going to actually cover this side right here. However, the applicant did go back and added these elements, even though it wouldn't be seen from the sidewalk, and it is, the material is brick, but they actually, showed more character instead of just brick, which I believe is the town council's concern from the
Someone will
last time.
see it, yes.
I highlighted earlier on the elements that were added. They actually added like a faux window right there, as you can see on that side. However, you'll be able to see it on certain angles from Murray, but if you're standing directly on Murray, you might not be able to see it based on the shopping center that's directly behind it, and also just the landscape buffer that's going to be in there. But it is worth noting. Here we are looking at the northwest elevation facade that's going to be facing Grace Church. This is actually just really the backside of what Highway 1's going to look like. So these changes have been noted before with the brick lane, the soldiering, and things of that nature, just so you can see them there. Any questions? I'll move on to the next slide. Here we are looking at the northeast elevation that faces, I say Grace Church again, but it's really facing Grace Church, but it could also be seen from Highway 1 if you're traveling south. You'll be able to see some of these elements, maybe the top. Once the landscape is pulled in and grows into its maturity, you might be able to see some of these elements, but you'll definitely see the top of the elevations there, so it's worth mentioning there. But as you can see, they've actually added a lot of character on there. That it gets lost once you zoom in, zoom out. And I'll let them speak into this sign, but they're proposing this sign elevation. As you can see, to really just show you where this sign's going to be at. It's going to be the corner of Murray Hill and Highway 1. So it'll be seen from that avenue. But it's something that they're proposing, but I'll let them speak to it. Pending any questions from the council, this concludes my presentation of showing you what they've come back and worked on since the last.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Do we have
Thank you,
questions?
Jean. No.
Okay. If the applicant would like to come forward. Good evening. We didn't keep you quite this late last time you were in town.
Oh,
did
no,
we?
it's all good. Thank you so much for your patience this evening, and thank you, Jean, for working with us. So he did kind of highlight all the things that we went back and looked at. It was really, taking our time and looking at apparently your home and pulling design elements from the town that we could incorporate. All of the brick pilasters, the headers, the sills, water tables, really just pulling those elements from the town to add some character to the building. So we wanted to show that detailing, and then also kind of more of a good faith gesture. This is just a suggestion if it's something the town would be open to. We're pretty close to the town limits. So coming up Route 1, we could have a Southern Pines sign. So just something we wanted to propose. I looked at the Weymouth Center. And I think, the library as well in town to try to pull some kind of community building inspiration for that. So that's why we did the arch, obviously open to comments if we're positive about it or negative about it. We just wanted to, Phil Smith Automotive has been part of this community for a while, and we just want to put our best foot forward on that.
What was your name?
Lauren Krupsaw with Penny Design Group.
Ms. Krebsaw, I will speak just for myself. I really appreciate the feedback, or you taking into consideration the feedback that we had last month and working with staff to come up with something. I'm bouncing between 2 months ago presentation, the images, and then this month's. And they're minor, but they do make a big difference. Thank you for that.
I'm going to take a very different tack, Lauren. I think that there are a lot of changes that are positive about this. The cornices going all the way around the building is great. I think the changing the service bay entrances to brick at the top instead of the metal, and then using a different color brick to kind of tie it into the metal with the cornices. I think the ghost window on the side, I think that you did a lot good here, and thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. And I like the sign too, unchanged, but
Like, I think the sign took us by surprise because I was like, it doesn't say Hyundai on there at all.
It does not.
But it does look very nice.
and the name change too. Thank you
Of
for
course,
that.
yep. Of course.
You
We
put a
really
lot of
wanted
effort
to
in
take,
it.
yeah, we
and
wanted to take your comments to heart and really
And-
take our time to update everything.
I think the changes are dramatic. The average person might look at it and say there's not much of a difference, but the details matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Always.
I'm glad that, Jean spoke to the zooming in and zooming out, because
Yeah.
it's so hard sometimes to represent a 3D building with texture and material in a 2D image. But you can see, from the examples in real life, it really does make a big
I'm happy
difference.
with it. Thank you. Thank you for your efforts.
I appreciate that.
Are there other council comments?
Tell me you didn't have a plane you were trying to catch back out of here.
No, it's tomorrow, thankfully. Not the 6 a.m. either, so.
All right, just checking. Appreciate it. Appreciate it being Southern Pines Hyundai, because there we are. And the sign.
It's like,
Yeah,
bam.
it's great. Thank you.
Thank
Does
you.
staff feel okay about the sign?
Do we have a sign violation here?
Also,
And I just do want to remind the town council that we do have a sign permit process that has to go through. I'm not the sign expert. Once that gets brought up, we'll look at it, make sure that it meets the standards, but that's what I like to add.
Yeah.
Included under the exempt signs.
The town? For a town
Rental
sign?
Point of view, and we will, if there's anything in the UDO that allows for it, we will certainly make it work. We understand that the town council.
that is our intent, too.
Let me also offer, if it's going to remain Southern Pines in 1887 and not say Hyundai, and that is a corridor that has long been discussed for some form of entry sign by the Appearance Commission and others. So relative to location, that may be something we want to look at as the site plan comes together.
I think the easiest thing is that does not actually meet the definition of a sign. Exactly. Right, because our definition of a sign is very, it grabs a lot of stuff, but it's it's, yeah, I won't go into it, but I think that the easiest thing is that that's not a sign because it says the name of the town and the year it was established, and that's not meant to attract attention to the property on which it is located for commercial purposes.
It's non-commercial in nature.
Are we stepping on the toes of the Appearance Commission if we say it's okay?
I think just run it by them.
I think they're going to be generally pretty excited that something, because part of the challenge out there has always been kind of where to locate it. Some of that discussion has been around entering into what we now refer to as the Pine Dean area, but of course, a lot of what's there, you'll remember we just recently demolished a property. It was sort of, do you want that to be the entrance to the town? So new facility, new sign, kind of what's happening out there. It seems to fit a lot of long-standing conversations, but it's easy enough to also take this slide and take it to them at the next meeting and just get any feedback they might have, so.
Thank you for the sign, too.
If we just run it by the Appearance Commission?
Of course.
Yeah, just that one, okay. All right, unless there's other questions, I will
No,
entertain a
thank you
motion.
again for all the work.
Thank
It's a
you, I
lot of
appreciate
work.
it.
Thank you.
To approve AR-05-25 architectural compliance permit for Pinehurst Hyundai at 1480 US Highway 1.
Second that.
Favor by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, guys. All right, so let's move on to action item D, approve resolution authorizing the use of design build, oh, we scratched that, sorry. Yep. We're not-
We should have, 8E, we need to wait.
Yeah, we're gonna wait on that one. All right, so I am moving things around. 8E, we're gonna move the closed session to the end of public hearings. Or are we still having one? Okay. Okay. All right, returning to our quasi judicial hearings, we are now back to MIPP-02-25, the Murray Hill Road Townhome Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat.
This is a continuance, right?
It was continued from July.
We need to requalify the council and deal with a very specific issue on this one.
Okay.
Does any member of council have a fixed opinion prior to this hearing that is not susceptible to change?
No.
Has any member of council had ex parte communications about this matter other than the email and letter you received from Mr. Coombs?
No.
Does any member of council have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person?
No.
Member of council have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
All right, I'm going to put into the record a copy of the letter that Mr. Koontz sent to each of you and to Reagan and me, and ask whether, on the basis of that letter, it changes any of your opinions about the question of whether you have a fixed opinion prior to this hearing that is not susceptible to change.
No.
No.
The
I
applicant.
thought you would pass it.
The letter does specifically question our ability to be objective.
Yes, it does. That's why I'm bringing this up on the record.
So I think that's good. And then it's up to the applicant whether or not they want to recuse.
The applicant wish to challenge any member of council on the basis of impartiality. Not for the record. All right.
Thank you.
They have to be sworn in.
Letter need to be read.
We should go ahead and, that letter that was entered into the record, that'll be Exhibit D, because this is, public hearing was open before. We already have Exhibits A, B, and C, and so this will be D.
So being that we're entering it into the public record, does it need to be read into the record?
Each of you has read it, the applicant has read it, and it's now on the record.
So for the general public, not that we have 30 people here arguing against it, but if there were someone watching that had an issue, would they have an issue with a letter that they don't know what it says?
They don't have any legal issue with that letter. It is purely a matter between the applicant and the council.
All right, I will make the statement that the letter did not specifically address this project specifically. Okay. Okay. Sure.
I did not intend it to have anything to do with this project. That letter was
Okay, thank you. I also, before we move past that, I do want to say, whether it's a quasi-judicial hearing or anything else, I don't want anyone who has a concern with how we conduct our meetings or our line of questioning, I don't want you to hesitate to write something because of the hearing. So I appreciate that you did write it and that it was sent out and that it's now been entered into the record. Okay, do we need to qualify or swear anyone else in? Is anyone speaking?
Swear them before.
Do I need to re-swear them in?
Anybody who was sworn at the beginning of the hearing is still sworn, and the only question is whether
Gotcha.
there will be
Gotcha.
anybody speaking who didn't speak.
Since you were not here, will you be speaking? Okay.
Then you need to be sworn in.
If you will raise your right hand. Are you going to swear me in or am I?
You're about to give, do you swear to believe the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Broadwell, good evening.
Okay, good evening. I would like to enter the August 12th staff report as Exhibit E and this presentation as Exhibit F. And I will now give you staff's assessment on the changes that have been made since continuance last month. I'll just briefly rehash the project overview, go into the issues raised, and then our recommendation from there. So as you recall, the subject property is zoned RM1, located about a quarter mile down the street from Lowe's Home Improvement. RM1 calls for 10 to 12 dwelling units per acre, which this project does fall well within. The project intends to subdivide 2 acres into 20 townhome units, 1 common area lot, and preserve one of the detached residences, the one on the east side there. It does fall well within the comprehensive plan. It has that missing middle housing in a good area of town. Excuse me. It's close to nearby neighborhoods as well as commercial districts. And it's easily able to hook up to town utilities that are already in place as well. And this is the plat we looked at last time. We looked at some administrative relief to setbacks, open space, and during that process, those are the issues that you all raised. First being Unit 21's driveway. That's the existing driveway that currently dumps on Murray Hill Road. Units 14 to 20 do not have direct access to the crosswalk. Street alignment, there is that kind of awkward curve as you're moving from south to north. And there's a lot of different street names as well, Penny, Blue Jay, Strawberry, Pine, and Shady. And then we also talked about tree preservation as well in that condition. Since then, the applicant's gone back and taken a look at those issues. You'll notice up here, Unit 21's driveway now does dump into the 20-foot alley. There is sidewalk along Murray Hill Road so that all units can get to that crosswalk. And then street naming, you'll notice Pine and Shady replaced Penny and Blue Jay, so it's the same going south to north all the way up through there. There is just still that curve. And the applicant let me know they did a few different, looking at different configurations for the whole project site. And all things considered, a different one didn't really work well that they could support. However, staff don't necessarily see a design issue with this at all. In fact, the small curve in the road as you're moving up and down Pine and Shady may actually reduce speeding in those tight neighborhoods. I'm going to get into the tree preservation part next. Before I do, any questions on this layout and these changes? Okay. So the condition, as is written up there on the left side, I fully support and stand behind. The applicant has agreed to it as well. And it just preserves all trees that don't interfere with essential grading, the buildings themselves, the utility installations, and the access. And we've had one experience with using this condition language in site plan review, and it went very well. We were able to go back and forth and really identify, hey, does that actually need to go? Can that stay? And the end result was pretty good as it really preserved everything that could be overall on the site. So I'm confident in how that's written. I know you all had a few concerns about maximizing last time. Do you have any questions about this condition?
So in the past, when this has worked well, that's been an ongoing partnership with the planning department and the applicant determining which trees could be salvaged?
Right, so the applicant will put forth their demolition plan. They'll mark which ones have to go.
They may ask for reduced tree protection fencing for some of them. And staff will take a look at that and question the validity of, does that actually have to go? Can we move X left or right, et cetera?
Public Works would be involved with that too, potentially in certain situations. I think we've done this before.
We have.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
I'm not, but it's the way it is. I appreciate you
Okay.
trying. It has a lot of wiggle words in there, and I don't know how we fix that. I don't know at what point we've taken down enough trees and flooded enough land, and I'm just on my environmental moment here. So I appreciate your efforts. It's no criticism of you. I think that we could build around trees more than take them down. So, no question, just a
understand.
statement.
And then we did have the one more condition as well. RCW topic again, as y'all recall, the preliminary plat criteria does call for consistency with state and federal regulations, this being one that comes up a lot. We did get the Fish and Wildlife letter for this property as well. The applicant has already agreed to do the study prior to any tree clearing, and the conditions worded as you see there on the left. I can pull it up a little bit bigger on a subsequent slide too, if you'd like.
I have a question on the rear setback. To allow enough space, your report is to allow enough space for the 20-foot access alley and required eastern 10-foot buffer. Townhouse units 15 through 20 require a 5-foot reduction in rear setback to accommodate all parameters. And if we don't offer that up, if we don't, again, disregard our rules that we have in place for a reason, what are the repercussions of that regarding the development?
The reduction in the setbacks came from two different reasons on each side. The one on the western side came from engineering making the comment that the four-way intersection, when the two streets dump in a certain proximity, they have to have to line up. So they make that four-way stop. So that's why it shifted in that case. On the other side, the applicant wants to preserve that detached structure, and there is their required buffer up on the far eastern side as well. So the most common sense approach that we found was reducing that rear setback by 5 feet.
Okay. I think we continue to make a mistake by bending the rules and allowing exceptions, and I will continue to say that, and I will continue to be probably the canary in the coal mine. But I think we continue to make a mistake in this regard. And that's not your fault. I understand what you're doing, and I understand what they're asking, but I don't think it makes sense to make rules and then constantly create exceptions. That's my soapbox.
I don't think the canary in the coal mine is the right analogy in this situation. I think he just explained that one of these things is a result of us.
If I may, the original plat did not have any reduction in setbacks on the western side. That was just prior to them knowing that they had to make those roads line up. And so that comment did come from us.
Well, I think it's worthwhile to have the roads line up. Okay.
And then, of course, oral recommendation is approval with those two conditions as have been drafted for you. And as far as the roads lining up and those curves going to Pine and Shady, I would run that through the engineering department. They don't really see an issue there. And it's not perfect, but all things considered, it does kind of achieve the best design with what they have.
In the final decision of the names matching made sense, even though they don't line up perfectly.
Right.
Okay. All right, I feel like that makes more sense. Okay. All right, staff, council, do you have questions for staff?
Have those names, and I'll call it the extension of the existing, been run through Moore County and the 911 county ordinance? And
that latest change has not, so that they will have the final word on it.
Right. I just wanted to, if it had not yet, I don't think they'll say no, but
I have no reason to believe
be
they would
aware
say
that
no.
is a possibility.
Yes.
Would you all like to hear from the applicants? The applicant like to present?
Thank you, James. Thank you.
Nice tie.
Thank you.
We're being so that they can move around.
Good evening. I'm Paul Satoff with Kunst Jones Design. Thanks for hearing us again tonight. Just wanted to walk through the changes again real quick. I think James discussed everything very clearly of kind of the process that we've been through and the few changes that we've made since the last time you saw this. Let's go to the next slide. So the changes, again, they're just highlighted in red on this plan. Changing the street names to reduce some of the confusion with having several different street names running into existing street names, just trying to avoid that confusion. And as the town manager discussed, those do have to get approved by Moore County GIS. They have not yet. But we're hoping to stick with those road names, to continue those existing road names.
They may want to attach a north, south, east, west, or something just to differentiate.
Yep. We've also added the sidewalk connection along Murray Hill Road, connecting Shady Lane to Pine Lane, and then spilling off into the crosswalk connection that would connect to the existing sidewalk on the south side of Murray Hill. And we've also adjusted the existing driveway that was for Unit 21, the existing single-family home, and connected that to Shady Lane. Those are the changes we've made since the last presentation, and just open to any discussion, any questions.
Is this consistent with the last drawing that you had where you indicated that the trees would not actually be the size that this diagram indicates for 15 or 20 years?
Yes,
So you have presented again a picture of trees in a property that will not exist that way, that you've presented them for 15 or 20 years, correct?
correct. That's how we draw.
That's how you do it.
That's how we do it.
This is where I probably should have objected last month or, yeah, in the meeting.
Yes.
Would you all like to explain how, in your profession, you do your job? What is the appropriate manner of landscape design?
It's to think ahead to the future, spacing out trees as they will grow. We want to show a plan of what it's going to look like in 10 to 15 years. Those are the tree sizes. Those are the sizes of the trees that would occur within 10 to 15 years. Not exactly what's going to be planted right away. Trees do grow. And we want to show what the development will look like in the future.
So to be clear, this is not representative of what this property will look like for another decade, correct?
Not day one, no.
It is not going to look like this for at least 10 years, correct? And that is the common practice that you think is the proper
You're
way.
questioning. We are asking you to do your job the way that you're professionally trained to do so, and I appreciate.
I think it's pretty clear. I think it needs to be in the record.
I
What
would
is your
like,
solution? What would you rather them show?
I would rather say some of the trees,
I mean, how would you rather them depict the trees that are going to be planted?
realistically.
As like when they plant them?
Yes.
I would like the council to acknowledge that we only consider expert testimony, and Ms. Peterson does not hold a degree in landscape design. Okay, we need to strike that from what you will use in your consideration. Thank you for the sidewalk.
Yep.
Thank you for moving the driveway.
Yep.
Let me go back to our notes from last month. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm making sure that I look at everything that we discussed last month. Does council have other questions? Okay, if there are no more questions, is there a motion?
And do you anticipate, sorry, I just had one final question. You talked about the phasing in here. Is it definitely going to be one and then the other, or do you see there being sort of a simultaneous?
I'm not sure at this moment if they'll do the whole thing at once.
It just gives you the flexibility.
Yeah.
But it also makes sure, if I'm understanding, that they have to have some fulfillment and finishing. Helps kind of finish one in completeness before they get their COs or whatever, if they do have, and then they're ready to get those people in. They have to have met certain criteria of all of.
It's very common that by the time you get to contractors, they say, well, of course we're going to phase it. And then there's no phasing. It's really common.
That's also sometimes driven by the lender.
Yeah, to build all those at once is, yeah, for depending upon the contractor and the lending.
Do we need phasing plan in order to set,
There is a provision
CO?
in the UDO to deal with a phasing plan
Okay.
later, and we can deal with that. It's ideal to have it here, but sometimes there is a provision in the UDO to deal with it. We've done that a number of times.
And we are showing the phase A, phase B, the separation on the plan there.
The general key with the phasing plans is that whatever goes on the ground could continue to function on its own if, for instance, B did not occur down the road, so. And given the way this particular property lays out, the AB sort of makes sense just from the standpoint of there's a lane serving a very specific part of the property in each of those.
If you're done with questions, you can close the public hearing.
Yes. Do you have any other witnesses you would like to call up?
I do not.
Okay. I will close. Ask what? Well, no, we don't, yeah. All right, I'm closing the public hearing. We have 4 listed issues, and it looks like you have addressed each of those. If the council would like to ask other questions, I will either hear those or a motion.
I have no further questions. I'll make a motion if there are no other. To adopt attachment 1 of the staff report as drafted as finding of fact regarding the proposed preliminary plat map 0225.
Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion carries. Is there a second part of it?
And therefore, I move to approve the preliminary plat MAPP 0225 with the conditions set forth in the staff report MAPP 0225 as contained, conditions 1 and 2 as contained in the staff report.
I second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries. I will say thank you again to the applicant. I mean, as you can see from this evening, obviously, we have a lot of issues that we bring up, and this was one that there were very specific requests, and you did address all of them in a sufficient manner. All right, moving on to SU-01-25. I'm opening the public hearing to remove buffer and setback requirement for Lot 9 of Tyler's Ridge. Attorney McCarley, would you like to qualify us?
Does any member of council have a fixed opinion prior to this hearing that's not susceptible to change?
No.
Council had ex parte communications about this matter. Any member of council have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person?
No.
Does any member of council have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
Does the applicant wish to challenge any member of council on the basis of impartiality? Record, no. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who plans to present, will you please stand to be sworn in? raise your right hand. Do you agree that any testimony you provide on this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Mr. Ruiz, good evening again.
Madam Mayor. Good evening again, Town Council members. First, I would like to introduce to the record Exhibit A, which is the staff report, and also all the attachments accompanying that. I'd also like to introduce to the record Exhibit B, which is the staff presentation you see in front of you. All right. Starting off here with the special use permit of 0125 Tyler's Ridge, lot number 9, which in the planning department we've come to know as the pizza slice. As you can see there in the blue highlighted, it looks like a pizza, so we like to have fun, so that's what we call it. It's the pizza slice. So if I say pizza slice in my presentation, that is exactly what I'm referring to. Real quickly, I would like to orient you where this is going in Tyler's Ridge. On the map on the left-hand side, you have the Sand Hills Community College there, and you also have the bullet parcel, which is the next development. Directly north of that, or northwest location, is going to be the ABC parcel that's going in, that's been approved already. Directly north of it is a little shopping center where it has a roast and it has other dental offices and things of that nature. To the east of that location, we have the development that has Starbucks and McDonald's going directly next to it, right there off of Capitol Drive with access from Capitol Drive. And then just southeast of that location is the old Ace Hardware store, which is now a medical facility with Dollar General. And then just directly west of that location is the new Ace Hardware location. Before I go any further, I just wanted to state that this is not the first iteration that we've seen this. We've worked really hard with the applicant because this is a buffer a characteristic that we've really taken really serious. We've been mandated by the Comp Plan 2040 to protect whatever landscape or existing trees. So it was something that we really went to fight against a battle to save these trees. And I think what we're presenting here today is the best compromise based on all those factors, which I will cover, but the plan department is recommending approval. Moving on to the slide here. Real quickly, going down history lane, CU 0111, Tyler's Ridge was approved back in 2011. This is a drastic change from what that used to be, very rural area. As you can imagine, this was a very hot topic at that time, based because they were going to create this massive facility, multi-purpose commercial and residential area that was going to increase traffic in that area. And it was met with a lot of confrontation. What you see here in front of you was what was approved on that. Doesn't necessarily look exactly like that, but that was what was originally approved. What I wanted to use also this time, at that time, we had the Fry property there on the western part of that Tyler's Ridge, and they were pretty vocal on their displeasure of having a commercial property next to them, and that's why there was conditions put in place that considered the Fry property's interest and their well-being and their concerns. And that is what you're seeing today, and what we're trying to change is going to be the building setback. And we also had a buffer in place there just because they wanted to break a commercial development from a residential at the time. Unless I have any questions, I'll continue moving on. Here we are at 2022. We have PD 01-22 Ace Hardware, which was approved. And it went directly west of the pizza slice that you see there in the red lines, just to kind of orient you where we're at. We're all very familiar with the Ace Hardware. It came in with different parts of PDs on there, which the bullet parcel directly north of it, and then you have the ABC parcel that's up there, which is 3A. Those have been approved as well already with this
What
approval.
actually happened is less intense than what was approved, right? Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
So this is 2022, and it's largely built out on the original parcel, right, with apartments, and then up here at the top. And what was originally approved in 2011 was a lot more intense than what has actually happened. It's from a building perspective.
But in 2011, there was also a condition requiring a 30-foot landscape buffer and a 50-foot building setback.
Yeah, that's in there, though. I'm just saying,
Right.
overall, the whole
So
site.
now we're being asked to compromise and give up both of those things that a prior council felt was important in 2011.
Well, the conditions changed. There's a commercial property next door.
And I will, thank you for that, and I will just elaborate a little bit furthermore. Correct, as you can see in the landscape there, the topography has changed dramatically. There's no longer a residential area, it is now another commercial site. And this is part of the basis where the applicant is stating that it has changed in that area, and they're stating a case that is it really necessary now to have a division between another commercial site next to their non-existing residential area. And I just want to be clear that as the planning department, we really fought for the character of this area. We have an understanding that, again, we've been charged to protect whatever is already existing. And they presented a case, and like I said, this is maybe the fourth iteration which I'm presenting to you today, which was a compromise in also, what we thought was important, what the Comp Plan 2040 states, and we were defending that, and, there was compromises on both sides. And what we're showing you is, what we came up to and presented to you is, a very favorable act, that's for both the town and for the development.
And I will offer, and Planner Ruiz has done a nice job of describing this, but having sat through the 2011 process that came to the first plan, this buffer was a part of a set of conditions that went into the CUP that were very specifically drafted and requested of the council by Mr. Don Fry on behalf of his mother, who resided on the property that was
Right.
adjacent. So when he talks about that buffer having been put there by the council, it was very specific to the residential structure that was there. And there were a couple of other conditions at the time, that one of which, and it's the only time I've seen a condition like this in 31 years, but one of them even had to do with the running of cable to the homestead. So there was like a set of 4 or 5 conditions at the time, and it was all about just buffering this commercial portion of the Tyler's Ridge development from that residential land that then ultimately got sold to obviously the developer of the Ace property, not the original developer of the Tyler's Ridge property.
But that original buffer was used and maintained, I'm assuming, for Lot 6 and Lot 8 as those got developed. They didn't just waive it and make it go away, I'm assuming.
Correct. That's correct, sir.
They have used it through the history of the project.
Well, we've made some adjustments on the ABC store where that's at. We actually made,
Oh, sorry, Lot 5 and 6, I meant to say not 8. That was my fault.
okay, sorry.
22 map, though.
Right. Oh, sorry. Oh.
There we go.
So as you can see, we've preserved that buffer into the new developments that have been in PD 0122, and I'm gonna lead into PD 08-24, which is phases 2A and 3, phases 2 and phases 3A, which is the bullet parcel and the ABC store. As you can see, they're highlighted in green on this phase in Tyler's Ridge. That buffer still exists there today.
Right, and that was the existing pine trees, right?
Exactly.
That was the purpose of that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's right. Any other questions on this slide? I'll just continue moving forward. So what you're seeing in front of you right now is the proposal that is being put in front of you. This is based on those factors that I mentioned earlier on. This is not the first iteration. We've actually gone back and forth. I will go back into a little history just to give you a preview what we've been putting work in the office, not just including the planning staff, but also the arborist, because we were we believe that that buffer is worth saving, and we initially were not for this plan, but we've worked out a lot of, hashed out a lot of details, which were presented to you again today. So let me get my thoughts together again, sorry. So here we are. This proposal right here would allow, it used to be 30, the buffer was 30 feet, so now we're conducing it down to 9 feet from the area just to allow for that parking area. We went on site with the town arborist and to check out the area to see what exactly is out there, because it's hard to just look at an image without walking in to say, well, that's all vegetation. When we went out there, we actually seen an overgrowth of what, this just stuff started growing wild. And since the Fry property has been sold off, it's not really been maintained. It's kind of just been growing wild. So there's invasive species there that are just kind of really competing with the trees, that the hardwoods. There's 2 hardwoods there that we really like to keep, and there's a total of 5 longleaf pines that we are actually, with the consideration of the applicant, that is say, hey, we're going to save these trees, and we're going to have enough setback that we can save those trees and still put this parking lot there. An additional proposal there and an agreement says that we added 3,000 square feet there on the north western side, as you see a triangle in front of those parking areas that will be landscaped as well as a supplement to enhance what was existing there, and maybe what we're removing to add more character, continuing that character of the buffer there.
Where were you talking about that at? Where's that located?
Yes, so what we're looking at, so we're coming in from this buffer, it used to be 30 feet. We're being able to say 9 feet here.
Yeah.
But as a proposal, they're actually going to be landscaping this here, not just only the perimeter parking that is required here, or the street trees, but they're actually going to plant some.
So go back to the original place where you put where your finger was at the start, right there. Okay, so from that heavy black line to the parking on the to the west. How much space is between the parking and that heavy black line, roughly? About another 9, 10 feet?
10 feet.
10 feet? And so that's going to be landscaped as well?
Well, that goes to this commercial.
I understand. I'm just saying that from.
Not necessarily.
You're looking at 19 feet by combining the two. Is that how you're looking? Yes, the parking lot on the west side requires to have vehicle use area, perimeter landscaping is 1 large tree per 30 feet and 1 shrub per 3 feet, and they'll have to meet that standard.
Okay, so visually to the person out there, that's roughly a 20-foot section.
Yes. Yes, sir. That's right. And
I
within
mean, they don't see the heavy black line is my point.
Within that 20, within that 20 feet, 21 feet, 'cause it's 11 feet, correct?
Correct.
Within that 21 feet, there are 2 hardwoods and 5 longleaf pines. If you look at the.
I see them.
Yeah, some of the longleaf pines are down here, okay? Yeah. And I'm gonna reiterate something Gene said, is that we at first thought, no, save the buffer. Save the existing trees that are in the buffer, because from a distance and it looked like there's substantial vegetation there. We went out and did a site visit with the town arborist. What we found was the only trees that were actually worth saving, according to the arborist, and pretty clearly standing there, the only trees that are actually worth saving aren't in the location where they want to put this parking lot. There just wasn't anything there. And so the premise of saying what was there, move it up here and put it in this triangle on the north side, replant that area there, and in the future, that would be more consistent with the aesthetic of the area. Because
Right.
you have that buffer coming through there.
Right.
And so that's where Gene's got into his presentation.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just have a real quick question. Do you usually use an arborist whenever you're trying to make a decision?
We work with, there used to be a town arborist position, now Graham is in the position of town arborist. And yes, frequently when we go out to assess the quality of trees, because preserving trees, like the earlier project about staff working with the applicant to determine which trees, should be removed. We need to have expertise because we go toe to toe about the issue of trees all the time. And usually the argument is, well, you're planners, you don't know trees. And so the response is, okay, we'll go out there with the arborist, and then he takes a very reasonable position. And, you know, like I said, we're out here in the field, and he looks at some very small, very scrubby stuff and says, there's just not actually anything worth preserving there. So, and then the 2 hardwoods and the 5 longleafs were, so.
That's an important detail. You could have added, yeah. Very important. Thank you.
Sorry. We have talked about some of the issues that we're going to cover here on this next slide here, and this is the problem, not for us, but for the developer as they were, you know, trying to create a developable space that would be good for the owner and for everybody that represents, you know, the applicant. As a plan department, I understand that there is a very challenging design-wise. So that's why we're kind of like, okay, we understand that. However, what can we do to save what is there? And that's just illustrating really quickly on the map when you see it zoomed in a little bit more, where the outer, on the image on the right-hand side, you see on the outer dash line, that's the building setback. And then that hashed out in green in the inside, next to the boundary of that parcel is the buffer setback. So it does eat up a lot of space in that area, which makes it very difficult or challenging for a developer to try to come up with a good design there.
So I answered my own question. I was going to ask the question, and I didn't think about the change of conditional use permits to special use permits. But when I first read it, I was kind of like, so why is this a special use permit for changing this buffer requirement? But anyway, I went back and read the staff report and answered the question myself.
I did something right. That's good.
Yeah.
All right. So now that we understand the problem, and I'm showing you images of what it looks like on a overhead shot, I wanted to show you what it looks like real life on a picture image, just to illustrate what it would look or what it looks like there. Again, these are to the best of my ability, kind of the design of challenges based on the buffer, and I will just speak to that, and I'll show you where I get these lines. I didn't just draw them on there because I'm not an expert on that, but I'll just show you real quick. Okay, so we have the 30-foot buffer there indicated on the western part of it is the old property line of the Fry. The green line here is the 30-foot buffer from that existing condition. The reason we know that it aligns there is because part of that conditional approval was a wooden fence which still exists today. And that's how we were able to trace where the buffer ended. And that's kind of just follows this line right here. The blue line right here just shows what the building setback. And again, images speak, more loudly than just an image on a map. Now we can actually see, appreciate what the designer, the challenges they had. And I'm just presenting that so you can see an actual visual representation of what it looks like on ground. This is just another view from the north looking down to the south side, and this is just from the south looking north, just to give you perspective on both angles right there. Image real quickly just to illustrate where we've actually saved some of that buffer that's, on the shopping center where roasts exist in the ABC store is that buffer that you see on the northern part of Capitol Drive is going to be remaining. The bullet parcel will be removing some of that buffer across the street that's going to be on the same side as ACE, as it has already been approved. Just another image to show you what that looks like, where the trees are going to be taken down already because of the bullet parcel there.
Can you go back one slide, just 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Actually, maybe one more slide. Okay, thanks.
I just wanted to show another illustration of what Tyler's Ridge looks like in different types of the season here in Southern Pines. Right now, of course, this image on the top, you will see it's in the springtime. It was taken this year, and it's just, obviously a lot of vibrant colors there. But once you look at the images on the southern, on the bottom, it just kind of just dies out because there's not a lot there to really save. It's just brush that just dies and it comes back. It's just invasive. And this is when we went out to the site to look at it when in this condition, when we went to go look at it with the arborist. I'm like, it was easy to find, like, wow, this is really a lot of overgrowth and a lot of, not really maintained. But it's just another visual capture of what that location looks like at 2 different times of the year. Before I go into the next slide, I would like to introduce Exhibit C, which is the wildlife. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Agency submitted the same letter that you've seen today, and we didn't receive it till Friday, and it was presented to us on Monday. So that's why it was not part of your packet. However, I did want to share with you what the USFWS Raleigh Field Office said. You can read it to yourselves. I want to read it to you, but you've seen it, the same one pretty much today, and it states that this is indicated that it is in the woodpecker survey conducted by a qualified, sorry. It says the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Raleigh Field Office has reviewed the special use permit 0125, a Tyler's Ridge special use permit. This parcel falls within Moore County's red zone, indicating that red-cockaded woodpecker survey should be conducted by a qualified environmental consultant by removing any pine trees with a DBH of greater of 10 inches in diameter at breast height.
Okay, so I have a question about this one, this condition.
Answer it real quick if you just
Go
give me a
ahead.
second.
Yeah.
So we are saving all the longleaf pines that are worth saving that are in this category. We're exercising a little bit of common sense here, where we're like, okay, while we do appreciate our external and federal agencies giving us these guidelines, we've already actually kind of looked at it already. It's like, well, we're not taking down any pine trees. We're actually preserving them, and the applicant is giving that up to self. And also, they don't have any issues with conducting the survey to ensure that they're not bringing down any cavity trees. But as you already know, that area is already well developed. So a lot of those trees that are inside that buffer, we are maintaining. It's just the underbrush and all the invasive stuff that they're proposing to remove. So at this time, I have drafted a condition, if that's the way the council wants to sway, to add that as a condition of approval, that they conduct the survey. But I'll leave that up to you. Again, they're not taking down any longleaf pines we're actually preserving what is there and just taking out the underbrush and the overgrowth in that area.
I'm personally fine. The requirement out of USFWS's mouth is it should be done if you're taking down a tree greater than 10-inch DBH, and that's not going to happen. So I don't think that we add that. In the event that that changes, then this changes.
Correct, sir.
Yeah.
Again, we talked about it all evening about the agency reaching out to us and letting us know. We've actually kind of used some common sense here, and we're like, okay, got it. We understand the concern here, and we are by all means taking all the right appropriate measures to do that. It's up to you if you really want to put a condition so they can
And you
say,
did
hey,
answer
look,
my
we've
question.
complied with it. But again, just want to be perfectly clear, we're not removing. And I'll let the applicant speak to that a little bit more of what a condition that it can be given here or what you guys want to hear. Okay, so before I wrap this up and put a bow on it for you, this is the key takeaways that we are proposing with this approval here. All right. key points to take away is we're retaining 11 feet of Tyler's Ridge buffer that was approved in CU 01-11. Cutting into that, but we're adding on the other side for the bullet parcel there. As we mentioned, there's 21 feet. There'll be a total of that buffer in there, so there'll still be plenty of buffer there. Another one is we are actually getting perimeter landscaping in that area, so it's not actually going to be thinned out, like just everything cut out there. The underbrush are actually going to come in. Perimeter landscaping, perimeter vehicle use area is, as BJ said, is 1 tree for every 30 feet, and bushes in there too. So we're actually, they're taking stuff out there, which is a lot of underbrush, but they're actually putting in some landscape, which I think will make it a little bit more appealing to the eye at different seasons, time of the year. And then lastly, corresponding to there is that yellow circle up there, where we just talked about the 3,000 square feet of planting area that includes the perimeter vehicle use area and also the street trees. I want to let you also know that, they're going to be planting some additional planting, and I'll let them speak to that. But this is the key takeaways on special use permit 01-25.
Thank you, Gene.
Questions.
Okay.
I'll ask you, and then if it bleeds over to them. First, I mean, this one just strikes me weird. I don't think it's our job to fix just as things develop, and this lot got weirdly shaped, and they didn't like their original rules, and now they're wanting us to bail them out, which I don't think we need to. Why are they doing it? I'm like, to add more parking. I mean, it seems like their building can fit even with the 30-foot. Is that correct? Is it undevelopable with the 30-foot, or is it still a plausible site?
Yeah, it's a plausible site. I mean, it's just the matter of them designing something that would fit those parameters.
Well, and I just have issue with what we're being asked to do, but here's my questions to you. Will it make it nicer? So my first question is 30-foot is called landscaped buffer. So clearly the top half of that 30-foot buffer, there's nothing there. You showed us in the picture. So would they already have to fill that 30 feet with plantings according to our landscape buffer if we just left it alone? If they were to develop that site and get a site plan, from that green circle to the top of the black line, would it already have to have 30 feet of plantings if we didn't change it?
That is correct.
Okay.
Let me jump on that question because in the original plan, it shows what I think is the 30-foot landscape buffer for the adjacent property, and it terminates. Did that continue? It did all the way up to the road? So if you go back to the slide.
So it stops at the green?
That's what it looked like to me, but that's a good question. Right there. Is that where the 30-foot required landscape buffer terminated originally?
Where it went west, like it followed the perimeter of what was owned by the Fries there. So
it does not.
You can see it right here. Yeah. It goes all the way up to the highway.
Where, show it. So it does or it doesn't run the length of the lot?
It does.
Okay.
It goes, it's hard to see when it's zoomed out, but this is the buffer that followed in there. all the way up. It's just right here where the pizza, the pizza slice is somewhere right here, and this is where it just turned.
But it does go all the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So they would have to plant in that 30 feet anyway. I don't know, I just, all it seems to be doing is we'd still make them do a lot of plantings for 30 feet up and down the line. It would make them save the trees, because by definition, they'd have to be saved as part of the landscape buffer. All it would let them do is put more parking. There's a lot of parking in that development already. I'm having trouble seeing how this makes it better for us.
Are they required to keep the larger
Are
trees?
they not? I thought they would have to if, could they chop down the trees in that 30-foot buffer as is?
We have a 30-foot landscape buffer that is a requirement, unless it says undisturbed or, the various versions of conditions we've come up with. It's a buffer. So the buffer standard is a UDO standard. So if they wanted to go in there and do grading, they had to remove all the trees in there. They would have to replant to our buffer standard, which is a thick standard of planting. But yeah, they could remove the 2 hardwoods and the 5 existing longleaf pines and then replant to the buffer standard.
That's why I just want to understand both sides, like how, maybe the applicant to speak to, how does this make it better than what
have to do it anyway?
Just to your point, sir, and I think we've talked about this earlier on and brought this up in the issue that we just had on the previous one, where we have trees that are planted brand new and they're going to be this tall and we're going to wait 15 to 20 years for it to be full growth. Whereas here, we're actually deliberately saving those trees and adding to that buffer. Now, I'm not a landscape guru, and I don't know, but I understand what Graham told me is like, listen, if we take all that underbrush on there, we're actually going to provide an opportunity for the longleaf pines that are there and those other trees to grow fuller and healthier, because right now they're competing with all the little stuff that's running in there. Now, I like my yard to look as beautiful as it is, maintain it, I take a lot of pride on it, and I think visually speaking that I would rather look at a planted perimeter landscaping of the vehicle use areas. I think it would just clean it up a little bit more, but I'm not discrediting what
I
you're
guess
saying.
that's where, help me understand the difference between the yellow circle versus what they'd have to plant 30 feet along the whole perimeter anyway.
The yellow circle that you see here, sir, that is, they're actually giving that up as because we're cutting some trees, some buffering over here, we're going to add it. There is no requirement for them to add that open space there. Like there is
for 30
perimeter-
feet right now, correct? If we don't change it.
No, that's where it turns, sir.
It's on the other lot.
So
Oh, that's what I asked before, and they said it didn't.
Here's the lot line.
right here where you see this parking area, when we saw it earlier, this is where it jets out back.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out before. And that changes everything.
That's why this stays, but like it go this way and
Yeah.
then go back up.
Okay. Okay,
Something like this. See this one right here?
yeah. That's helpful because it's a little bit different analysis.
Would
Okay.
have been in here on the bullet parcel, just went away with the bullet parcel.
Well, the trees got preserved though, right? The long
No,
leaves.
they're gonna be gone soon. In this area right here, they're gonna be gone soon because this area is.
Oh, it's across the street
right,
from them.
This
Right.
area is actually, this area right here.
Yeah.
So this is the bullet parcel, those are gonna be gone. These will be,
Preserved, right.
and then the hardwoods and the longleafs are right in here along this red line here. Right. And those will be preserved, but these over here will go. It's still a worthwhile discussion.
Yeah.
Bill, I think, I understand your point, which is, if you go back to this one, it is true that if this is not approved, the 30-foot buffer, this is 10 and a parking space is 19. So the 30-foot buffer comes out to about right here. So these parking spaces, now could this still be here? For whatever reason, if they needed this to get to a dumpster, this asphalt could still exist right here. But if the 30-foot buffer remains, there will be a 50-foot building setback, which comes out to about right here, because this is going to be roughly 20 feet. This is going to be roughly 20 feet. And so that 30-foot buffer comes out to about right here, which means there won't be anything here. They'll have to plant right in here. And then these will remain, or they don't have to, because once it's a buffer standard, there's no agreement to preserve. They can just, I don't know, that'll be up to them. They save money by keeping them, but there may be something about it, about grading. They need to cut them down, and we won't have the ability to say no. And then this will just have to be developed to, right here is vehicle use area perimeter landscaping, and this will be 4.3.7, which is just open area replanting. Whereas the standard right now will be a higher standard for this replanting, correct?
And we could, if it went that way, it would be worded in a way that it was, definitely more than just minimal. It would be pretty.
Yeah, what's
solid.
the standard? You had some conversations with the applicant about the standard to which this yellow area would be planted.
Right. And I don't know all the figures off the top of my head. I didn't jot them down, but he can speak to it. I didn't jot these down for the presentation. I do apologize for that, but the applicant has those figures. Open area, there's, or a cleared area, it's already clear. There's no really meaning to, and that's not even part of the buffer, like existing buffer on Tyler's Ridge. So they're proposing that to supplement what they're taking out.
So I think that where Bill or maybe BJ's asking, and this is probably a question for them, as to what level are they going to plant that yellow circle?
Yes, sir. I'll let the applicant speak to that.
And it would be defined in the UDO?
If it's planted to the buffer standard, proper noun buffer, then that is a standard that's in the UDO for a certain.
What was the other word you used other than buffer standard? Open area standard?
Yeah, there's a cleared area vegetation standard, which is just basically anywhere that gets cleared has to get replanted with grass and a certain number of trees. And I think that one is 1 tree per 700 square feet, but I could double check that.
So buffer area standard is.
Buffer
what
is
you
much
would
thicker.
want.
Yeah, buffer is much thicker. And then screening is the highest standard.
Right.
Screening is we've had much discussion about screening, whether it's almost too thick. So.
Okay.
So if I'm understanding it, and thank you for the clarification, above that green circle is not part of the 30 feet. But it seems kind of funny. It's almost like this catch-22. The only way to make them not chop the trees down is to allow them to have more parking lot. And that just seems so counterintuitive.
Something to remember for the next plan development that
Right,
comes
that's
through.
right.
Something to remember for the next CDP. And,
Yeah,
right.
this is a
Please-
result of.
I want
past
to also
decisions.
add an important point of context is that for whatever reason, in 2011, this went through as a conditional use permit. This is a planned development all day long and would have written a CDP and would be administered differently ever since then. For whatever reason, who knows? It's, it went through as a CUP, but it is awkward that we're modifying it through a quasi-judicial process, all that. And that's fine, but it's unique because, right, this might be a really big conditional zoning district or a really small planned development. So. I don't know if Reagan has any context.
I started to have a recollection as to why it was a CUP at the time, and I just changed my mind. So get back with me on that tomorrow. I'll give it some thought.
Unless you have any further questions for me, I would pass it over
I
to
have
the.
one question. The building the size that's proposed here, and based on the parking requirements in the UDO, how many parking spaces would be the minimum required?
The minimum requirement would be 23.
And how many are here?
It's 28.
So
I would just say that that building, it doesn't have no association. It's not like it's a restaurant or we don't know what it is. It's just based on the square footage and the outside patio that they're proposing potentially would account for those spaces that we're talking about.
Right.
Are there further questions for staff?
Nope.
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
If the applicant would like to add to the presentation.
Good evening. Bob Kuntz, 140 Applecross, Pinehurst, and Kuntz Design plus V3. I have to add that now. But anyhow, I wanted to, I don't really have a presentation. I just wanted to address some of the items that have been discussed here. As Gene mentioned, we went through several site plans on this tract of land. I think everybody agreed at the end of the day that this was the best site plan. Because to your point, Bill, microphone. To your point, looking at this site and the way this site is oriented and what's here, looking at what we've got, the original plans, some of the early plans, this building was turned this way, right out on the road, and the parking lot came down here with double access. You had access and access. We had a situation, it was Best Buy and Starbucks all over again. So we did not like that option in this site plan. So we wanted to get this over here. We turned the building this way. We created an ability to save these trees and get to this parking. Now the parking levels, while they're not necessarily, there were also a number of parking spaces permitted in the overall CUP. That was the maximum permitted spaces that were permitted as the overall permit at the time. Even with this parking, it is still under the maximum parking that was permitted under the CUP. It was under that. As I think, forget who mentioned it earlier, but this development that's occurred is less intense than what was originally approved for the overall development. So those standards apply to this overall development, not just the standards of the UDO and not just those other standards. Could you back up a couple slides, BJ? Oh. Go back to, yeah, that one's good. So looking at this, so as far as the buffer goes, during the story, oh well, not the story, but what happened, this parcel of land, in order to create a development for the Ace Hardware, whoa, this parcel of land was sold. During the CDP process, those buffers were removed in that area. So the buffers that we're talking about were removed in that area, largely because it was no longer a residential piece of property. It was specifically adjacent to another commercial property. So you had commercial and commercial. In the original approval, this was residential. Buffers made a lot of sense. At this point, those buffers don't really, it's not an issue anymore between the two properties. Go back. Yeah, so this site plan, this was clearly the best configuration for the site after we worked through it in order to save trees, to work through with the town staff, to get to a compromise that was the best result for all parties at the end of the day, we felt like. So, I mean, I really appreciate the staff taking the time to work through this process with us. But ultimately, some of the other site plans weren't exactly, they worked, but they didn't. That's a bit of the history of the project and the parcel. And, you know, we worked very hard with the staff. Those trees that are being saved, Gene is correct. The underbrush in there, those trees will absolutely take off as soon as that underbrush is cleared and they get landscaping and they get irrigation and they get all the things that will happen. Those trees will take off. I mean, you see that along Morganton Road where the trees are saved in those areas. Not all areas, unfortunately, but in a lot of areas where they come back in, they plant the understory, they bring in irrigation, those trees all of a sudden just take off. They get cleared out and they take off. So you'll see the same thing here in that situation. So from that perspective, I think looking at the overall intensity, this is the last piece of the Tyler's Ridge development. It's the final piece. And just getting that final little piece done and everything will be developed. Happy to answer any more questions that you have.
All right. Y'all probably said this already. Tell me again, what type of landscaping would occur in the yellow circle? Would it be like big trees, long leaves? And
What we've talked about is getting to 2 pines and 3 understory trees. When we did the plan to look at how big those trees will get, and we put the circles on at 10 to 15 years so we can understand the size of those, we get to a point where any more than that, and we'll just be taking out trees. By the time we get the standards for parking lot screening and parking lot buffering and all those standards that are required, that's about what we can fit in there comfortably and actually make it something, because it's basically the buffer standard and the reforestation standard.
Staff. Sorry.
Is that what you're saying would go in the yellow as the buffer standard?
Well, it's the reforestation standard. It's actually, we were agreed 2 pines and 3 understory trees.
There's like any like bushes, anything like, what did you call it, under something a minute ago?
Yeah, the understory shrubs.
Would that be in there as well?
Those have to be there because of the 10 feet, right? It's 10 feet of screening along the parking lot area.
But in the yellow circle, would you also include it in the
Those would be
totality?
part of that as well. Those would be in that circle as well. So
I think what Bill's looking for is the whole yellow
Okay.
area
Yeah.
being a buffer standard.
the landscaping, there would be trees here, there'll be landscaping on this side, there'll be trees here, there'll be landscaping here.
That's a driveway, that won't.
This won't have landscape? Okay.
It was approved phase 2.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, is it because of the street trees? I'm not familiar with.
There were trees there, right?
We had perimeter plantings along that drive.
Along this edge.
For phase 2,
and then trees here, and there'll be trees here, and landscape here, and then we'll be planting that, and there are street trees on the street. So
The yellow circle's actually going to be a lot smaller. Once you,
Yeah,
once you take out the required plantings around it,
by the time all
it's
the
kind of
required-
just the middle.
Right. By the time all the required plantings are there, there's very little area left to plant.
I got a question for staff. I guess just trying to summarize because it's midnight and my brain's probably working just like everyone else's. So the setback requirement that exists right now was created because it was it abutted a residential property, correct? Okay.
That's the origin story of that 50 feet.
Okay, cool. And so because it's commercial, next to commercial, it probably wouldn't be required anyway. If we were looking at a CDP of this entire property at one time, it is in excess of what we would require between two commercial properties.
Agree with that, yes.
So we are giving up something that would probably not be required anyway, and in exchange, we're saving trees and getting more landscape at the perimeter.
I truly believe that, yes.
Yes? Okay, all right.
That's my take.
Yeah, I think we have asked you guys to save trees, and it looks like that's what you're doing for us, and I really appreciate that. And the fact that you've done a lot of this work before it came to us is recognized. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is just one thing to consider moving forward. We're trying to make this better. I don't like the threat that, oh, with the buffer, we can chop down the trees, so work with us to where we'll tell you we won't. It just seems so counterintuitive. So can't do anything about it on this one. We got to just deal the cards we're dealt. But if there's a way to sort of not have to have that like threat in the future, like, oh, buffer, we can chop them down. You don't want us to, so anyway, if that's something to consider later.
Oh, I don't know that it came across. I was like, I didn't take it as a threat. I took it as a, this is what you all
I
are
heard
working.
that we will keep them if you give us what we're asking for. But if you don't give us what we're asking for, we can chop them down.
Yeah, we've certainly heard threats. Well, we could cut that down anyways, so.
In this scenario?
We hear them on a regular basis across the town.
Well, if the council.
I misunderstood because when I heard arborist, I was under the impression that you were trying to get an expert to decide whether or not a tree should have been chopped down because it's not healthy or whatever. So obviously, you just get the arborist, but in the end, you just decide to do whatever you want to do anyway? Is that what y'all saying?
No, I think it's,
My understanding is the buffer standard does not make them keep them. They usually do because it's more expensive to cut them down and remove them and then replant, but it doesn't make them keep them.
Precisely. If somebody has to do a buffer, when there's nothing at site plan review where we say, no, identify the trees that are there and specifically save them, unless in the CDP, for example, that says it's a buffer, it's a undisturbed buffer or a, existing vegetation we've dealt with that at the Morgan Park South, the north end of Morgan Park South. We came up with some language. We also did that out on the small subdivision out on what's the road? What's that?
Clark Street? Is it Clark?
Clark Street, round one, we did that, yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with either solution. If you guys want to keep the buffer and not worry about the trees, I think that's fine. I think staff worked to get a better solution.
I think the solution is better.
I feel like if you all hadn't done it, we would have spent all night asking you to save those trees, but because you saved them anyway, now we're like, or you're threatening to chop them down. I just don't see it that way. I see it as you're working with us.
I'm not saying y'all made those threats to us. It just, the issue kind of appeared as we were describing what buffer meant versus.
Yeah, this one's, as Gene stated many times, this one has been tricky because the applicant's technical representatives are in a position to try to get this property developed. It's an awkwardly shaped property from the get-go. To everyone's point here, that's not really the town's problem. And so therefore they come in and say, well, here's what we need to do. And we say, no, there's a buffer right there. And they say, well, we'll just apply to amend it and get rid of it. And we said, no. and we won't support that. So there was already an application that came in, it got submitted, it got processed, and then it got withdrawn because we said, we're not supporting this. We're gonna, I mean, we even wrote the staff report and it was ready to head to planning board and they withdrew it because they respected the fact that planning staff was totally against it. And then they came in with a new design that was able to retain some of the existing trees. There was still parking in this area, and we looked at the new design and said, okay, now you're working with us at least, so let's keep talking. So then before you know it, then that's when we went out to the site and looked at it and said, okay, we're fighting to preserve some trees that are out here, but we may be over-fighting to preserve a buffer right here where there actually aren't any trees. And that's what the arborist was saying. Listen, these 19 feet right here, there's nothing here. So, okay, we save that, let's say, in a 30-foot, it gets replanted here, or we let some parking go there, we save some existing trees, we lock them in, and then up in that yellow area, we get some additional planting up there. And overall, remember that area up there, left of the yellow area, has all been wiped out as of, as of this design.
So
we're-
basically where the green line did stop on those other plans is where the 30-foot buffer standard stopped.
Now we're going to get some additional vegetation north of there, and it'll also clean up, and these 2 hardwoods and the 5 longleafs that are there, according to the arborist, it will help them survive a little bit better. Now, there's still going to be 2 parking lots crammed up against them, and they did not evolve to thrive in that environment, but once again, we're doing the best we can with what we've got to work with. My colleague here, Mr. Ruiz, has put a lot of time and effort into it, as I know Coons Jones has as well. Not that that compels you to decision, I just want to give credit, that's all.
We appreciate this. We appreciate the work that's been put into it. So, council, given that we've gotten a verbal summary of the iterations before this one, is there something that you all preferred better than what's being presented tonight?
I think that we probably should, I don't think we should do the survey, woodpecker survey, but I think that there should be a condition that clarifies that yellow circle.
Is it possible?
Yeah, I think those are, staff's comfortable with that. Yeah, the woodpecker issue, we really struggled with that because when the comment came in, everything over 10 inches, we're like, we are saving everything over 10 inches. There's nothing else on the property. And I think it's just when you're dealing with a Raleigh office and they see something on a map, they have to get a comment off. We understand that. But as the local, you might say closest to the ground entity, we're comfortable saying, yeah, there isn't anything on the ground that we're not saving that's greater than 10 inches. And then I do think it would be important to clarify exactly what's going into the yellow to the planting standard that's comfortable to the town council.
I guess the next question is whatever the standard that we mentioned, reforestation standard, understanding the parking lot standard, are you fine with that, or do you want more than that? Like, do you want buffer standard? Yeah.
We also need to address the fact that there's going to need to be a clear vision triangle there, though, so we don't want to get too, ambitious with, this right here there's going to need to be some cleared area right here for the ingress egress, and we can work with the town engineer on that. To their point, yes, if there's plantings here, Paul says there's planting here, there will be vehicle use area perimeter right here, and so this area right here, 4.3.7, which is the cleared area vegetation, is a pretty light standard. I wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend.
Which one is? What standard? What's the name of it?
It's called the 4.3.7 is called the cleared area standard, and that is replanted with 1 tree for each 700 square feet of disturbed area. So if that area up there is I saw the number earlier of 3,000 square feet.
Yeah.
If that was 3,000 square feet, but I don't think it is, you're going to be talking, 4 trees. In the ballpark of 4 trees.
You said that one was light. Is there
Buffer standard is a more substantial standard.
What's the reforestation standard? Is that the same thing that you just mentioned?
What he's talking about, that's not a standard.
It's 3,000.
It's a cleared area, right?
Making up words. I'll just do the,
Parking lot edge to, yeah, so it doesn't take 10 feet out and all the
So-
other landscape.
The buffer standard is one large tree per 400 square feet. So if it's 3,000 square feet, now you're talking more along the lines of 5 or 6 trees.
What I don't want to run into is where we have a conflict in that buffer standard. We've run into this before, where we have a buffer standard, the parking lot standard, and all those standards overlaying each other, and you can't plant, everything's going to just die that's planted there. So that's what I don't want.
Not everything will die.
Not
Yeah,
everything,
the-
but.
The stronger stuff will survive.
Yeah, yeah. Well, what you'll do is you'll plant understory, the trees will grow, all the understory that you planted will either die because it got too much sun exposure at the beginning, or it will get shaded out at the end. So that's what happens. So if you don't get enough light there.
so
run into that in
the
Southern
buffer
Pines.
standard is 1 tree per 400.
You could just do the buffer standard outside of the vehicle use area perimeter.
Yeah.
So now you're going to get the standard outside of the vehicle use area, so
Yeah,
they don't
we can do that.
conflict. Outside of the vehicle use area, outside of the clear vision triangle. And once you just do the math, if that turns out to be 4 trees, it is what it is. If it
Yeah.
turns out to be 7,
Yeah.
if it turns out to be 2. But if you go outside the
I think that makes
vehicle
sense.
use area,
Yeah.
if you go outside the clear vision triangle, and what's left, we'll calculate it at site plan and plant it to the buffer standard, and that's 1 per 400.
Trees per the buffer standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
You okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, this whole ask and thing, there's been a lot of issues that have come up, and I appreciate y'all being patient with me. It appears, all things considered, we will get a better product doing all that we're talking about. Well, originally I was like, just leave it alone. You got the buffer, it was there for a reason, do it. But I do think this will be a better product for, at the end of the day, so. I'd be, well. Okay with it, with what we discussed.
Are there other input from the council? Hearing none. Is there anyone from the public who's still here who would like to speak?
Still awake.
And seeing none, well, they did play, but I didn't even need to. All right, I will close the public hearing. Is there additional deliberation the council would like to hash out before we make a motion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Can I write this condition real quick?
Yeah, or you can ask staff to.
Well, they're,
Staff, would you like to write the condition?
Yeah, we can do that. Can you give us like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I was about done, Taylor.
All right, it looks like we have both staff and council member Min Goodman working on the,
I wrote it, he's got all the findings of fact.
okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Thank you.
Would you like me to make the motion and then you can say so moved? That's fine. Okay, give that here, we're gonna read off. If you don't mind. Since you did it for me. Pretty rough. All right.
Are you watching us on YouTube?
Recommends that the first motion be to adopt attachment 1 of the staff report as findings of fact regarding the proposed special use permit SU 0125 with the following changes. In finding of fact number 3, in the final paragraph, in the final sentence, insert the following. These improvements, plus additional landscaping in the cleared area on the north side of the site, will maintain the intent of the original buffer to soften the appearance of commercial development and ensure compatibility with nearby properties.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Finally, staff recommends the motion read as follows. I move to approve special use permit SU 025 with the following condition. Condition number 1, that areas outside the required planting area and within the yellow circled area shown in presentation, parentheses, Exhibit B, in parentheses, shall be planted to the buffer standard found in Unified Development Ordinance, Section 4.3.4.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you guys for the team effort getting the motions together. We still have the closed session on our agenda. We're going to go ahead and scratch that for this evening because I don't think we have any new information that qualifies under that statute.
Yes, I've provided each of you a handout just with some updated dates and things to look forward in near future meetings, but I have no other additional updates regarding the topic this evening. There at your desk during the break.
Okay. Thank you, Manager Parsons. Unless council has anything for the good of the public, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned at 12:27.